X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I had to start late today. I had some stuff I had to do at noon, so I decided to push things back just a bit. And it actually gave me a lot more time to prepare and get more segments ready, so today's stream's actually going to be super duper long. I meant for the stream 2 days ago, or actually 3 days ago now, to be a big goddamn stream, like a mega stream. But then, when I was right about to go live, the power in my area went out due to the low temperatures, and while I didn't lose power, I lost internet. And I didn't get it back until like 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Wasn't great. So then the next day I decided, you know what, I'm gonna do a super stream, a mega super stream, right? And I go to do it, and my headset dies on the 5th segment. Not fun. But here I am today, even more topics gathered than before, my headset fully charged, my internet with no issues. Let us hope we can have a non-problematic mega stream today. What's this, Hakon? God. Yeah, that is a good Chris Raygun. That is a good Chris Raygun tweet there. Thank you, Hakon. You know, I know Chris Raygun. He follows me, Hakon. Did you know that? Check Twitter, it's true. Reaganator, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5 Adinos. Says, hey Zan, I need to be blue again. I'm blue, habba-dee-abba-da. I don't know how the song actually goes, but, you know, you're blue, and it's like how the song goes. Yeah, you hightail-pilled him? Wait, hold on, what? Did I? Where's the screenshot of him being hightail-pilled? I don't know if I hightail-pilled him, did I? He talked about hightail on his podcast after? Oh. Did I talk to him about hightail? And then he talked about it on his podcast? No screenshot. He talked about it on the pod. Wait, I'm confused. I got him to watch it? Or watch the trailer, I think, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. Whoa, this is copyrighted music, Gretel. Holy shit. Oh. You almost self-nuked me. You almost made me self-nuke my monetization on this stream so early. It's bound to happen later, but not this early. Nah, sorry about that. It's all good, Heavy Gretel. My streams aren't really big monetarily to begin with, so it's not that big a deal. But I do try to, you know, sometimes pull a few streams out that are monetized. Need to get a better job, more hours, but outside of that, I'm doing good. Glad to hear that, Cleaver120. But yeah, thank you for the $5, Reganator. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoy your blue name. Let me update the dono goal really fast so it counts your humble and kind contribution to the stream. Is humble, like, actually backhanded? I feel like that's a compliment. I hope it is. Humble? Is that saying it's a small donation? I don't know. Anyway, hopefully I wasn't misusing that word in a way that makes it offensive. Regardless, though, yeah, welcome everybody. It's good to have you all here. Damn, already almost 100 people here, and I just started. Christ. Well, that's good news, considering I've got a lot to cover today. Tonight's stream is going to go for quite a while, and as I normally say, if you're watching and you're enjoying the stream so far, consider dropping a like. It's totally free. Those little thumbs up over on my stream on YouTube really go a long way to help the stream and my channel out a lot. And it's a really good way to support me for completely free. But if you've got the money for it, you can always go the extra mile by donating, subscribing, or perhaps even gifting a sub to someone else in my website chat, or supporting me financially on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. All of the above are options, and don't forget, you can also buy Xander Hall merch, linked down below in the description, and join my Xander Hall Discord server, which I do recommend joining because we do a lot of fun stuff in there. Not only will you get notified that I'm going to go live and that I'm going to be uploading videos, you know, better than YouTube will ever tell you, because, you know, it'll actually be reliable. But on top of that, I plan to do call-in streams where you guys can join a voice chat and, like, wait in line to get pulled in to talk to me about anything you want to talk about, even if you want to debate. Like, just throw stuff at me out of nowhere, try to blindside me with a topic and see if you can, like, own me on it. Because I feel like that's a really good way to, like, practice debates and stuff, is to just, like, bring people in to out of nowhere challenge you on a topic. It's a pretty good content too, to say the least. So I plan to do a lot of that, and of course I plan to do a lot more watch parties. That's right, I plan to do a lot more show and movie watch parties in my Discord server on, like, set nights weekly. I think would be good. Maybe watch, like, a movie or a couple episodes of a show, that kind of thing. I really enjoy doing that with you guys, so definitely going to be doing weekly watch parties coming soon, and we do that in the Discord server, so join now, get a member role so you're known to be trusted, and not like some raider or something, and be ready for that. Xander Hall, I tagged you in a comment on your video about the homeless because there was an anti-Semitic guy in the comments. Did you see it? Oh, I haven't seen that, but I will tell you that I have to skim through lots of horrible shit in my comments from, like, random Nazis and other hate commenters and stuff, so it doesn't surprise me. I'm sure I'll get to it eventually. Real. I loved the Fiona and Cake watch through. Yeah, and that got confirmed for a season 2 as well. Thank fucking God. So we'll definitely be watch partying that. And, yeah, I remember we watch partied all of Adventure Time. You guys know that, right? Like, in that Discord, me and Balthazar, because Balth had never seen it before, we watch partied the entirety of Adventure Time in lead-up for Fiona and Cake, and finished the show in time for it. Yeah, I was there crying. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. You better believe we'll be doing the same damn thing for Fiona and Cake Season 2. Xanderhall, why don't you do as many debates as you used to back in the day? Well, that's clearly changing if I'm doing, like, call-in streams all the time. But yeah, the main reason why I stopped doing as many debates, it was all the way back in, like, the beginning of last year. Because I was moving to Seattle, right? I had to move, and I just didn't have the time to... When you schedule a debate or do any debate, you've got to schedule it. You've got to set time that you know for a fact you will not be busy, that you'll be able to stream. That isn't time that I'm already dedicating to getting content out that I already planned to do. That sort of situation, which became quite tedious to do in the time leading up to my move to Seattle. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to focus on getting as many segments done as possible so I'm not lacking for them once I get to Seattle, just in case the situation in Seattle as far as getting my streaming stuff set up isn't as good. And then I moved to Seattle, and while my situation wasn't awful, it wasn't great considering the hot water heater didn't work, and I didn't have, like, internet that could allow me to stream. So then I had to, like, emergency find a place on month-to-month rent, where I was, like, really worried that any month I just won't be able to stay there anymore, because it's month-to-month, right? And so that was the situation I was in with the, like, room I was in with the home pillow in the background, and that was basically just the place I was staying in while I saved up to get, like, a proper place here in Seattle. And so my main primary focus that whole time was just preparing to move, for one, enjoying Seattle since I was finally there and I had friends there and stuff, going to the shooting range with, like, Vosh and Demon Mama and stuff, that kind of thing, and just getting content out and saving up for moving again, right? Because moving's expensive and I've had to move so much. So now that I'm finally settled here, I'm finally moved, I'm finally settled down, I can do debates again. I don't have to move for, like, 5 years. I'm doing a year-by-year lease, and I've planned to stay for about 5, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. Oof, rough, the place with the shit internet, glad you found a nice home. Yeah, the first place I moved to here in Seattle was just meant to be a temporary place for saving up money for, like, a bigger, proper place, right? And so I was fine paying, like, a pretty reasonable price for a little tiny house that was in, like, on the property of someone else in Seattle, like, in their yard in Seattle. And it was pretty nice overall. I didn't mind it. The only problem was the internet was garbage, and I couldn't stream with it. If you were there, then you know how awful it was. It was a cool background, though, for sure. I didn't mind the size. That was all good by me. And the hot water heater was so goddamn bad. It was too often that I just could not take a hot shower or shower at all because the water was ice cold. So yeah, I really didn't like that. Really didn't like that. Did you get snow? Yeah, it snowed about 4 days ago now, and there's still a small bit on the ground, but it was only ever a light dusting. It's just been so cold, and my yard is so shady that it hasn't melted, which is cool. Very small amount of snow, not even a quarter of an inch. It won't stop snowing outside? I'm very jealous, Bal. Hey chat, y'all should donate so I can catch a plane to Canada and go hang out with Balth while it's still snowing. I'll vlog it. I'll vlog it, guys. I'll do it. Someone donate like $1,000. Cover my trip. Fun fact, I had to shovel the driveway 6 times today. God damn, Hakon. Holy shit, that's too much snow. 2 times in a day is one thing, but 4 times. Or 6 times, Christ. We got close to a foot where I live. I'm very jealous of you all. 30 centimeters here. I'm so jealous of all of you guys. I got, like, micro snow, dude. And it looks like it's just going to warm up from here, too. It's not even going to get colder or snow more for the rest of the year, it looks like. So, fuck. You know, god damn it. In Scotland, it snows and we ignore it. Scotland. Crazy that I've got people who live in other countries that watch me. It's so wild. Xanderhall will probably have this snow till at least April. Hot damn. Xanderhall, spend the thousands on a self-insert animation like that one guy. I need to learn about that situation for a segment. There was like a YouTuber, I guess, who paid tens of thousands of dollars to make, or for someone to make a Hasbin Hotel self-insert porn video. He spent $50K on it. Was it like just some random porn artist, or was it Vivzy Pop? I'll DM you the info. I want to watch a video on it, like a concise video. We're going to do that. We're going to watch that video. We're going to do a segment on it. Have I thought about moving to Alaska for more snow and less cost of living? Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed, but the ideal place that's like Alaska-like without literally being fucking Alaska and having all of Alaska's downsides is Colorado. Like, if I lived in Colorado, I could live on the edge of the city and be within, like, a walk away from where I could, like, just go outside and shoot guns and, like, also have high-speed internet and good, you know, access to stuff because I'm in the city. It wasn't Vivzy Pop, but it was erotic Vivzy Pop fan art, basically. Ah. If you have $50K to spend on porn, just get some bitches. I genuinely couldn't imagine spending that much life-changing money on someone to make porn. Like, there... I get paying, like, for an OnlyFans subscription or something. I can see why people do that, because, like, maybe there's, like, a particular girl they think is really hot, and she charges to see her boobs, and you want to see her boobs specifically. You know what? If you've got the money for it, go for it, man. But if we're talking in the tens of thousands, dude, come on. Come on. You're down bad if you're willing to pay that much to see some titty. And I'm talking fictional character drawn titty. Guy knows what he likes, yeah. And the crazy thing is, it's a fictional character, so there's no doubt, like, tons of Rule 34 of the characters in that show, right? There's gotta be. It's that show. There's got to be. So why would he need to pay $50K? But it was yeah, it's true. It was self-insert. So maybe that's what he's into. It has to be self-insert for him to get off to it, I suppose. There's Rule 34 of the situation. Yeah, wait. Has it inspired Rule 34? Is there fan art of the erotic art the guy paid? Because if that's the case, then that dude is getting so... That guy's actually getting his money's worth. If this situation's blowing up so much has led to people making more art of that, then he's more than gotten his money's worth at this point, right? Like, shit. God. Oh, is it him with Charlie, the canonically lesbian fictional character? That's great. Xander Hall, I think the craziest part is I know a ton of NSFW artists and animators. You can get this commission for just astronomically less money. I'm sure you can, because I heard that and I was like, there's no way it even costs $50K to make an animation, unless we're talking like 15 to 20 minutes long here. Like, how long is it? Saberspark made a good breakdown. Is that how we're starting today's stream? We're starting today's stream with Hasbin Hotel self-insert porn? Let's go. Wow, thanks, YouTube, for just spoiling the new WoW patch for me. That's awesome. Whew, okay. Alright. They didn't even fuck? Oh, it's not even porn? I'm so confused about this situation. Teenage girls figured out that you can write self-insert fan fiction for $0 years ago. That is true. Teenage girls figured this out way before the men did, you know? And actually, the men haven't figured it out, and that's why there's a market in paying for this shit, right? Anyway. Okay, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Said, hey, Zan, did you see Verbalase? That cartoon beatbox guy allegedly bankrupted himself by spending $50K on a video where he gets sexually assaulted by Charlie from Hasbin Hotel. So, okay, alright. Yep, okay, Pepper T21, you're getting exactly what you wanted already. So we're doing that segment now. You're getting what you wanted. You're getting what you wanted, Pepper T21. Oh, boy. Alright, let me update the dono goal really quick before we go into this. Like the stream and all that good stuff. Y'all know what to do. Support the stream. Okay, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I've heard about this situation, like, constantly referenced the last couple days, but I genuinely don't know the nitty-gritty of what happened here. My general understanding is, like, a YouTuber, I guess, paid a porn artist to make a self-insert Hasbin Hotel, I guess not porn video, judging off of what chat's been saying here, but like a pretty suggestive cringe self-insert video of some kind. I actually don't know. I've got a Saberspark video here that chat sent me called "This Guy Spent $50,000 for a Hasbin Hotel AMV." I've watched a fair amount of Saberspark. I'm subbed to him, so, you know, I highly recommend you guys go check him out. I'm obviously not going to be critiquing this video, so we're not going to be watching all of it. I just want to get the general gist of the situation. And I highly recommend you guys go check out the original video and drop some support, please. It has copyrighted music. Well, that's inevitable. I am inevitable. Let's watch.
Well, I did not wake up this morning expecting to talk about this subject, but,
is this the video?
Here we are. Yeah. This entire situation is a complete and utter confusing rabbit hole. Look, I just spent the last hour.
Okay, so it's not porn, it's just cringe. Okay, you know what? I admit, this is a far less, like, gooner-ass, degenerate story than I was expecting it to be, you know? I was genuinely expecting this to be worse. I feel like, the video being as cringe as it obviously already is aside, the fact that he spent $50,000 on a video, I feel like it's worse that he spent $50,000 on not porn. Am I making sense here? I feel like if it was porn, it would be less cringe. This is one of those situations where, like, someone walks in on you, and you're not watching porn, you're doing something somehow more embarrassing than that, and so, like, they ask what you were doing, and you use watching porn as an excuse. Like, you tab into porn when they walk in to hide whatever embarrassing thing you're doing, right? I feel like it's one of those situations. This would be less cringe if it was porn. This is 50K, not porn cringe, and I hate it. If he wanted to pick of lesbians so bad, he could have bought a Subaru with that money. I'm sure you were getting at something there, Wingo.
Hour and a half on my Twitch trying to decipher and research and investigate what's going on, but it's like super confusing. It just grows more and more confusing. To provide some context, the situation here is about this hideaway AMV, and let me explain what that is. There's a YouTube channel by the name of Verbalase. It features this guy who does something called cartoon beatbox battles, and the story goes that he spent $50,000 on essentially an animated Hasbin Hotel AMV. This AMV was around 3 minutes long. Almost.
Wait, have I heard of this guy before? I think I might have heard of this YouTuber before. That's the crazy thing. He sounds familiar now. The cartoon beatbox videos? Yeah, I've seen those. No shot, dude. He's that guy. Oh my god. You know what's actually... Okay, I don't mean to insult the artist who made this. I get that they... are animating, and animation is hard, and this is certainly not the worst animation I've seen, but, like... This looks like Hasbin Hotel made in Flash. By... like... by a kid. Or like, this screenshot looks like it was drawn in paint. Like, I guess in motion, maybe it doesn't look as bad because, you know, animation's hard, but yeah, because it is. I don't mean to sound mean.
2D animated, and again, allegedly cost $50,000 to make. And the weird thing is that, like, a few days ago, this popped up on Twitter. Folks were like, whoa, look at this AMV for Hasbin Hotel. And I saw it, I'm like, what's the story behind this? Oh, it's the guy from the cartoon.
Oh, people thought it was, like, official? What the fuck?
beatbox YouTube channel, which again is not a small channel. It's a very popular channel. We'll talk more about that here in a second. But like, why is his cartoon avatar running from Charlie? What's going on here? Why is Charlie chasing him down? What's happening here? What was the purpose of this animated short? And I'm like, did he put this up on his channel? Because Verbalase, his YouTube channel, is mostly like a bunch of iconic like characters beatboxing against one another. Groot versus Pennywise, or Thanos versus Patrick. These videos are so, like, I'd say infamous, but, you know, popular, such
the
good
biggest
meme energy
crossover
that
event
I see a lot of these
cinematic
beatboxing,
history.
like, clips being used for shitpost. And I'm like, okay, so that's the guy from those videos. What's he doing here with Charlie? Was this on his channel? So I went to go look for it. I couldn't find it anywhere, at least a good copy. I found like this 360p version on YouTube. It was like, you know, really low quality, and I couldn't find anything anywhere else. It was a complete and utter.
Did he expect... What did he expect? Is my question here, right? Because, like, this guy dropped 50 grand on a self-insert music video where he's being sexually harassed by a character who is canonically a lesbian, and he's a big YouTuber, and his self-insert avatar is exactly the same as the one from his viral YouTube channel. It's been made and posted publicly. He didn't mean for it to be posted. Unfortunately, it was leaked. So it was leaked. Okay. I guess that's... Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They just didn't expect it to leak, because before I was assuming this got posted publicly somewhere, and I was like, did he expect this to get, like, not get out? And if he did expect it to get out, what did he expect people's reaction to this to be? Because there's no denying he's not the one behind it. So this was never supposed to be public? That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, but now it is, and now we all get to have an opinion on it, okay? Those are the rules. Those are the rules. That's how it works.
Mystery. So of course I was hooked. I'm like, what happened here? There's got to be a story. And the story goes with quite a few alleged claims. One, that this bankrupt...
She's not a lesbian. She's canonically bisexual. Well, she's canonically in a lesbian relationship, and that makes her lesbian presently, okay? That's how that works, right? No, it's not. It's not how it works. That's a joke.
The guy's channel. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean bankrupt? Did he declare bankruptcy? Is that a term that's being loosely thrown around? Let's dig more into that.
No, yeah.
I said. And I looked, and the most I could figure out is, okay.
The end of Saber's video, when you see Saber on the screen, is very important with updated details. Ah, clipped? You got me, guys. Unironically, though, it might get clipped.
Learn here, so. But what do you all think? Tell me down below in the comments, and I'll...
Bisexuals need to pick a side.
Who remembers, like, when every time there would be, like just literally every week, maybe sometimes monthly, but usually every week, Twitter would just explode with some new discourse about whether, like, bi lesbians are valid? And it would always be, like, some post saying, just block me if you think bi lesbians are valid. And I just reply, like, okay. Because, like, if that's the kind of shit you're tweeting, you're probably just... like, even if you believe that, like, bi-lesbian makes no sense and isn't real, the kind of people tweeting shit like that are just so unpleasant. They're such unpleasant people. Anyone who says, if you think blank is valid, unblock me, that, like, and it's a group that hurts nobody and does nothing wrong other than, like, keep to themselves and have, like, an identity or whatever. Like, I genuinely hate that shit. It's very common. It's a little bit like the true... It's like another layer of the true scum gatekeeping within the trans community, right? Within, like, the trans LGBT gay community, like, sphere, right? It's sort of more gatekeeping a little deeper in. There's always an area in that sphere that's being gatekept. It's just like, what level of gatekeeping are you on, you know?
See you all next time.
Okay, so the timing couldn't have been more, like, crazy and uncanny here.
What's the update?
I was just rendering my video, and I just got an update. I have a friend who's an animator, and I'm going to keep them anonymous, who actually hit me up, being like, hey, I see you're working on this. here's some information. I was contacted by him to be the animator to do this project back in the day. And here's some emails and some, I guess, receipts to show what he was getting at. So confirmed, he had, initially I think he was aiming for...
The Secret Charlie music video is going really, really well. I have a lot of professional animators working on it. Unfortunately, it cost me almost 50 grand, but it looks amazing so far. Check out the screenshots attached. Dog. Shit. 50 grand. There it is.
20 to 30,000, went up to 50,000, and that this video was never meant for his main channel. It was never meant to be anything that would give him a return on investment. This really was just a personal project, not business, but for his own.
The fact that it was personal and it wasn't porn and it was 50 grand, I think makes it sadder. If it was porn, I would not be giving him as much shit as I am if it was porn. I think it's genuinely more cringe that it presumably wasn't wank material. And if that is wank material for him, then that makes me even more concerned. Important tweet related to this. Let's see. Oh. Man, this is so sad. It is such a shame he ran out of money. We should all donate to him and see what he decides to do with the money. January 13th, 2024. What? Oh, it's a parody account. Okay, no. That's a parody account, dude. Dog, you fell for a parody account. It would be really funny if it was actually him who tweeted that, like, days before this came out, but that's a parody account.
His own, I guess, private selection as it goes, which seems to be the case because he had the video privated, and then in this correspondence,
he did get porn out of it. Yeah, you're right.
Buddy, you just spent $50,000, which is like the equivalent of a down payment for a nice home, and you don't know what you're doing with your final.
He could have bought a nice car, like not even like a beater used car. With 50 grand, he could have straight up bought a pretty nice car. Unironically, that's what he could have bought instead.
Product. Because now I wonder, I feel that it was like, to him, a self-perceived righteous cause. Ah, yes, this previous music video was trash and not good. Mine's better. And also features an interracial couple, which, that's totally fine and cool. But like the optics of just...
Wait, why is the interracial couple a factor? I mean, yeah, it is an interracial couple because Charlie's a demon and the YouTuber is a human. So by definition, it's certainly I mean, it's something more than interracial technically. But what is the meme going on here? I don't know. Fuck the car. He could have gotten a rental property and made money. That is true, dude. Like $50,000. Interspecies would be demon and human. Yeah, I don't know what you would call that. It's probably wrong though. He could have gotten a really nice kitchen. Yeah, he could have remodeled his house. He could have saved and invested, dude. Imagine if he invested in like, I don't know, like just some index fund or something like a year ago. He'd be in a good spot right now. 50K into like a good index fund a year ago and you'd be in a good spot right now. Not crypto. Do you know what an index fund is? It has nothing to do with crypto or Bitcoin. That's stocks. It stunks.
Taking the money and throwing it away, and then there's videos on your channel where you're like, the algorithm sucks, guys, the channel might be dying, I'm not doing so great. Your equivalent of the 50 grand could have been maybe 2 episodes of your own show that generates you money. So ultimately it's confirmed that the guy didn't have a game plan. This was a personal project. He was just that, I guess, turned on for Charlie, and that seems to be the story.
Well, that's the thing, though, because if he was turned on, why wouldn't he could have dropped 50K on porn, self-insert, if he was horny. Why didn't he is my real question now. My real question now is why wasn't it porn? Is my real question now. Why wasn't it porn? I'm genuinely concerned and curious.
bad management of resources and having an idea for a project that really doesn't give you anything back in return to such a high degree, high stakes. And also it seems that the entire question of was the animator 15, nah, that didn't happen. That was just made up on Twitter. This was a team of professionals who he inquired and worked with ultimately. And that's still a bit of a mystery. I'm not sure who those people were, but he was vetting out well-seasoned professional animators initially to get this done. So it's very likely that.
How did he think this wouldn't leak? Did he really think with this many people being involved with something with a big YouTuber that's so embarrassing to leak that it wouldn't leak? What did he really expect this to not leak? He had so many opportunities through all of this to call it quits and not, and he just was like, you know what? I'm confident this won't get out and it won't reflect poorly on me. Though, to be fair, he's probably benefiting from this. People are trying to lie about it and make it sound worse than it is, like the animator was 15 or whatever, which is, of course, not true. But he didn't do anything wrong. It's a bit cringy, arguably a bit stupid if he really isn't, financially capable of affording such an expense. I mean, it's possible he's got tons of money and 50K is nothing to him. We don't know. But if it is true that he doesn't have a lot of money, then, there's a few reasons to criticize it. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't ruin him or anything. I really couldn't imagine people, unsubbing from him who otherwise supported him because of this, and I genuinely see the attention bringing more people to his audience and supporting him. Just the attention might allow him to blow up if he plays his cards right and doesn't just get embarrassed and leave the internet. If he capitalizes on this and owns it and makes it into a meme, he could really, gain a lot of success from it, And he didn't get exposed for anything genuinely bad. No pedophilia, sexual harassment, or anything. Just something cringe. Something completely morally good, or morally good. I mean, morally neutral, legal, just cringe. But also really viral. So I think he could actually benefit from this if he plays his cards right. But I'm still really curious why it wasn't porn. Red pill people will say he's a cuck. So red pill people call everybody a cuck. He will gain support. If you get a lot of attention and you capitalize on it, yeah, a large percentage of people are going to hate you. But if even 10% of millions of people like you, that's a lot of fucking people, hundreds of thousands of people coming to support you. So it's usually worth it.
That's who eventually did this, were people who knew what they were doing, because again, that other was hearsay. So yeah, confirmed. This was just a crazy hell of a side project that ultimately cost him a lot of money and didn't give him much anything in return. What a weird story.
I think he could play it. I honestly think that if he plays his cards right, he could get a lot out of this. Maybe not a return on 50K, at least not fast, but maybe in the long run, he could potentially really benefit from it. Oh no. Zan, unfortunately, Verbalase is transphobic. Aww. Well, this makes the situation a lot less funny. Transphobia beatbox. I don't know what that is. Then just a bunch of beatboxing noises. Thanos says you will never be a woman. Thanos, let me show you how to gender. Forcing my transgender beam on all my friends. You know what's funny about these tweets? These could either be tweets from someone who's being ironic, who's really trans positive, or tweets from somebody who's really, really dumb and not even good at being transphobic. It could really be either or, right? Because these are literally the most cut out of context messages I've ever fucking seen. These are the kind of jokes that I see trans people make to each other. Thanos would say you'll never be a woman is the kind of joke I feel like I'd hear a trans friend say to another trans friend, where the joke is the villain is the villain is Matt Walsh, Thanos is Matt Walsh or whatever, I guess. I don't know. It's just a dumb joke. Hard to say. Could definitely be really bad transphobia. Oh, it's a troll? Is it a troll? Oh yeah, this is the name of the person who posted it. Why are you doing this? I linked the wrong thing. Fuck, Zan, I linked the wrong thing. Here's the real one. Sorry. Okay, let's see. Okay, so supposedly this is real. Get woke, go broke. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, lol. These are all posts from Verbalase. It truly has. When I went to Disneyland in 2018, it was so cool to be there. I was showing Elsa and all the other characters my voice impressions. There was no preaching about gender and gay stuff, nothing. It was literally a family-friendly place. Even if the lines weren't long, they ruined the magical kingdom. It's real. If I was a parent, I would never take my kids here. A lot of parents are very upset with Disney. This is a person who said they identify as female. You can see why a lot of people have a problem with this. It's like, keep your personal beliefs to yourself, but don't confuse the kids who just are trying to be normal. Even if the kid likes a lot of boy stuff, still let them be normal. This isn't the thong picture, but I don't want to post that on here. I'm not even joking. Batman, but don't expect anybody to agree with your personal choices. That goes with anything, religion, politics, sports teams, etc. And that was my point also, volume warning.
You see, your identity is like the same thing as having an opinion.
It's adult material, but it's true. This guy says it all, and then a clip of Andrew Tate. Somebody was a cross-dresser, they were a cross-dresser. Someone was gay, they were gay. If someone was straight, they were straight. Nobody had to come out and say they identified as something. It's freaking stupid. So apparently the idea of coming out with your sexuality or gender identity is a new thing that SJW's made up. It's the whole identity thing that needs to be gone entirely. When I grew up, nobody ever had to state what they identify as because it was blatantly obvious. As long as they don't try to force their views on me, we'll always be friends. I also have friends who are gay, trans, etc. I don't treat them any different. Yeah, he's basically just like one of those people who thinks being trans or gay is like a choice, and he thinks trans and gay people are cringe and doesn't want it in his face or whatever. Very cringe stuff, but yeah. I guess this makes the whole situation a bit funnier because he's transphobic, right? Yo, I got the most important piece of info on this situation. For $50,000, you could purchase one 3-minute video of a cartoon version. 3 minutes? Really? One 3-minute video of a cartoon version of you getting seduced by a fictional character with no actual NSFW scenes, or 23's Mars Pattern Warlord class Titans. Yeah, those fucking Warhammer minis are expensive. $50,000 for 23 pieces of plastic you can paint. That is Warhammer mini collecting in one image right there. Fuck. I hear it's an expensive hobby, guys. I think if I ever get into Warhammer, like, mini painting or whatever, I'm just gonna buy a fucking 3D printer for, like, $400 and then never have to pay for a mini ever again, because otherwise I will, like, pretty much after buying, like, 5 miniatures already surpass the amount I'd spend on a 3D printer, you know? For minis, a resin printer? I see. So much potential fun days worth. Yeah, it's what I hear. It's like, instead of buying minis, you should really just get a 3D printer, because it's like, you will within printing 4 or 5 minis, you'll have made your money back on what you would have otherwise spent just buying them, right? Man, I really need a haircut. I've been too lazy and it's too cold. It's too cold to go outside, guys. Anyway. I just think it's even funnier now that we know he's transphobic. It really does make it a lot funnier. Anyway, guys, I feel like that was a good starter segment for today. What do you guys think? You guys enjoy? Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Okay, guys. I actually feel like a good segue from here would actually be a drama people have asked me to get into, cover, and, like, figure out the deal with for a little while now.
Mama Max.
Whoa! Spoiling it right off the bat, huh? Really? We're just playing it like that, eh? Eh? Alright. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, you know what you should do? You should hit the thumbs up button. You should drop a like. You wanna know why? Because I appreciate it. And also, it helps a lot. And it's totally free. You should do that. I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and support me financially, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub even to somebody else on my website, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. Or even, links all in the description by the way, you can also buy merch through Streamlabs. I've got Xanderhall merch. And on top of that, by the way, I also have a Discord server you can join. Links in the description as well. Definitely recommend joining my Discord. Lots of fun stuff in there. We're going to be doing call-in debates pretty soon, so you'll be able to have the opportunity to talk to me directly. And we'll also be doing all sorts of other cool, fun shit. So, yeah. Well, you know, watch parties, that kind of stuff. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So there's a pretty big YouTuber recently who's having a big downfall. It seems like stuff like this is constantly happening. And I really hadn't watched much of this creator's videos before, but I had seen them. It was a YouTuber I was familiar with, and he's having a big downfall. So I was certainly curious, but I decided I wouldn't spoil myself on what's going on until, obviously, I was on stream and I could find out what the deal is and commentate about it with my fresh thoughts on the situation with you guys. There's a big YouTuber, his name's Mama Max. My lips got stuck together there from dryness, and I didn't enunciate the second M in that. Mama Max. There we go. Very odd name, I understand. I still think it's odd. And apparently he did predator hunting and exposing and, like, exposing weird portions of the internet type videos, right? Also, he is the cause of all of my nose itchiness, and I must have justice for it. Anyway, big YouTuber, pretty popular and beloved for quite some time. And recently, though, I noticed that there was a lot more negative talk about the guy. I hadn't watched a lot of his videos, but I'd seen a couple, and I didn't know what the deal was. Why are people hating on him all of a sudden? But I was hearing stuff about him being an abuser, about him supposedly maybe engaging in sexual assault or something. Obviously, there were people calling him cringe, but it seemed like it was coming from a place of some brand new accusations that had come out about him that indicated he was a very bad person based on people's response. But I refuse to spoil myself on the situation. I want to learn about all this with you guys. And it seems like the biggest video talking about the situation is one by a YouTuber named Larix. There will, of course, be a link down below in the description of this video for you guys to go watch the original video. But here's the link to it here in chat right now, so you guys can go send some support. I'm dropping a like now. I don't think we're going to be, like, debunking anything in this video, so I obviously want to send support to it. Yeah, you covered that whole drama, like 5 of his exes made public accusations about him or something? Wait, I did? I covered this? Is this a weed smoker moment? How long ago did I cover this? 5 of his exes made... When did I cover that? Is this years ago? Did I cover this, Heavy Gretel? It was a few years ago. Oh! Wait. Okay, I remember now. Guys. Heavy Gretel, thank you. Holy shit. I had totally forgotten. This was one of my things this is how I became familiar with him. Mama Max, a couple years ago, was accused by some of his exes, like in a coordinated sort of thing, apparently falsely, but maybe not falsely now, of some really bad shit. And then Mama Max made a video in response where he seemed to have proven that, in fact, he had been the victim of rape on the part of one of the exes, and supposedly was also able to prove that several other of the exes had lied. Huh. So is this in any way connected with that old situation? Because I totally forgot about that. That was years ago. This YouTube drama really does not occupy that much room in my brain, okay? I forget about this stuff fast, okay? You know, it does not stick with me long. So... now that it's all coming back to me, I'm really curious. Just a year ago, yeah, does not stick with me long, guys. Now I'm really curious, is this all coming back up again? Is this legitimate? Is it context collapse from the same drama? Is there stuff that's come out that we didn't know before? Is this unrelated new stuff? I thought that was like last year or the year before. I think it was 2 years ago. No, this is Mama Max going after a, quote, pedophile cultist, but has no proof, doxed the guy's family, and even Mudahar said Mama Max had no proof. Oh, so this is a completely different type of situation, I see. Now, this is about the nature of his advocacy, but his exes have been brought back up again. Interesting, yeah. I will say, content like his, or really any type of, like, pedo hunter content, I guess you'd call it, has always been really hit or miss, because it is not uncommon for the guys, usually guys, who make this type of content to go about it in a way that just doesn't allow the police to have any grounds to pursue legal action. Obviously, Gideon did this really bad with the EDP 445 case, as did those, what were they called? Like, pedo poachers, the guys who went after him originally. Like, it's not uncommon for these pedophile hunter YouTubers just ruin any legal case against the person that they might have had, just for the sake of content. So it's possible that Mama Max has, like, evolved into a whole new tier of that type of behavior, which would be concerning. All right, let's find out the situation. Damn, this video is a bit long. We'll obviously not be watching all of it, because I don't want to just, like, upload a whole re-upload of this guy's video, no matter how long my commentary is. So we'll just get, like, the basic gist of things and use it as a trampoline to bounce off of for conversation.
Mama Max is a self-proclaimed pedophile hunter.
I'm the pedo hunting guy.
Who has gained a massive audience, respect from his peers, and a more than generous living via his Patreon that his fans donate to him based on the understanding that he's cleaning up.
Who are I recognize one of those people he was on, like, a podcast with. So this is Mudahar. Mudahar is pretty cool. I guess this is Oompaville. I don't know if he's cringe or not, but I feel like I've seen him say some cringe stuff. Nux Taku is, like, one of the biggest cringe lords on all of YouTube. He's the guy who did that one song that's like, hold on, I gotta plug my nose to imitate it. Hold on.
Cause you're a Twitch thought, nasty greedy bitch thought.
Yeah, that one. I couldn't even hit the levels of obnoxious his voice does in that song, but that's about as close as I can get. Dude is also a giga transphobe. Yeah, he's very, very right-wing, yeah. Okay.
His peers, and a more than generous living via his Patreon that his fans donate.
Mudahar is the only person in that call that will see the gates of heaven.
To him based on the understanding that he's cleaning up the streets catching pedophiles, but that's not true. He's a complete fraud. He has faked videos, lied about arrests he's made, mishandled investigations so poorly he actually helps the predators get away, falsely accuses people of being pedophiles entirely, doxes innocent people, and a lot more, all while exploiting his audience, directly saying that by paying him helps bring justice to the world, saving children, and ridding it of pedophiles. But he's
Dude, maybe I was too hard on Shuon Head during the Balenciaga thing. Fuck, man. Like, shit. This is extreme. Wait, was that Leafy's avatar?
Files entirely, doxes innocent
No.
people, and a lot more, all while exploiting his audience, directly saying that by paying him helps bring.
No, fuck blood on hands. That's obviously a joke, but seriously, like, holy fuck. Imagine just outright saying, you've got to pay and support my YouTube videos in order to prevent children from being sexually assaulted. That is a level of just shameless I've never seen before. I do need to see, like, clips of him outright saying it, though, to be fair.
Bring justice to the world, saving children, and ridding it of pedophiles. But he's completely full of shit. He's a lying con artist.
I want to do my best to be the best representative for y'all, because I know a lot of y'all feel like you've gone unheard, and there is a lot of injustice, and I want to be the one to do something about it.
There is some out there saying that Elsagate video is fake and that you made it up. Any comment on that?
It's not. What else do I need to say?
In the early stages of Mama Max's channel, he would fake videos entirely, where he would create a whole fake story and problem for himself to come swoop in as if he's the hero and save the day, taking all the honor, despite him making the whole thing up. In his Japanese cult video, Amshin Rikyo, he claims just by talking about them on his channel is going to put his life in grave danger, and the only way you can help him out is by paying him on Patreon.
I may have just made myself a target to this cult, as they are still very much alive today. But guess what? They can suck Mama's fat, throbbing because I'm not gonna live a life being afraid of standing up to evil people. Plus, I got all of you watching my back, don't I? Speaking of, by the way, you can watch my back real good by supporting me on Patreon. Link in description.
Damn, dude. This is the kind of shit that makes me feel bad when I even say, like, hey guys, if you're liking the stream, consider donating or dropping a like. You know, like, this kind of shit makes me feel guilty even when I say shit like that, because I worry that that's how it'll come off, you know? Like, you see people doing this kind of shit, and it almost seems like it's a faux pas to do any form of call to action. This sucks ass because I loved his channel. I never really watched a lot of his content, but I definitely saw 1 or 2 of his videos, so yeah, it definitely sucks. I guess he was making tons of shit up, though, so I mean, were his videos really worthwhile for anything other than entertainment? I mean, if he clarified that it was all made up and he didn't ask for money on the premise that he was doing actual good for the world, he could have a pretty entertaining channel where it's all like made up horror, but I guess he doesn't want to be in that genre, so he just lied.
But I think it's safe to say that I am no longer safe from the likes of Aleph. But as I said, I'm not going to live a life being afraid of standing up to evil people. And the best way you can help me, non-jokingly, truly, seriously, is supporting me on Patreon.
Shameless. And in his next video, he says the deadly cult is now trying to attack him by sending him death threats in his email box and sending him a video game that apparently gives people brain hemorrhages.
Today, I'm going to apparently risk my life for you and play this game. In the video, I specifically mentioned that this cult may now be targeting me.
Guys, what if when you play the game and you get past the first level, they play the brown note and it makes you shit yourself?
What it looks like, that may be true. She responded back in Japanese saying this, which means,
I'll kill you. Wow, Mama Max is so committed to bringing us good entertainment and content. He's even willing to risk his own life for us. Man, what a fucking good guy.
Don't play the cursed cult video game at 3 a.m. ass beat.
I know it sounds crazy, but this has got to be real, right? Mama Max wouldn't lie about his life being in danger for more donos on Patreon. I mean, it seems like his fans bought it. This man has risked his life multiple times so he could expose some dangerous sites and games and crap. Props to you for being this brave, man. I have a weird feeling that these cultists is actually going to get him someday, and we wouldn't even know. No one's going to talk about how he got a whole email from someone from the cult, and they actually threatened to kill him. Well, guys, luckily, I don't think you...
The sad thing is, like, even the most shamelessly, like, grifty, awful people on the internet have an entire batch, like, just a massive clique of people that have completely fallen for their, like, fake persona they put forward. It's very, very common. You see it with the types like Andrew Tate and Sneeko who buy their entire fake persona, hook, line, and sinker, and they leave these, like, these paragraph-long love comments on those people, like in their Twitter posts or their like Instagram posts that never get read. So yeah, there's a fair few people who just fall for this shit and think Mama Max is like some hero who's risking his life by making YouTube videos on the internet.
You have anything to worry about? You know, it's been nearly 4 years since he dropped.
You know who's like risking their life by making the videos they make? Dylan Burns, who's currently demonetized by YouTube, and I will be making a segment about that today because he just got rejected for remonetization today and has to wait until April to reapply. So I'm gonna be doing a call to action to get people to go and spam Team YouTube to fix that shit.
This video, and conveniently ever since, Mama Max hasn't gotten any word from the Japanese cult since this. Weird coincidence. I guess he got enough Patreon cash to keep him nice and safe. But in case you were still worried for Max's well-being, he admits it's bullshit. But not just this one, nearly every last one of his videos.
Mama Max rebranded his YouTube channel to God Cult for a bit, and honestly his fans act like they're in a cult. Honestly, ironically enough, it does seem like he's making a cult of his own, you know? He's just eliminating the competition.
Is completely faked or fabricated.
It seems that the line between the fictional portrayal and the underlying truth became blurred for some.
I'm gonna have a seizure.
Leading to confusion and concern. While the narratives were crafted in fiction, the predator and the pursuit was very much a reality.
So the POs are real, but the narratives and everything else in your videos are fake? You released these as 100% real, and everyone in your comment section took them that way, and your fans paid you based on the fact that they were real. But now years later, once you're getting heat, you just casually admit they're fake after reaping the benefits of them for years. And it's not just him scamming his audience into donating to him under false pretenses. He lied about a girl killing herself in his IMVU video, and then blamed the creator of the game that the girl apparently got groomed on for her death.
Will Harvey
You know what's crazy? The Herobrine story has more truth to it than it seems most of Mama Max's stories that he would cover were. Notch actually had a brother who passed away, it turns out. That's not bullshit. That part of the story was not bullshit. His name wasn't Herobrine, but that part of the story was true. It's not even a meme. So, like, there's more truth to the Herobrine myth than there is to the stories that this dude is covering, apparently. They should just add Herobrine to the game now just to fuck with people. Yeah, that would be funny as shit. I hope Herobrine's the, like, villain of the Minecraft movie. That would go hard as hell.
Expeditiously paved the winding way for himself, finally finding his road to the throne. But what was the cost?
Everything. A teenage girl, known only as the moniker KC157434, takes her own life after being groomed and raped by a man she met on the platform.
Is there an update?
Okay, the voice that he does in his videos, looking back in hindsight, should have always been a red flag. I'm gonna be real. Like, because that's not you have to try to make your voice sound like that. No one talks and sounds like that. Like, no one goes to the fucking gas station or to, like, a drive-thru and they ask you, like, what would you like? Like, no one says,
I would like 2 number 5s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip.
I don't know how the exact copy pasta goes, but, like, no one talks like that.
On Casey, can you talk about how you got into the counter and how you found it? That's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey.
Number 5 large. I forget how exactly it goes.
I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. Thank God.
Takes her own life.
Yes, she's okay.
Is this girl Casey even a real person? He claims in his video that he found her no subscriber YouTube channel through a reverse image search using her profile picture on the game IMVU.
That's just taken off of the internet.
He then hacked this girl's YouTube channel and found an unlisted video called This Is Where You Raped and Killed Me, which is a
Okay, so people didn't call bullshit at this point? Really?
a video that shows assumingly Casey filming the site of her rape and has bloody sheets and a pillow in the middle of the woods. So if the narratives are fake, you not only lied about her death, but also that she was raped too, and made up this whole Batman ARG fake story that you had hackers behind the scenes get into her YouTube channel and find this secret encrypted unlisted video that she uploaded days before, like, killing herself. This is nuts.
I can't talk too much about Casey.
Yeah, no wonder you can't talk too much about Casey. You either made her entire existence up.
He would link QR codes for us to scan at the end of his videos. For what? What were the QR codes to? Like, were they to donate? Were they like some ARG bullshit? ARG shit. Dog. Okay, I get... Okay. Guys. Guys. There are ways to lie to an audience on YouTube ethically when it comes to doing ARG type content, I should clarify, right? Not just like putting out misinfo. I think a really good example of this is like an OG semi-ARG series on YouTube, okay? It was called the Psycho series. It was really, really interesting. It was like this family, very dysfunctional, that would have like viral videos go out of them like destroying each other's shit, right? Very viral videos. You've probably seen them online, even if you don't know what I'm talking about. You've seen the videos. And whether you know it or not, those videos were part of like a long-running series of like continuity on that YouTube channel, all about like daily vlogging a story that like goes over the course of like years. All of the people who made the videos having to stay in character both in video and outside of videos because people got so obsessed with the series they went to their house and tried to record them being out of character, doing things that would prove the series is fake. And they never asked for any money, like on the basis of like the scenario of the story and whatnot. And they did it tastefully. Like, yes, they were lying to the audience. Like, they made a channel that was meant to be and looked really real with a story that could be really real, that concerned a lot of people, to be fair. But the way they did it was overall pretty I would argue, pretty morally good, unless there was anything that went on there that I don't know. But overall, I think they handled it well, despite it being a story that involved lying to a YouTube audience for years about the entire circumstance of who everybody on the channel actually is, right? Like, they were playing characters the entire time. Hard to explain without, like, having seen the series yourself if you don't know what I'm talking about here, but, like, you can do ARGs. There's, like, tons of ARGs out there that are, like, meant to come off as real, but you can't make videos that are meant to seem like you're exposing real cults and real crimes, ask people for money so you can keep making the world better, quote unquote, and oh, but it's actually all an ARG. You can't use that as an out. You can't, like, have that. You can't even do that as an ARG and it be okay. Like, you have to either make it such that people cannot act in a certain way because they think it's real that could hurt anybody or hurt themselves or, like, benefit you in some, like, way that like, takes from them, or clarify it's an ARG so people don't think it's real. Mudahar is planning on making a video on how poorly Max handled this. Interesting.
Or even worse, she's a real person that you lied about being dead to use as an argument point to blame her suicide on the creator of the game. So now that we know the narratives are completely fake in all your videos and can write those off, what about the predators and the pursuits? Surely those have got to be real, right?
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was
yes.
that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video.
Right.
The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like, find him. And we did. We fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the police, he was from Canada. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody.
A few moments later.
I'm so sick of having predators that run away like Pablo Sonny and we don't get them.
So not even the pursuits are real, Max? You market yourself by saying,
yeah, dude, this is, this is worse than I was expecting. Well, I don't know if it's worse. I was expecting it to, like, turn out that his exes weren't lying with what they said about him all that time. Like, I was expecting there to be some big reveal that actually he was some kind of predator, but in reality, it's that he's been faking going after predators this whole time. It's not even that he's, like, a bad, ineffective pedo hunter YouTuber. He's not even hunting actual pedos. He's a grifter. He's somehow faked it and grifted off of people wanting YouTubers to, like, epically own pedos and get them in prison on the internet. I'm sorry, guys, but there will never be a form of YouTube content in which justice will be able to be brought to, like, pedophiles via YouTube videos. It's just the law has to handle it. Making videos causes involvement in the case that can make it impossible for the police to do anything about it. And then at that point, all you've got is a viral video exposing someone as a pedophile, but no one's actually in jail or facing any legal repercussions for hurting a kid, right? And obviously, we don't want viral videos, we want actual justice. So it's somehow worse than that, though.
every dollar helps me find another pedophile.
So why don't you go to Patreon and show your appreciation? Every dollar helps me find another.
We don't get them.
But then lie about getting them locked up while they run away, but you still get to reap the social benefits and credits and money from acting as if you really got them arrested. It's a complete grift.
But yeah, I am super blessed to be in this position, and I know I do carry a lot of the weight y'all say to me on my shoulders, and I want to do my best to be the best representative for y'all, because I know a lot of y'all feel like you've gone unheard, and there is a lot of injustice.
You admit yourself your audience is full of CSA victims, and you exploit that fact to get them to pay you more money, scamming them into believing that you're really ridding the world of pedophiles and bringing justice to victims. Take a look.
That is true, honestly. Like, I forgot. Like, a lot of the people who watch this type of content, who are attracted to this, like, predator hunter content, are usually, like, not usually, but a lot of them are younger people who watch it for, like, the enjoyment of seeing predators get exposed or potentially arrested, you know? So he's kind of trying to monetize off of that. Completely unrelated, by the way, but I've got a shirt that my mom got me from a festival when I was like 13 or something like that. And it was the Inverness, Florida Cooter Festival. Cooter meaning turtle in this context. I'm not even joking. And my mom got me a shirt. Says right here, hard to see, but it says Cooter Inspector. And on the back it says Cooter Inspector. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, official Cooter Inspector. There it is. Official Cooter Inspector is what it says right there on the back. This is why when conservatives bitch about, like, kids getting exposed to gay propaganda, I always just laugh thinking of like 13-year-old me wearing my official Cooter Inspector shirt.
Look at this. In his short film trailer, he shows a bunch of statistics of how over 1 million kids get trafficked, and yet there was only 5,000 convictions last year. This is unacceptable. There are ways to stop them before they enslave children. And here's a QR code that will link you to where you can learn how to help. So you would assume this would link you to some kind of organization or article that has information to inform you on how to help, but no. This QR code links directly back to Mama Max's fucking video.
So it's meant to come off as ARG shit, but it's just like linked to another video. Give me more views. I see.
His Patreon.
Together.
Yeah, cooter both means turtle and old woman's vagina. It has two meanings.
We can compel a ripple effect that will obliterate evil off the face of our planet and forge an impenetrable bastion for our children. To support our cause, you can donate to my Patreon through the second link in the description. The fact that they're trying to profit.
You can donate to me through the second link in the description. Wow.
It's just so shameless, dude. The QR code's usually linked to unlisted videos or a notepad. Okay.
Off of subjects like rape and CSA is probably one of the most fucking disgusting things you can do as a human being.
Go to Patreon. So why don't you go to Patreon? Supporting me on Patreon. Go to my Patreon.
Sorry if I'm being like a shill. I'm not trying to be.
I feel like the reason why he specifically shills people to Patreon so much is because if you forget to, like, disable your Patreon auto payments, then they just keep paying out. So, like, I guess he's, like, banking on some... It's the same... That's the subscription model, right? Like, with my shit, you have to manually turn on, like, resubbing constantly. Otherwise, you can just get, like... It automatically just shows you a 1-month buy a sub, right? Otherwise, you have to turn on resub. But, like, the subscription service format is meant to make it so you forget you have a subscription active for long periods of time, and you get, like, a bunch of money farmed out of you that you never end up getting your worth out of because you don't watch on any, like, shows in that streaming service, for example. That's why the subscription format exists. So I feel like he's trying to get more people to support him on Patreon so that some percentage of them will inevitably forget to unsub, and he'll have, like, some baseline of, like, forever money that no one will ever, like, unsub from him as long as they got money auto paying out. I want to throw hands at the next person who decides it's a good idea to clickbait CSA and shit. It's really scummy stuff. It's really, really scummy stuff.
Me $1.
So the narratives are fake, the pursuits are untrustworthy at best, but what about the pedophiles? Well, I can say, from as far as I can see, Max does seem to find real predators in his videos, but the fact that they are real is actually a much worse reality than as if he would have faked all of them completely.
I am investing all of me into you and the Survivor, Spencer, because I will not stop until we see justice.
If you're a pedophile and want to ensure that you will never go to jail for your crimes, make sure to give Mama Max a call, because he will fuck up the case against you so bad that you have a literal 100% guarantee to not get convicted. Max hasn't gotten a single one of the pedos that he's found locked up, convicted, nothing.
Dude, yeah, I love these guys. Always keeps me.
I'm kind of concerned that this guy said that, because that could work. Like, a pedophile could go to this guy and get him to fuck up the case so bad that the police can't do anything about that. Holy shit. That's a little scary. Like, could you imagine if, like, actual, like, full-on child sexual assaulters, like, full-on level 60 kitty diddlers just started contacting shitty pedo hunter YouTubers to ruin any legal case that like, the cops could have against them to cover their asses? Could that work? Is that, like, an actual, like, fucking terrifying ass reality we could live in? That's how O.J. Simpson got out? Is that real? I thought O.J. Simpson got out because if the glove doesn't fit, then you must acquit or whatever, right? Like, wasn't there like a glove and it didn't fit or something like that? This is a case that happened when I was 2, all right? I'm 2? A detective. Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, I remember this. Someone talked about that. Someone paid, like, a private detective, or a detective had, like, gotten onto his property illegally. And, yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. He got off on some hyper-technicality, even beyond, like, the meme glove thing. Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. The evidence was illegally obtained, yeah. He got off on the Chewbacca defense. That's a South Park joke, I think. I mean, our justice system doesn't take sexual assault or child sexual assault even a little bit seriously, so yeah, getting a YouTube non-professional involved very likely could fuck up the whole legal process. That's really scary. I don't know if that's, like, the fault of platforms that allow people to exist in such a way that they can do this, or if it's the fault of our legal system being so frail that, like, YouTuber can make a video about something and cover it poorly, and now the crime can't be dealt with. Like, that is insane. Okay.
Me.
You weren't born yet when the OJ trial happened? The DOJ trial happened... When did it happen? I guess it was before I was even born. I was born in 1999.
Keeps me on my mission, I think, and the importance of my mission. Of our mission.
What mission? You haven't done shit. Is that MLK on his wall? Give me a break.
I have a dream.
Because of the irresponsible way he conducts his investigations.
Holy shit, wait, what day is it? Is it Tuesday? Wait, yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, wasn't it? It's Monday, right? Like, Monday was MLK Day, right? Or is it today? Fuck, I'm so racist for not knowing what day MLK Day is. Shit. It was Monday, right? Yesterday, yeah, okay. See, I'm not racist. Look how not racist I am.
By not abiding by the legal system, Max actually makes it harder to convict the predators that he's trying to catch.
It is dangerous work, and a lot of shit that I do might not be considered legal in every country.
Why would he say that? That's the real question. Why would he just say that at all? That's a lot of people listening in that call. Holy shit. Oh yeah, this is one of those theater things you can do on Discord now. Oh yeah, this is going to make watch parties so much better because we can do Discord theaters now where I'm just like screen sharing and like we can have like hundreds of people just like in the watch party, and we have like a little chat for the theater things, so like people who are muted can just talk in the chat. Yeah.
Including our own country. So
we definitely we operate within the bounds of the law, Max, of course. Of course, we would never...
Of course we do.
Oh, he wasn't even supposed to say that, too. Shit, he had a handler there to reel him in.
We would never break the law.
We would never break the law.
In a video game. I mean...
I am deeply honored to be like this representative for y'all, to do the things that a lot of people won't do just because it's not very legal.
You realize by saying this, you are destroying any potential case that you are trying to build on these guys. Why are you trying to catch them through illegal means in the first place? And secondly, even worse, why the fuck would you ever admit to that?
When I do see a subject line that interests me, like by like a bounty hunter or like a hitman, not that I would ever respond to such things, and everything I'm about to say is, of course, fictional. Depends who they are. If they're a hitman, they'll basically like offer services for like very expensive prices.
Oh, that's fun.
But they give me a discount since it's files.
Do you have any other people you're hunting that don't get turned into videos? Any stories you'd be willing to share?
Yes, like there was that one dude from the IMVU video, that old man, the creepy ass dude, that old fucking man. Yeah, sometimes things happen to them that I can't put in a video.
You are admitting on camera that you interact with fucking hitmen for your investigations, and then shortly after...
Is he suggesting, like, there's no way he actually does this. I'm calling complete bullshit. He's doing this to virtue signal because he knows that his audience hates predators so much. He's like subtly saying without really saying that he contacts hitmen to kill the pedophiles he goes after. Yeah, fucking right, dog. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. I know what you're implying, and I know why you're implying it. Yeah, fucking right, dude. You see what he's claiming here, right? He's unironically trying to claim that he's been in contact with hitmen, and that sometimes things happen to the pedophiles he hunts that he can't show, which we all know is already bullshit. But the fact he's saying this makes it even worse. He's trying to imply he's like some like Batman figure paying hitmen to take out pedophiles over the internet when justice can't catch up to them. What the fuck?
Yes, like there was that one dude from the IMVU video, that old man, the creepy ass dude, that old fucking man. Yeah, sometimes things happen to them that I can't put in a video.
You are admitting on camera that you interact with fucking hitmen for your investigations, and then shortly after say that things happen to the pedos that are so egregious that you can't even include in your video.
Yeah, bullshit.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm 99% sure he's just LARPing and Mama Max doesn't act—
He's LARPing. He's LARPing to virtue signal to his audience, 100%. He's LARPing like a motherfucker. But what he's lying about committing a crime.
Actually have hitmen in his inbox giving him friends and family discounts to kill the pedos he finds in his videos.
Yeah, they give him a
discount. Shit like this
sure.
publicly is a death sentence for you in court. Good luck trying to get any of these pedos locked up when you're doing this shit and clips like this exist of you. These pedophiles getting away is directly your fault, and if they end up abusing any kids later down the line, you hold a huge responsibility for that because of your negligence. In his IMVU investigation, he directed his audience to quite literally hunt one of the predators he was trying to track down by doxing the hotel that he was staying at and told his fans to go pay him a visit.
We traced the very hotel he was staying at and made a phone call to confirm. Afterward, I left instructions for the children in Mexico who had every desire to go see the famous Ham son in the flesh.
This guy's fucking unhinged. You know, it sounds like an over-exaggeration, but I can't help but wonder with the things he said.
You know what? If he goes out and actually, like, kills or beats the shit out of one of these guys, then I'll believe that he's not just LARPing. But it's very clear here that he just wants to come off like some internet tough guy about pedophiles. It's like the ultimate form of cringe when it comes to this, like, fake bad pedo hunter stuff that doesn't end up resulting in any justice being met out.
Says and does. Is he actually trying to get these people imprisoned or just straight up murdered?
I honestly think that we should just be pulling them out of their houses and executing them on the street.
And I want to be the one to do something
Then
about
do
it.
it.
Make other people like me who like violence.
Stop saying it to an audience of people who want to, like, clap and hear you say it because they like to hear that, and do it then. Yeah. If you actually mean it. Because he doesn't actually mean it. He doesn't want to go to prison. He doesn't want to go to jail. He doesn't want to deal with the consequences of like, hurting someone or calling a hitman on someone. Obviously, he doesn't. No one really does. Because if he did, he'd be in jail right now for having murdered a pedophile. Obviously, he doesn't want to do that. He just wants to grift money off of people that think he's this literal internet tough guy. It's really, really cringe.
To stand up for what's right. Like, I want to, y'all know what I want. I say it in the uncensored version.
To send me a picture of their face that I then publish to all of you, who will decidedly grant these predators the most
delightful dreams
they could never even fathom. There really is no other option, is there?
In his intros, he does skits where he finds the guy and kills them while dressed as Richard from Hotline Miami. Yeah, dude, like, he's just trying to LARP as a, like, mentally unstable, just barely on the edge of killing these people dude, I guess. Is like, this is literally LARP for, like, teenage girls to watch. I don't even know what audience buys that shit. I guess, like, teenage girls buy it. Like, I genuinely don't know who watches that and thinks, yeah, this is serious. Like, I don't know. This is a personal attack. I'm sorry to any teenage girls in chat that get offended by this. I don't think many teenage girls watch me. I'm gonna be real. This is a person. Well, I guess you did watch Mama Max, but fuck. I'm sorry, but I genuinely don't know, guys. I don't know. Not even teenage girls are dumb enough to like that. Well, I don't know what audience falls for that shit. I would have to imagine young women, because generally young women like women like true crime content, right? And I feel like adult women watching that would be like, what the fuck am I watching? And click out of it pretty quickly, realizing it's bullshit. So it'd have to be young, somewhat naive women watching these videos is what I'd imagine make up the majority. My mom likes true crime stuff. Or, yeah, older, like women that are older and women that are younger probably fall for this shit. Because there's a certain, like, age limit you hit where you start becoming gullible on the internet for some reason. And then Gen Z is just as gullible as, like, Gen Z and Alpha are just as gullible on the internet as, like, boomers are for some reason. Just came back from Vouch's stream. Someone in chat said, isn't Zan dead? What? I don't think I'm dead. I feel like I'm alive. I did not die in a drunk driving accident. People are always talking about how dangerous drunk driving is, but they never talk about how enjoyable and, like, just freeing it is. Now, that's a funny joke about committing a crime, because it's obviously a joke, and you can prove it because I don't drive, and I don't have a driver's license or a car. But I would like to see Mama Max try to use the idea that he was joking as his out for all this, when he said that he talks to hitmen, and that the people that he covers disappear sometimes. Xander Hall, I killed and buried you in the Canadian wilderness. This is your spirit streaming. Why don't I remember? Why don't I remember?
Children. There are people who will literally kill for me, you know, specifically the more dangerous you guys. You know who you are.
Well, there's a few I got emails about. Can't talk
Larp.
about that, but just know that justice has been...
No one who's dangerous and actually kills people is watching this guy, by the way. I don't believe it. I would be willing to bet no one who has caught a single body in their entire lives watches Mama Max's content. I like, habitually. I don't believe it.
Been served.
Kill for me.
Justice has been served.
You know who you are.
Like, it's one thing to hold the position that all pedos should get the wood chipper, right? But it's a whole nother deal when you have a 750k sub YouTube channel and direct your audience to hunt down and do harm to these guys. Because not only is that beyond illegal, that could potentially put innocent people in harm's way, because Max is no stranger to baselessly accusing people of being pedophiles in the past, which I'll get to later on. But also, again, this kind of stuff only damages the case against these guys. You're helping them get away. I mean, with the shit this guy says, I'm not surprised he's being investigated by the FBI himself.
I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They were willing to come to my house and leave a card on my front fence. That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
Yeah.
But the whole reason Mama Max has been getting so much attention lately is because he decided to take on his most ambitious investigation yet. Not only this time is he taking on a pedophile, but a vampire werewolf hybrid pedophile.
Okay. I'll hear it out. I'll hear it out.
Camden. Gerard Davis. It was basically a supernatural cult where he convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves, hybrids.
Led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god that has victimized hundreds of minors.
He mentally abused me, physically abused me, sexually abused me, and at even one point tried to kill me.
The story is, this girl Spencer, who went to the same high school as Max, asked him if he could help her out with her story, and Max took on the case. Which the alleged story is that in 2016, when Spencer was 16, she was lured into a supernatural sex cult where she was convinced that she was a vampire.
Give me a minute. I reckon I ought to be in my right mind for a topic this serious. Let me just turn up my gain a little bit on my camera, because it's getting dark in here. Cool. And do the best thing I can for a situation like this. Alright, I think I'm high enough. I'm good to go. Alright, tell me about the werewolf vampire sex cult.
By the alleged pedo Camden Gerard Davis, who also says he's a werewolf/vampire god. I'm not fucking with you.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing.
This is why we gotta get the Addams Family taken off of TV. It's bad influence on the kids.
As a werewolf god. Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
What the fuck is a Leviathan? A sea monster? You're unleashing sea monsters on him? Dude, you're making a mockery of this. If what you're claiming is true, you have a real criminal on your hands with apparently hundreds of victims, and you decide to make a YouTube video in a Batman voice saying that you're gonna unleash sea creatures on him? There's real potential victims relying on you here to bring them some form of justice, and you're doing this shit.
Leviathans are coming for you.
And in the same video, he then weaponized...
I'm cringing so much. I don't know what... I'm trying to come up with funny jokes to bounce off of this, but I'm just cringing so hard. I feel like all I can do is sit and stare in bewilderment at what I'm watching. I can't look away from this train wreck. Okay, Galixia99. Apparently he would use, like, Leviathans as, like, an ironic threat. Okay, cool.
His audience to guilt trip other YouTubers into covering this vampire werewolf pedophile that we don't even know anything about.
Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions as your first command. I kindly ask you to share Spencer's story with the following.
God.
PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, and Joe Rogan, and
You need to get my video in front of the biggest people on the entire internet. And if your favorite YouTubers don't help, then it'll show they don't care about helping children.
That is actually... That is actually the most insane fucking shameless demand to help other people self-promote you I have ever seen. I honestly thought that Mr. Beast subscribed to PewDiePie thing was cringe, but I mean, at least it was another YouTuber relentlessly shouting out a different YouTuber than himself. This is on a whole other level, telling your audience to like harass other YouTubers into harassing bigger figures into covering your video. Absolutely shameless, dude.
Seriously think you're gonna get a response here? This guy's delusional.
I know people in chat are making comparisons to Shu, but this is like worlds worse than anything Shu did with the Balenciaga thing or ever has done, frankly. I mean, she's done some bad stuff, but like this is so much worse, guys. I mean, I've got every reason to be biased against her, but this is way worse.
Felix, as a new parent, you're undoubtedly experiencing
a different
transformative mechanism that we described.
Game
You're bringing this kid into this
worse.
to try and pull on his heartstrings to cover your story. Jesus, man. And also, what do you expect these people to do after you make a video calling them out? To make a video baselessly accusing some random guy they don't even know of being a pedophile just because you say so? He hasn't shown any proof of this guy being guilty and has the balls to ask other people to stake their reputation on the line to report his story. All he's shown is random pictures of the guy, videos of him showing off his fangs, screenshots of his Snapchat account, and tweets like this. Getting dick sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. That's a real screenshot from his video. You even called out the needle drop? What the fuck is he gonna do about it? The banner you're currently enjoying is Replicant's Army by Filmmaker. We believe your audience would appreciate this fiery composition. Would you consider exposing them? You can't make this up. You got a girl who was saying she was beaten and raped and went to you to help her out with her story, and you're asking fucking Anthony Fantano to review your music in the same video just a few minutes later that she describes being raped. Holy shit, man. And he justifies all this by basically saying all press is good press.
Every single day, issues like this go unreported or underdiscussed precisely because they lack the flashiness or drama or edge that
It's so interesting seeing someone try to play internet tough guy and internet victim simultaneously. It's a hard act to juggle, I must admit. You know, I have to give him some credit. It's a hard act to juggle. He's doing it well. He simultaneously pretends like he's got hitmen out there to take people out, but at the same time, he's risking his life covering these pedos and cults and whatnot. Like, it's shameless and a little impressive in like a dark way. In the same way that, like, seeing Ollie London somehow rehabilitate his entire reputation after being, like, trans-Korean, like that kind of impressive, where I'm more bewildered and upset than like happy impressed, but I guess it's technically being impressed.
captures mainstream attention. My approach has always been to fill that gap by making these critical stories unignorable. The goal is to give these stories the attention they so desperately need and deserve.
If you would have made a longer, comprehensive documentary detailing how Camden is guilty, it's literally proven by your previous videos it would get 10 times the attention that you're getting right now. All your other long-form content got millions of views, if not at least bare minimum 500,000. But this guilt trip, call out other YouTubers approach hasn't even broke 100K.
The goal is to give these stories the attention they so desperately need and deserve.
You could potentially have a real story here, but the way you're going about it is just making people roll their eyes and write this off as bullshit.
There was
and it's
no
not their
evidence,
fault,
it
it's
seems.
yours. Max says the reason they haven't released any evidence to the public yet, though, is because he's protecting it for the legal case.
We have a lot of evidence we have not presented because we are protecting.
If that was the case, he wouldn't have made the video at all. That's not how it works. If there is a legal case going on, you never would have demanded that YouTubers cover it. There's no need for a big internet thing if there's a legal case. That doesn't help the legal case. The most it can do is hurt it. You cannot try to argue that, like, there's no... If there's already a legal case, there's no need for it to go viral. There's no need for help from big YouTubers. What the fuck? Am I blind here? Am I the only one that sees this? This is obvious. Why? There's no reason to share this around. Internet involvement only lowers the chances of legal repercussions occurring.
The legal case.
But Mama Max showed Mudahar this evidence behind the scenes in private, and Muda says specifically, nothing I've seen there is definitive. It's all screenshots of messages, which I can't verify. So even the proof doesn't
Okay, so apparently even Muda is saying what he's supposedly seen behind the scenes isn't even compelling. Oof.
verify anything. It's just vague screenshots and girls' testimonies. This is rough. But then after Max's first call-out post didn't work and no one responded, which me personally I'm pretty surprised at. I thought Joe Rogan would hear this and be right on the case. But he then made specifically his own video calling out Moist Critical for not responding to his DMs about this.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Is this like a bunch of YouTubers he messaged?
Charlie didn't respond to your spam messages, and your reaction is to make a public video calling him out, adding him, and leaking the private DMs to guilt trip him into covering your story. You're nuts. And he knows exactly what he's doing by this. He's purposely putting Critical on blast publicly, implying that if you don't cover my story, then you don't care about children getting raped. And weaponize.
Dude, I so badly want to watch the rest of this video, but it's so good, and I don't want to steal views from it. I want to direct more views to it. I feel like a moral obligation. I have to cut you off now. I have to leave you on the cliffhanger so you guys want to see the rest. Obviously, this video will be linked down below in the description when this goes out. This story is way more interesting than I was expecting it to be honest. Like, I heard about it, and I came into this expecting it to be, you know, YouTube drama, but YouTube drama I wasn't really invested in all that much, but holy crap, I didn't expect it to go that deep, and I mean, we didn't even watch the whole video. I really don't want to steal views from this channel, though. The channel is, of course, called Lyrics, and I'm going to drop a sub. I like that video so much, I'm dropping my own like and sub on it, so I recommend you guys do the same. Like, I'm not even joking. I liked it enough that I'm subbing to the channel and watching more videos from them and dropping my like. So go drop some support. And hey, comment saying I sent you. That always is a nice thing. Comment saying I sent you. But yeah, this whole Mama Max situation is truly despicable. I feel like it's the perfect personification of everything wrong with YouTube pedo hunting. I can't think of anything better. How'd you guys like that segment? I did not expect that Mama Max situation to be as crazy as it was. Hot damn, I'm glad I decided to cover it. Thanks for recommending it, guys. Oh boy, we got a lot more topics to cover today. Holy shit. We're not going to be doing a lot of stun locks in between segments today, because I really just have to pack this stream full of fucking segments. We've got so many topics to cover today. Holy crap. That was good. I'm glad you guys liked it. I really did enjoy covering that video. I hope you guys go and check out the original video. Thanks for coming out, everybody, by the way. Consider dropping a like if you've enjoyed the stream so far. It really helps. It really, really does. It forces YouTube to push my content out to more people on the platforms, so just those thumbs up, they're completely free, and they go a long way. Please consider dropping them. And of course, you can also support me by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But you can also buy merch through the Streamlabs link down below as well, and join my Discord server, because we got all sorts of cool stuff going on there. Consider joining the Discord. I'm gonna be doing call-in streams pretty soon, and we do watch parties of movies and shows in there, so yeah. Consider joining. It's like the main hub of my community. I don't really do Reddit, so Discord's generally where it's at. Xanderhall, not related to the first topic or second topic, but have you seen a lot of anti-Vivzy stans have been harassing and mocked and sent a lot of death threats to Vivzy and her and a bunch of SA survivors over one screenshot of a character in the show being an SA survivor, while at the same time, all of these anti-Vivzy told and say to those who are SA survivors, prove it, or you're not an SA survivor. I'm sorry, but that drama is just so out of my wheelhouse, guys. Like, I feel like when you court furries and like people who want to jerk off to demons and hellhounds, you're inevitably going to create like an anti-fan base of the worst people imaginable. So like VivziePop has anti-fans that are just awful, and she has fans that are just fucking awful. And that's really all I know about the situation. And it's what happens when you court a fan base of furries. It's what happens. Collins when? Soon. Not today, but soon. I'm working on getting a nice big cushion of topics ready to, or like videos to upload 3 times a day for like the next foreseeable future. That involves just like focusing heavy on these types of streams rather than Collins for a little bit. As a furry myself, yeah, if you go somewhere on the internet remotely toxic, you're gonna get shit for it. Yeah, I mean, it's a mix of, like, the furry fandom is itself very toxic, inter whatever, right? Because I've seen there's a fair amount of Nazi furries, and I know there's a lot of non-Nazi furries, like, non-Nazi tolerating furries, so I know that alone is gonna lead to infighting in the furry community, and God, knowing there's, like, the young furries that post on Twitter just, like, the cringiest shit that makes me... I just block them. Like, whenever I see a furry post from someone who looks or sounds 14 based on their post, I just block them. It's the cringiest shit ever. Because usually they're either, like, a cringy 14-year-old or, like, a pedophile looking for cringy 14-year-olds to groom. So, yeah, just hit that add-on button that adds a one-click block button to any tweet, where I can just block a whole account by clicking a block button next to their like button on a tweet. So handy. Hit that button quite often. You can probably check, like, publicly how many accounts I have blocked, right? I have blocked so many of those accounts. It's crazy. I have possibly the most blocked accounts on all of Twitter. Pretty wild. Just before we move on to the next segment, because last segment was rough and I know you like hearing what people do while watching streams, I'm cleaning my room and basking in the candlelight of my room. I have a candle supplier, TM, and I'm such a regular, they're giving me, like, personalized notes, Lamau. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. Oh, you've blocked me? I'll unblock you, Wingo. Don't worry. DM me your Twitter or whatever, and I'll unblock you. On, like, whatever. I don't know. Somewhere. DM it to me somewhere where you can DM me. And I'll get to it eventually, I'm sure. People mocked VivziePop for blocking people as well. Well, that's the thing. Whenever people mock you for blocking a lot of people, you block them too. And then you block everyone who mocks you for blocking them. And eventually, all the people who don't give a fuck are the people you don't have blocked. It's simple as that. Engaging with these people is what's bad. If you just never engage and just straight up block anybody who tries to farm you or, like, drama bait you or bait, like, whatever it may be, like, you'll generally be fine. I'm holding a cat in my arms and playing Hades, the gayest dungeon crawler. 9 out of 10 stars, needs more fishing. I heard Hades is good. Maybe one day I'll play it. Alright, I'm gonna take a sippy, and then I got another segment to cover. Alright, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody, it's time for some real politics. We gotta catch up on Donald Trump's legal trials he's going through. He's actually going through multiple that we're gonna be covering today, but this one deserves its own segment, of course. This article headline really blew me away. I don't know how more people aren't talking about this. Granted, the story is, you know, a few days old at this point, but, I mean, I'm surprised people aren't still talking about this. Trump fraud trial judge home was swatting target, police say. I assume you guys know what swatting is, right? I presume a fair amount of you must not. Swatting is a prank. And the word prank is carrying a lot of weight here. Where one calls a police station, calls 911, and falsely reports that someone has committed a crime they haven't, or there is a situation that requires police attention that hasn't happened, and call it to a person's address so that a SWAT team, or just the police in general, it doesn't have to be the SWAT team, but generally they call in something so serious that a SWAT team comes in. That's why it got the name swatting. That was the most common thing. But they send in a SWAT team with guns and all the works to go into their house, assuming that they're going to have to shoot and kill someone, probably. You know, usually under the hope that maybe the police do fire off some shots and the person they swatted ends up dead. That hasn't been an uncommon motivation. Possibly the biggest swatting story that ever happened that, like, really got the topic into the, like, attention of most people was when Kutra from The Creatures got swatted. This got, like, national or, like, international media attention. Here's the news story clip about it. I watched The Creatures a lot back in the day, so I was literally watching the live stream when this fucking happened, dude. I was a big Creatures fan. But yeah, Kutra getting swatted is what really blew up this topic in the mainstream, and the police and media and a lot of government officials started to realize, oh my god, this is like a thing we have to worry about and deal with. Obviously, there hasn't been enough done about it overall, but here in my city, Seattle, for example, I've been able to call the local Seattle Police Department and tell them, hey, I'm an internet figure, I get a fair amount of views online, I would say that I'm a pretty high threat target for swatting, I worry that I might have false calls made to my house that might waste police time, money, and cause dangerous situations unnecessarily, and they basically refer you to a different thing, and then from there you go and you talk to them further, and they ask for your address, they ask for, like, your contact number, and do a whole thing, and you're basically swatting proof after that. It's just Seattle that does this as far as I know. Maybe a couple other cities have gotten on board with it, but yeah, it's pretty based. I'm just imagining Creature the house elf for some reason. No, it's just spelled Creatures normally, but yeah, anyway, here's the clip about the swatting. You'll get an idea of what a swatting is from this video.
Call it a prank, others call it revenge, but swatting is a crime costing taxpayers thousands of dollars in emergency resources. We checked, and swatting has been a problem in Colorado for years. In 2005, Colorado Springs police received a call claiming a father and daughter were being held hostage in their home. The location was real, but the incident was fake. Situations similar to today's incident have been reported throughout the country. Earlier this year in April, a 17-year-old boy in New York was swatted while playing the video game Call of Duty online. And we found celebrities aren't immune to this either. Both Justin Bieber and Kim Kardashian have been victims of swatting too. The FBI could get involved if authorities determined today's phone call was placed from somewhere outside of Colorado.
This is swatting.
You are watching the SWAT team busting into a Littleton office, all caught on a webcam. Now, right now, security measures have been lifted. Employees allowed back into the building at Mineral near Broadway after what police are calling a false report about a shooting. Well, Lance Hernandez is live.
They were in a rental office in a big office building with tons of other businesses that also rent office space there. They had their own, like, you know, locked away area, like their own office, like, floor and area. But there were several other businesses that had employees in other parts of that building that were renting their own office areas. And so those people all got swatted too. People who worked for companies that had no idea what was happening with these streamers that were working just next door to them. So most of those people out there were not from the Creatures, the YouTuber group that got swatted here. They were people that worked in the building that had nothing to do with anything.
Where all the confusion took place. This was just a short while ago. And Lance, what exactly happened here?
Well, and police say someone called 911 about 11:30 this morning and said that he had shot multiple office workers in this building on the 1200 block of West Mineral. Now, this was the scene this morning as police and fire officials responded en masse, implementing an active shooter protocol. They evacuated the building. These are pictures of employees leaving with their hands up. When police went inside the Creatures LLC, an online gaming company, this is what they found. A man playing a game online with a camera on himself as police stormed in. You can see police handcuff him as they try to find the shooter. It turns out there wasn't one. Police now trying to find out who called with that false report. They're telling us that if they find the person responsible, they will arrest him and charge him.
It's rare that they ever actually find the people responsible for this shit, though. That's the sad part. Prevention is the best way to deal with this problem rather than, you know, after the fact, because, you know, there's nothing, all the harm's been done after the fact, and there's really no way to prevent this stuff. Anybody can call a false call to someone else's house if they know the address. At this point in the internet's history, you have to know that you're almost certainly getting people killed or seriously injured. When swatting? Oh, yeah, when someone does a swatting, like when someone calls in a call to swat someone, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely attempted murder. Like, whether they know it or not, and I imagine most of them know it, swatting someone is attempted murder, to be very, very clear, and it should be charged as such. And sometimes it's successful murder. It's happened. Police are investigating a swatting incident at the New York home of the judge set to hear closing arguments in the business fraud trial of former President Donald Trump. An email making a threat to the home of Judge Arthur Engoron was sent to a Long Island newspaper, Nassau County Police told CNBC. The threat comes on the heels of swatting calls made about the homes of Department of Justice Special Counsel Jack Smith and the judge presiding over a criminal case against Trump. So this is not the first time anybody involved with going against Trump has gotten swatted, by the way. They just don't really get a lot of media attention when it does for some fucking reason. Police are investigating a swatting incident at the New York home of the judge set to hear closing arguments at later Thursday morning in the business fraud trial of former President Donald Trump. It is the second time in days that a swatting attempt has been made against a judge handling a case involving Trump. Swatting involves false claims of violence or other incidents at other people's homes or businesses to get police to swarm these locations. An email making a threat to the Long Island home of Judge Arthur Engoron was sent to a local newspaper. I've actually heard that name before, too. Either he's been harassed already. No, I think I've just covered this particular trial already and read his name a lot of times. Huh. It's crazy that we've had to cover this stuff for so much and so long that now, like, the judges' names are becoming familiar to me. Yeah, I remember this Engoron's, you know, that last name is memorable, okay? Engoron is not a last name you forget, okay? Yeah. Officers who responded to Engoron's home did not find a threat to the judge at the residence. Oh, so this isn't a false call saying the judge did something, probably because, you know, the police would know that's the judge's house. I don't think the judge did something. They called a false call that there was a threat, like a danger, to him at his house. Interesting. Different kind of swatting. I guess because he's so known. Even among law enforcement, you know, that judge would be known. The Daily Beast news outlet and NBC News reported that a bomb threat had been made against Engoron's home, but a spokesman for the Nassau County Police Department would not confirm the nature of the threat to CNBC. Closing arguments in Trump's civil fraud trial are still set to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern Time in Manhattan Supreme Court despite the threat. Trump arrived at the court Thursday to attend as he had planned. The threat came a day after Engoron denied a request by Trump's lawyer to allow the former president to give some of the defense's closing arguments. The lawyer, Chris Keese, refused to confirm to Engoron that Trump would abide by restrictions the judge had set on what Trump could say during the closing. So, this judge and several others, Keese maybe? Yeah, possibly. It's spelled Kise. So, this judge and several others presiding over cases that Trump is involved in have been swatted, sent death threats. Trump himself is not very well behaved in court, even if he does somehow manage to get good lawyers. I don't think these judges are going to rule in favor of him. Like, there's no way at this point that the judge is not literally foaming at the mouth to give Trump the worst consequence that he is legally able to impart upon him, right? Like, this judge would have to be like Jesus Christ himself to turn the other cheek at this point, including the other judges. From what I can tell, Judge Engoron has not been a fan of Trump's behavior just in the courtroom alone. And we're talking about life ruination that Trump's fans are engaging in as retaliation against him outside of the courtroom, too, on top of that. It's like day 1, hour 1, he just insults his judge for each new case. Every time, yeah. I really don't see this ending well for him. From what I can tell, though, he's trying to prolong these court cases till he's president, because he's trying to insist that there is no way for any criminal charges whatsoever to be held against the president unless he has been impeached by both the House and the Senate. Impossible, by the way, which is why that's the standard he's trying to argue. So he would have to be fully impeached by the House and Senate first, he claims, and then he could be criminally tried and found guilty. But not until after he's been fully impeached by the House and Senate unanimously. An impossible thing that has never happened, I think. Has it ever happened? Has the House and Senate both ever impeached a president before? I think maybe once. Listen, it was before my time, okay? Not in my life. No? Yeah, no, I guess. Okay. Apparently, no. I was right. Literally in 1920, a century ago? Well, 2 people said no and 1 person said a century ago. So, effectively, no. Not realistically. It would never happen. Like, by his standard, he could never be held criminally liable for anything because you wouldn't even be able to charge him. Like, it wouldn't even be possible. Impeached, yes. Convicted, no. I meant, has a president ever been impeached by the House and then the Senate? Like, back to back. Has that ever happened? Nixon and Clinton were impeached but not convicted? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it, chat. I was very curious. On Sunday night, police and fire trucks responded to a false report of a shooting at the Washington, D.C. home of U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan. Oh, God damn, these names are so familiar now. We've been covering this shit. Like, they're like characters in like a TV show we're watching, you know? We're tuning in every week for a new episode. That judge is handling the case where Trump is charged with crimes related to his attempt to overturn his loss in the 2020 presidential election and his incitement of the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. On Christmas Day, Department of Justice Special Counsel Jack Smith was the target of an attempted swatting. Smith, who lives in Maryland, is prosecuting Trump in the D.C. case that Chutkan is handling, and in another federal criminal case in Florida involving Trump's retention of classified documents after leaving the White House. Al Baker, a spokesman for the New York State court system, said he was aware of the threat against Engoron. Quote, comprehensive security protocols have been in place around these court proceedings since the beginning, and that continues, Baker said. Out of an abundance of caution and due to concerns for the safety of Justice Engoron, we are increasing those security protocols at this time. Quote, we do expect to continue with the proceedings as planned, Baker said. I don't see this doing Trump any favors. Do Trump supporters think that swatting the judges presiding over his cases, looks good for him? Like, I'd be almost willing to posit a conspiracy theory that Trump haters are doing this to make Trump look bad, because while Trump supporters are really, 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 really dumb, I don't feel like they're dumb enough to think that swatting the judge presiding over his case would help him in said case. They are really dumb, to be fair. But how would that help him? How could anybody think that would help him? Though, to be fair, a lot of Trump supporters fundamentally don't even understand the court system, so maybe they think if they get the judge killed, then Trump is free or something. Yeah, Tanner H says I overestimate them. Maybe I just overestimate these people. I don't know. They are pretty dumb. How'd you guys enjoy that segment? I know it was a shorter one, but I think it was short but sweet, you know? That's 3 topics down and precisely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more tonight to go. We're grinding, motherfuckers. Oh, my ear is itchy. Better than nose itch, honestly. Can I find this clip, please? Do I... Is there a video? Alright. We're just gonna use the Twitter search feature and hope it works this time. Here it is. I found it. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, it is midway through January, which means Valentine's Day is just around the corner. And, you know, if you're a good boyfriend or girlfriend, thankfully I am not anyone's boyfriend or girlfriend, so I don't have to worry about buying anyone a fucking Valentine. But if you are a good boyfriend or girlfriend out there, then you're probably already thinking about what you're going to do for your partner for Valentine's Day. Because while it is just a made-up Hallmark holiday or whatever, you do want to, you know, you do want to show your partner that you care, right? You know, you want to show that you know, that you give a fuck, right? That said, is it gay? That's the real question. Is that gay? Seriously, guys, is it gay? Chad, I need to know, is it gay to go out right now and get prepared for your partner for Valentine's Day? Because Matt Walsh says it's gay. And you know, Matt Walsh knows a lot about gayness, so we should probably trust him on this one.
But of course, 97% of us are buying the Valentine's Day gift on the way home from work on February.
Oh, don't you guys worry. I will be acknowledging the Sweet Baby Gang sticker there at the end of this clip.
14th. But buying a Valentine's Day gift for your wife a month early is the gayest thing you could do.
The gayest thing you can do is buy your wife a Valentine a month early. Now, personally, I could arguably think of 100 things gayer than that, all of them involving dudes being gay. Hard for me to think about. We've actually... Okay, so I need to remind you all, by the way, this is the group of people who say straightness is under attack. You guys have noticed the fact that the same people who try to say the left is attacking straightness are the same people whose entire timeline is shitting on OnlyFans girls and making fun of dudes who, like, watch porn. And, like, shaming gooners. I like shaming gooners, don't get me wrong, but these are the same people who claim straightness is in some way culturally under attack. But they're the same ones who are constantly shaming people for demonstrating straightness. If you don't believe me, go on Twitter right now and tweet, I don't know, like any woman who is hated generally by the right. Like, tweet Pokimane is hot on Twitter right now and see what happens in your replies and your quote tweets. And then look at the people who are shitting on you for tweeting that and look and see if any of them have tweeted about how straightness is under attack by the woke mob. Isn't it weird how the same people who claim straightness is under attack are the same people who are constantly shaming men for being straight and demonstrating affection towards women? Their definition of straight is not being attracted to the opposite sex or to a different gender. That is not their definition of straight. Their definition of straight seems to be not being gay as we think of it, and then also a bunch of other extra things, apparently, that have nothing to do with sexuality for some reason. Matt Walsh is the kind of guy to say it's gay for a man to ice skate. I feel like if he had a son and he saw his son ice skating, he would genuinely get angry and argue to his son that that is gay behavior and that makes him gay. I've known dudes who think this way, all right? Like, there are dudes who think straightness is not just not being gay, but also other stuff too, on top of that you have to do, apparently.
Home from work on February 14th. But buying a Valentine's Day gift for your wife a month early is the gayest thing you could do. Don't do that, because if it's January 3rd and you tell your wife, I got you Valentine's Day gift already, she's going to say, so you're gay. Well, that kind of ruins Valentine's Day, doesn't it?
Okay. I don't know if that was like Matt Walsh attempting a joke, but he's so uncharismatic and like so incapable of like being funny that I can't tell if he's joking here or not. Fellas, is it gay to provide for your wife? Fellas, is it gay to be married to a woman? Fellas, is it gay to touch a... Fellas! Wait, can I bring up that one YouTube short? Is it gay short? I feel like we're doing this meme, but unironically now.
Fellas, is it gay to kiss a girl? I mean, you're literally kissing someone who likes... Fellas, is it gay to drink water? I mean, the male body is literally 70% water. You're literally deep another man.
Yeah, but has that water come from another man?
Fellas!
That's the important question.
Is it gay to look in the mirror?
Right, okay.
I mean, you're literally checking out a man's body.
Yeah, but it's your own.
Fellas!
It is fine if it's
Is
your
it
own.
gay to make money? I mean, you're literally collecting pictures of other men.
I'm scared.
Fellas! Is it gay to see? I mean, you're literally observing in a world with lots of...
Blue, I'm going to kill you.
Fellas! Is it gay to be a man? I mean, you're literally walking around with a dick attached to you. Fellas! Is it gay to breathe? I mean, you're literally inhaling particles. Fellas! Is it gay to exist? I mean, you're literally choosing to be in a world with so much...
All right. I think that got the point across. I think that's the logic that Matt Walsh is using there, but unironically. The funny thing, too, is, and I always gotta bring it up, guys. I always gotta bring it up. You guys know I gotta bring it up. Matt Walsh gets to call nothing straight gay when this is how he started his career in this world, okay? Can I find the video? We're watching it again. I bring it up every time, and I always will. You guys will never escape this video. Every time we cover Matt Walsh, because there's always, you gotta understand, there's always new people, new Matt Walsh fans who are hate watching one of my videos, and I want them to know this exists. This is at least gayer than buying your wife a Valentine 1 month early. This is two grown men, one of them, yes, with the swastika tattooed on his back, wrestling in diapers. And Matt Walsh is the judge. Behold. Art. Real art. That's copyrighted music. You can mute that, editor. You can mute that. You can handle that. We're gonna skip through the copyrighted music. By the way, there's like a caption thing, or what's it called? There's like a caption thing you can get on Adobe Premiere Pro where your editor can see every word that you say, like written out. And so I can say a keyword, like editor, and they'll be able to see like, oh, here's a part that needs to be like cut or muted or whatever. It's neat. It's a neat feature. I like it. I think it's called a transcript. If anyone out there does video editing, then, yeah, know that the transcript feature exists. It is extremely useful. Oh, wait, hold on. We need volume here. This is tighter.
See kicks. Yeah. If you can beat the intern. What's the comfort level of the diaper?
A 10.5. This is nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty comfy.
So you guys are actually enjoying this intern.
I hate that I've had to watch this so many times because we have to...
Look at those logos.
You can see this is Matt Walsh here. This is his finger, and you can hear him because that's his voice.
Pale legs.
some pale eggs
Please
on
don't.
old tater.
Please stop. Stop.
Let me
Okay,
tell you something, man.
we're skipping to the fun part.
And what's on the line now? If Tater wins by pin or submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton, along with 9 other great bands. If Interne wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth, man, he will get the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace in the face.
This is no. This is not happening with the mace.
It's gonna happen. It's a look. It's something that motivates him. So just
Remember, guys, everyone on the Daily Wire has some like failed career in media elsewhere. I think the only person who doesn't is maybe Brett Cooper, who might just be like some 21-year-old who just entered the space. Do you know something crazy, guys? Brett Cooper is like 22. Brett Cooper is 22 and gives relationship advice in her videos. She's never been in a long-term relationship. She's 22, dude. Yeah, it's genuinely fucking hilarious how much, like, some of these content creators, like, Nick Fuentes, for example, did that too, like, kind of pseudo-lied about his age, you know, and gave off the impression he was some established adult when making certain commentary. Because, like, a 20-year-old or a 19-year-old can't give commentary on certain things. They just turned 25. Yeah. Like, no one who's 22 has had an actual long-term relationship. I'm sorry, that's not a thing. You haven't. That's not real. You haven't. It's not a thing. Yeah, no, you can look up, like, how old she is. Call it a sin, but I had a Destiny video autoplay, and he was dunking on Brett Cooper, and he was like, isn't this lady, like, 21 years old? And I was like, wait, for real? And I Googled it, and yeah, she is. Like, literally no long-term relationship experience to be judging these random girls on TikTok with. It's genuinely hilarious. I thought she was in her 30s. Yeah. Anyway, all of them are failed in some respect. Brett Cooper's the only one who seemed to have, like, just entered the space, like, as she is. Actually, she was in a movie or two as well, so she was a failed actress. Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently Brett Cooper was a failed actress. So Matt Walsh is a failed radio shock jock. Brett Cooper was a failed actress. Jeremy Boring, the guy who started Daily Wire, is a failed screenwriter. Ben Shapiro is a failed author. Who else? They're literally all just people who failed out of media, out of, like, the media world, and niched down to, like, right-wing politics to rake in money and try to break back into the media world as outsiders. It's really embarrassing.
beat him, and we'll figure out the mace thing. But just, you know, first thing is to beat him. So now, do they have to start in a wrestling position or what? How do you start this? Yeah, how does this work?
I think they just go like two gladiators in the arena.
We're watching this. This is. I argue this is more gay than buying your wife a Valentine a month early.
No, because that'll require ripping at the diaper, and I don't want to see the diaper come off.
No, you push. Just push.
Okay, no, I think it's got to be pin or submission. Diaper wrestling. Matt and Craig
Yep,
program.
you're watching this, chat. Why do they have to wear diapers?
Ready?
Because.
Swipe! Okay. They're right now sizing each other up. Internet is running. Don't run away from them. Come on.
I think Tater wins this, guys.
They're not right now grappling.
I think Tater takes the dub here.
They're grappling. Come on. Go for his knees. Right now they're basically hugging each other. Someone's got to bring down the. Okay.
I hate that I can tell this is Florida.
Intern's sleeping on top of him.
Oh shit.
Tater is he's choking him. He's going for the submission. Tater, Internet is on top of Tater, choking him, going for the submission.
Remember, Tater has a swastika tattoo on his back.
Tater looks like.
Oh, that is copyrighted music. Yeah. Hey, editors, you're gonna have to handle that copyrighted music that was playing there. Yeah, I feel like the copyrighted music is a good place to cut it off if they're gonna be playing shit that you can't do that on YouTube or they'll silence your video. Like they'll literally make it unavailable in some countries, dude. Anyway, yeah, Matt Walsh doesn't get to call anything gay. Oh, actually, even better. Matt Walsh, another friend of Matt Walsh's from the Daily Wire. Fuck, what's his name? Oh, he's so forgettable. He's the squirrely one. The squirrely one. Come on, you guys know. Really transphobic Daily Wire host Squirrely. Not Ben Shapiro, the other one. Michael Knowles, thank you. You got it. Dog. Michael Knowles. Can I find it? Here it is. Found it. Found it. You guys know Michael Knowles, right? I imagine you guys know Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is quite well known. Well, Michael Knowles is also a failed actor. This is a student film he made back in the day.
Inhibition is so unbecoming.
I know, right? But it's not that simple. You just got to do what you think is right.
How's that been working out for you?
Come on.
My first time reaction to this was so fucking funny. I did not see it coming. They jump scare you with it. Yeah, this guy's ads about how gayness is evil are the ones you just can't avoid
okay,
now.
Buddy? Gonna vom?
No.
Gonna vom?
You afraid to go inside?
It's not that.
I can leave.
That was... Wow.
That is Michael Knowles, guys. What? Oh, there are people here who didn't know about it. This never gets old. It really never gets old, does it? Remember, these are the guys who are saying, not only are you gay if you buy your wife a Valentine like a month early, but also gayness is evil too, they say. So, yeah, just really, we're really dealing with some high-level thought here. Some high-level thought. I know that segment was a bit more of a shorter one, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. I feel like it came out pretty good. What do you guys think? Michael Nipples. Dog, no way? Yeah, yes way. Thank you, Lancer. It was certainly something. True. We watched some horrifying stuff today, but hey, the Daily Wire has some horrifying skeletons in their closet that should be exposed. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, this is an interesting segment because when I was originally writing it down and adding it to my list of things to cover, it was actually going to be a negative story. But since I wrote it down, updates have occurred that have actually made the story a lot more positive. So instead of the original article I was going to cover that was, you know, didn't exactly have the happiest of endings and left things on a pretty unhopeful note, to say the least, we've actually got a different article to cover here that goes over the surprisingly happy ending to this situation. Certainly not an ending, really, but resolution to this particular part of the situation. As you all know, for the last couple years, I've been doing some pretty good coverage of the situation in Ukraine, at least I would say. There are definitely people who've been covering it better than I, such as Dylan Burns, who has literally been on the ground in Ukraine and has been shelled by Russians, multiple times. If I had a nickel for every time Dylan Burns has been shelled by Russians, I'd have like 4 nickels, which is way too many for how many nickels you'd have for every time your friend got bombed by Russians, okay? He is the GOAT. He is the GOAT of coverage of this war, but I've been covering it as well, and obviously there's been uncritical support for Ukraine. There's been numerous attempts by the right, by dumbfuck lefties who want to support Russia, to defend Russia at every turn and to somehow demonize Ukraine. You guys remember when, like, for a whole year, supposedly every Ukrainian was a Nazi? You guys remember that? that talking point that's like gone away now because it never really had any like evidence for it in the first place. Remember when like every Ukrainian was a Nazi and like Russia was denazifying Ukraine? Remember that? Yeah, that was second thought in Hassan's argument. Yeah. Who remembers those talking points? Really good stuff. Well, since then, the US, as well as the rest of much of Europe really, has been providing a substantial amount of lethal aid, military aid, to Ukraine because goddamn do they need it. They're fighting against Russia, and they're doing well, but things are not looking as good for Ukraine as they were a couple years ago. Don't get me wrong, Ukraine has held out extraordinarily well, and I truly am impressed, but like, Ukraine is a much lesser power than Russia, and without backup, Ukraine would inevitably fail and fall to Russia in the long term. That's just what would happen without the backup of, you know, allies. That's just what would happen. So without more support, no doubt within a year, Ukraine would mostly be annexed by Russia. I genuinely believe that's what would happen. But thankfully, Ukraine has had some pretty sustained support from the US and other countries. The problem is, the most recent wave of support that was supposed to go to Ukraine didn't go through. It was being blocked. And there was this big question as to whether or not we would have an indefinite hold on support to Ukraine. And without the US, it would not look good. Ukraine has been doing amazingly. Yes, but at the same time, Werther's Dork, like a couple weeks ago, not months ago, a couple weeks ago, I was reading an article from, I think NPR about how the tides were turning in Ukraine and things weren't looking good. But hopefully this update changes things. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but NPR doesn't generally lie or get things wrong, so regardless. Here's the article. Fear not. U.S. military aid to Ukraine is coming. Despite the delay, a further $61 billion of U.S. aid to Ukraine, enough to cover all of 2024, will still be approved. How can I be so confident? Because the vast majority of Republicans and Democrats in both houses of Congress support it, and nobody wants to vote on this again during a presidential election year. For all concerned, that means approval is better agreed upon sooner rather than later. Ukrainians and other Europeans are undeniably worried because, as of mid-January, Congress still has not voted to approve the new support package. According to former Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Andriy... I'm going to do my best here. Zagarandinyuk. I think we got it there. The delay is beginning to be felt on the battlefield as the pace of ammunition supply slows. Yet this is not as often reported because of declining support for such aid in the United States generally, and among Republicans in particular. While it is true that support has dropped slightly since Russia's all-out war of aggression began nearly 2 years ago, at least 75% of members of Congress support the aid package, as do a good majority of the general public. The Reagan National Defense Survey in November found that 59% of Americans support continuing military aid, the same number as in June and in November 2022. You know what's crazy, though? Most of the military aid is not in raw dollars, too. Like, I maybe things would change with this particular spending bill, but as far as I know, up to this point, there's been no raw money sent to Ukraine, really, right? It's all been, like, old military equipment that we've been sending, and when they say we've sent blank amount of dollars to Ukraine, it's like that's how much in ammo and guns and whatnot we've sent to Ukraine, right? Like that it's a bit of a misnomer to say we've sent billions to Ukraine when what we've sent is billions in unused gathering dust in a factory equipment. Oh, has Gonzalo Lira died? Coach Red Pill died in Ukraine? No shot, really? Packwatch real? On January 12th, 2024, Gonzalo Lira Sr., Lira's father, reported that his son had died in a Ukrainian prison at the age of 55. This was subsequently confirmed by the United States Department of State and Chile's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lira Sr. blamed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and U.S. President Joe Biden for causing his son's death. Kathy Young, of The Bulwark, criticized anti-Ukraine commentators for spreading misinformation about Lira and exploiting his death, while also issuing a call for transparency. Dude. Walsh has debated a dude who ended up fucking dead in a Ukrainian prison. That's crazy. Walsh debated this guy. I remember it. It was funny as fuck. I was like listening to it while playing Metal Gear Solid 5 when it happened. Like I'm just thinking about the time Walsh debated that guy, and now he's like a cold body on the floor of a Ukrainian prison. Jesus, dude. For those that don't know, Coach Red Pill is this like really right-wing piece of shit who would make content. Well, a lot of it was Red Pill content back before even Andrew Tate. He had that name before Andrew Tate blew up. The Red Pill stuff was, you know, an old meme before even that. And he was doing pro-Russia news content in Ukraine. Like, he went to Ukraine, he went to Kiev, went into, like, rented an apartment, and from an apartment in Kiev made videos about how, like, Ukraine is a false state and Russia is doing the right thing. Something that is a crime to do as a foreign person in a country that is being attacked and invaded, like, making videos in support of the invaders is not legal. So he was arrested, and then, yeah, I guess he died in prison. Dope. Oh yeah, he would report on battle positions, too. Like, he was actively trying to sabotage Ukraine in the war. Like, he went there to learn things to, like, post to try to harm Ukraine's ability to win. Yeah. No, he was like a real big piece of shit. If there's a hell, he's there right now. He was arrested as a foreign spy? Yeah, and rightly so, I would say. Damn, that's a pretty pog update on the Ukraine situation. Anyway, back to the article, I suppose. Majorities of both Republicans and Democrats agree that helping Ukraine is in the U.S. national interest. It just absolutely is. We have many, many countries we're allied with quite closely that need Ukraine to remain as a buffer nation between them and NATO. And on top of that, Russia's just not a nation we're friendly with. Like, we don't want Russia to gain more power in their area of the world. That's not something that we are interested in happening for them, right? And then on top of that, like, maybe it's because I live in a really progressive place, but it certainly feels like American support for Ukraine is high. Like, I go around, I mean, I'm walking around Seattle when this happens, but I walk around and there are Ukraine flags and, like, just all over every business, every house, like bumper stickers, you know, just stickers on stoplights and on those little things you click to cross the street. Like, I see that shit all over the city where I live, and I saw it all over California too before I moved. So, like, from my experience, support for Ukraine has been pretty ubiquitous, at least in most progressive areas. I imagine among Democrat voters, there's pretty high support for continuing to help Ukraine. I don't think most Americans want to see Ukraine lose this war. Yeah. Majorities of both Republicans and Democrats agree that helping Ukraine is in the U.S. national interest. Republican Senator Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Mike McCall, Mike Turner, and Mike Rogers all support the aid package. And House Speaker Mike Johnson has said he will support bringing it to a floor vote that will surely be positive. So what's the delay? It is not disagreement over Ukraine, but over how to handle the tidal wave of illegal immigration washing over the U.S. southern border. Ah, it's because the conservatives want to try and tie in to the bill. Okay, so for those who don't know, there is a practice that's very common in our government where a popular bill will be presented. And Republicans, sometimes Democrats, but 99% of the time it's Republicans who do this. Republicans will say, we like the bill, but here's the thing. We won't agree to it unless you include a bunch of policies that only we like. And then we'll vote yes on the bill, even though we all like it. And they'll just refuse to do anything until those desires have been met. They'll just continue submitting requests for that to happen and keep a bill in, like, purgatory forever, which puts pressure on the Democrats, or whatever the other side suggesting the bill is, because if they don't yield to these demands, then the bill never goes anywhere because it's been held hostage. Agreed, Zan. Current lack of Ukraine funding is not sustainable. Sooner or later, something's going to have to give. Yeah. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded 2.5 million encounters with illegal migrants coming across the Mexico border in 2023, up from 2.2 million in 2022. That's what happens when we have such a strong economy. An average of more than 7,000 a day crossed in December for a total of 2,225,000, the highest monthly total in more than 2 decades. And these are only those who are processed. Many more are never caught or tracked. This has led to major crises, not only in the U.S. border states such as Texas and Arizona, but in major cities across the country. Republicans in Congress are insisting that urgent action be taken to try and stem this flow. They argue that it is politically unsustainable to tell their voters that they have to approve another $61 billion to help Ukraine recover its borders, while they have not done nearly enough to protect the U.S. border, unquote. So basically what the Republicans are trying to argue is that the U.S. border cities are in crisis due to illegal immigration, and you can't give money to Ukraine until we've secured our borders. So they're trying to use the, bullshit, the U.S. does not have secure borders argument. So for those that don't know, by the way, I feel like it's worth mentioning this. Illegal immigration does not bring crime. The overwhelming majority of both experts in crime and experts in the economy agree illegal immigration helps the economy and illegal immigrants commit less crime. So, well, unless you count the crime of legally immigrating, but they don't commit crime once they've gotten to America. Way less than native-born Americans. So it's a complete garbage argument. It's just a culture war thing. Notice how, honestly, most conservative pundits have actually started arguing that illegal immigration, or just immigration at all, isn't bad because of crime or the economy or anything like that, because they really can't point to numbers that say as such in reality. They start arguing somehow it's diluting whiteness and destroying white culture somehow. It's destroying American culture. They make arguments that are actually impossible to prove right or wrong, that are just, they sound nice if you agree with them, culture war arguments, so you can't challenge them on a real solid statement. It's really cowardly, but I mean, even in Congress, Republicans are doing this. I know it's a bit of a shorter segment, but I hope you guys enjoyed that one. Packwatch on, Rip Bozo, hashtag Packwatch on Coach Red Pill, though, huh? That's funny as hell. Okay. Guys, I must admit I'm a little peckish, and I would like to eat a Pop-Tart while streaming, which means we're going to be covering... Which means we're going to be covering a Jubilee video. So I don't starve to death. My hunger bar is low, guys. I miss the blow high being in shot. I'll definitely get the blow high back in shot once I've got money for buying shelves and stuff for the background, guys. Listen, furniture is expensive. I need to eat and pay rent before I buy furniture, okay? If you would like me to be able to afford furniture and to eat and pay rent, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also financially support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, or Patreon. But of course, if you don't have the money for it, consider just dropping a like. Those thumbs up over on YouTube really do go a long way. They force YouTube to push my content in the algorithm, and I really do appreciate it whenever you guys do that. You can also buy merch and join my Discord server through the links in the description as well. So if you do that, it's also really appreciated. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, we have an interesting Jubilee video that has been sent to me today. People have been recommending that I cover this one for a few days now. It's got quite the title. Can You Stop Being Gay? Middle Ground. It's apparently ex-gay, quote-unquote, people versus gay people debating whether or not you can stop being gay. So really what they're debating is whether or not being gay is a choice. So presumably we've got 3 or 4, I don't know how many there are in total, closeted gay people, recloseted gay people who are in denial, and like, out gay people who are just sitting there like, who are you fooling? You know? Like the gay people here know they're real, and they know the people who are saying they're ex-gay aren't. So it's just like a, who the fuck do you think you're fooling here type situation, right? Anyway, I genuinely have never seen a debate like this. I've never seen this argument made between two people that are gay and claim to be ex-gay. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. We're just gonna jump right on into it.
I actually attended quite a few Pride festivals and they were amazing. But do I agree that holding Pride festivals are a good thing? No, I don't agree, because being gay, I do believe, is a sin, and that does something to the land. Like when we celebrate that, it can cause earthquake, diseases, all these stuff.
All right. Mental illness is what has overridden this man's desire to get a dick in him. Okay. Like, it's always got to be something, right? Fear, shame, or mental illness is usually what leads to this, like, hardcore, hyper-Christian, ex-gay stuff. Yeah, we're starting off real good.
To start to happen according to the Bible.
We are approaching the 150th episode of Middle Ground, and we need your help to continue making more episodes. Join our Middle Ground Patreon and help us make Middle Ground.
I need to email this show and get on there. It would be such a boost to the channel to go on one of these Jubilee things. I really do need to try and get on here. It'd be such a boost.
You're queer even if you suppress your homosexual desires. Can the agreeers please step forward?
I think the idea of being...
Okay, I'm curious how many of them are going to try to argue being gay is a choice, and how many of them are going to argue being, like, homosexual desires are innate in everyone, and you have to repress them. Those are my two funniest, favorite versions of, like, gay denial from conservatives. Either the implication that everybody has gay desires they have to repress, which is, like, a massive self-report, or the argument that it's a choice, which is also a pretty big self-report.
Gay is dishonest. I think psychologically we know sexuality, though it can exist on a spectrum, is part of who we are. It's an innate part of who we are. And
this video is fucking quiet, dude. I'm gonna volume boost this, guys. Sorry it's so quiet.
I think claiming ex-gay is claiming that you've changed some part of you that I don't think can be changed. And I think it's one thing to say, I've chosen not to lean into my desires. It's another thing to say I've been healed from.
The way I think of it, because, you know, I can't relate to being gay, but I'm straight. And I'm not, like, bi or pan. I'm not attracted to anyone or anything other than women. Which gives me some perspective in that I can think about, is it possible for me to, like, make myself stop being straight? No. I can't make myself be gay. And I, like, any more than a gay person could make themselves be straight. Like, I can't make myself not be attracted to a hot woman who I find attractive. It's just a thing that happens. It's uncontrollable. It's just it's the same as seeing. I don't choose to see the monitor in front of me. It's just, I see it. My brain's processing it, and I'm seeing the monitor. I couldn't just choose to make my eyes stop seeing it besides closing them. Like, but I couldn't just turn off the visual input. It's the same kind of thing for being attracted to a woman for me. And I imagine it's the same for being gay. You see a guy, you have the same process. There's no suppressing that. There's no changing that. There's no becoming straight. In the same way that there's no becoming gay if you are straight, right? It's not a choice. Like, you're just born that way. But Zan, have you listened to Lil Nas X? That'll make you gay, right? Of course I've listened to Lil Nas X. I listened to Lil Nas X whenever he put out Old Town Road. Like, it back when it was like the meme song. I haven't really listened to his more recent stuff, but Old Town Road is still a banger, okay?
Or completely eradicated those desires within me.
Yeah, I agree. While I want to, like, honor and respect each person's individual journey and their own identity, an orientation just can't be changed. You can live it out in a different way, but it is how you were created. And psychologically speaking, it is damaging, actually. It leads to depression and anxiety and obviously, like, suicide.
Being gay or repressing it? Because repressing being gay does all those things, but being gay does not do those things.
Or suicidal ideation, that the fruit of trying to change actually is damaging to one's soul and psyche.
Can the disagreeers please step forward?
The only identity I want to claim over my life is child of God. I hate labels, and so even as I came out of the closet, like I didn't like to announce.
You're not special. You're just, buddy. I'm gonna stop you right now. You're not special. You're not unique. No one cares.
Myself as gay. The only identity that I clearly see within inside of myself is being a child of God. It's what He has defined for me as a man.
Why is there conflict there between being a child of God and other parts of your identity?
It's not really up to me to get to define like who I am, and a lot of times even in my own life, like I thought that I wanted certain things, and then I realized that those things were not good for me. So I based just my belief and my identity on like what the Word of God says.
Does that work in reverse? Like what if you want to be a singer or a painter or something that is positive? Do you say, well, I can't do that because I can't find scriptural support that says I can go be a painter? Like how do you feel about that in the opposite? Like don't you think that there are things God instills inside of you to show you maybe what His plan?
Dude, it's hilarious too because Christians cherry pick the fuck out of the Bible. Like, they just decide what is convenient or not to actually follow as far as, like, commandments from the Bible, you know? Like, they don't, like, they decide what is and isn't meant to be taken seriously or literally based on convenience.
Is for you, and I'm with you too. My identity is in Christ, but there's so much that makes me me. I'm somebody's son, I'm somebody's brother, I love Celine Dion and Taco Bell. Like there's all these moving parts to make Gilbert who Gilbert is.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, like, where do you draw the line if you think that, you know, God has to tell me who I am? Well, what if that's how I see this? God is always telling me who I am.
Yeah, there are certain things inside of us that they're not bad things. And so like if I wanted to be a singer, I did want to be a singer at one point.
Dude, God didn't make everyone have the desire to fuck dudes or take dick. He made you and a select other group of people have that desire. That's not a thing everyone experiences. That's implying that maybe God is telling you you should suck dick and pursue pussy. Right? Like, I was born and I grew up always wanting, like, being attracted to women. I would presume that means God wants me to be attracted to women. This guy has presumably always been attracted to guys, right? Why wouldn't he assume that means God wants him to be attracted to guys? Why would he assume that, like, he specifically, gay people specifically, have been challenged by God to overcome their attraction and force themselves to become straight? I feel like the story of Job has been used to, like, break these people's brains to be convinced that, like, the more that they're willing to suffer for their religion, the more, like, the better they're doing it, right? Like, the more glorious it is, right? Suffer for your religion. Suffer for your made-up God.
So I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like, the Lord might want that for my life, but at the same time, I also have to surrender that to Him and just tell Him, okay, like, this is what I want to do, but you also get the last say, because at the end of the day, like, you were formed in the womb by Him. He knows you better than you know yourself.
For myself as a Christian, as a believer in Jesus Christ, I believe in the power of deliverance. I believe that you can be completely delivered from homosexuality, not only because of what the Bible says.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Sure. This is like two dudes being in an elevator and, like, one of them farts and then accuses the other guy of farting. Like, there's no one else in the elevator. Like, that's analogous here. Like, this guy claiming to a bunch of gay people, when he's also gay, that God has made him not gay anymore. And all of them are just there like, who are you trying to fool? Like, I don't know why anyone there just doesn't, like, respond. Who are you trying to fool?
But because of my personal story, you know, I used to have sex with men. I used to dress like a woman. Used to, you know, have a desire to possibly be a transgender if it wasn't for the grace of God. But God completely changed my desires. You said that your identity. Is in Christ, but your identity is also in the LGBTQ. I don't know for sure. Do you identify as somebody in the
Right,
LGBTQ?
so like I was saying, there's many things that make me me. When I say that I'm gay, it means that I'm being honest about my attractions. It's not just like sexual, it's also psychological, it's romantic, it's all of these things.
How many people in chat don't know about, like, the religious camps that gay kids are sent to by homophobic parents, where they're, like, pretty much tortured and, like, trained into being, like, brainwashed into being, like, hyper conservative, God loving. Yeah, like conversion camps. They used to be, like, way more on the nose torture camps, but nowadays they're like indoctrination camps. They're really fucked up. I know that if you want to see like the dark side of this shit, Demon Mama has done content about it, I believe, because she grew up in like a fucked up religious cult, and obviously growing up LGBT in an environment like that is rough. But she's done a lot of content about stuff like that, and I think even about what she went through with that before. So like, highly recommend you look into her content to learn about like the crazy fucking like religious anti-gay shit that kids have to go through in this country. She's done some good content on it. Like, she does deep dives and that stuff. So she's the better person to go to for that content than me. But take my word for it, as someone who grew up in the American South, the Christian camps are all over the place. They're like Christian summer camps, and God only knows what's going down at those things.
That I cannot,
in his name,
not have with a woman.
Sexuality is a choice. Everybody has the right of free will to choose what they want to do. But at the end of the day, our subjection should be to the word of God. And I can quote numerous scriptures where it says that a man and a woman is forbidden by God. It doesn't mean that God hates the person that's doing that. God loves everybody, but he hates the sin. And it also says that those who approve of such things or those who practice such things will endure hellfire.
I think I'm probably the most unique person here because I firmly believe, first of all, sexuality and gender are not a choice. And I say that as an intersex person. So I don't know if you guys understand what being born intersex means. You might have heard the term hermaphrodite. I was born with a condition called De La Chapelle syndrome. I'm chromosomally a female, but there was a gene mutation on my dad's Y chromosome that caused me to develop partially male. And then when I finally was starting to hit puberty,
I really am curious to see how the conservatives are going to handle this, because they argue, well, there's only XX and XY chromosomes, penis and vagina, uterus and testes. That's all there is. And then whenever you point out, no, there's not, they're like, well, okay, but they don't count because they're actually a genetic mistake. You see, it's supposed to be a binary, but the existence of outliers doesn't mean there's not a binary. It's like, what? The existence of outliers doesn't mean there's not a binary? Are you telling me that you would call binary code if there was sometimes 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s in there mixed in with the 1s and 0s? You would say, oh, they don't count because I don't feel like counting them. I just want to call this binary code for fun. Like, what? In what other scenario would this logic ever apply? Bewildering to me.
Developing more like a female. And I don't know, I just think it's disingenuous to say that like sexuality or gender is a choice, because I never got the choice to be diagnosed with the intersex condition that I have. I think that there's a lot of things we just don't understand about sexuality and gender. So I come from a scientific place. I don't come from a religious place.
Also, how would a perfect God who did like, wait, hold on. Humans are intelligent design, according to these people. How would an intelligent God make a genetic mistake? And if said God made a genetic mistake with someone being intersex that requires them to get gender-affirming care, which is common, right? Like whenever you've got, like, say, a dude who's got, like, a uterus inside of him or whatever, that happens. Like, guy born XY chromosomes, a dude, identifies as a dude, dick and balls, gets a MRI, or not an MRI, like, whatever, just like an X-ray or a fucking scan one day. And, oh shit, dude, you've got like a half-developed uterus inside of you. What? Like, that's happened to people before. That's not common, but it's happened before. So, like, if there's an intelligent God and he does intelligent design, how does he make mistakes? And if it's not a mistake, which I'm sure they try to argue, does that mean God wanted them to get gender-affirming surgery? That would be a fun line of questions to ask one of these people. Oh, I wish I was there, dude.
So I'll say this, I'll agree that having same-sex attraction is not a choice and stuff, because I had same-sex attraction since preschool and stuff. I didn't have that choice and stuff. I was like, oh, why am I attracted to guys like how girls and guys normally are attracted to each other? But I definitely will say, like, you know, as a Christian from a theological standpoint, you do have a choice to act on it or not, and God gives us the power by the strength of the Holy Spirit to have us walk in a life that is holy and pure and righteous before him.
In services, what always breaks my heart is that you have pastors that are singing worship songs like "Break My Heart for What Breaks Yours," "Open Up My Eyes to the Things Unseen," and they are able to have this palatable way of accepting LGBT people by calling them same-sex attracted. But then when we come into their church and we're like, but okay, yeah, if you want to use that language, but we're gay. These orientations don't change.
But like I said before,
we're giving a face
what
to
makes you be able to define yourself?
The definition of the word. I mean, it's that easy.
But who gave you that authority?
to speak the truth.
Who gave you that authority? I mean, generally, like, words have definitions because large groups of people agree that the word has a definition because that's what a language is. And if enough people decide a word means a different thing, then it means something else. Like, that's what happens with a lot of internet slang, for example. Like, it changes meaning constantly, like, over time, because the group of people who use said word is so small that changes in that community are much more common. So, like, that's how language works. Like, the dictionary, scientists, sociologists, everyone who's a, like, expert that has anything to do with the word gay says that being gay is when you are born and you're attracted to people of the same sex. That's... Yeah, this guy's face is very accurate. He's like, what? He's bewildered at what he just heard.
With God.
No, to identify yourself.
I'm
like,
using a definition of a word.
So to you, like, you just can claim whatever identity that you want for yourself.
No, unless it's true.
I had to come to the realization that I was gay. When I was seeking a relationship with the Lord, I told the Lord, I said, hey, this is how I feel. This is what I like. But you're going to have to show me that you're real.
Told him?
You're going to have to prove yourself to me. And he did. And he took those desires away from me. He's given me strength to overcome my desires.
Ooh, this dude's fucking... This dude's lying. Whenever they say, yes, I was gay, but then God took the desires away, he is absolutely lying, and behind the scenes, he's doing gay stuff. Absolutely. Like, there's no way. The ones that say, I'm repressing it, I kind of believe that. If they're like, if they claim they still have the feelings, but they're repressing it. If they claim they outright don't feel gay anymore, that's just an outright lie. And I assume they're lying about not being, like, not doing gay stuff either, if they're lying about that too, right? Like, where do the lies end at that point? We know he's bullshitting here. Do we think he's bullshitting about not having gay sex anymore? Like, really? Really? Yeah, actually, Jesus entered into him, and he's only needed Jesus inside of him ever since. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how much, like, Christian Jesus talk sounds gay as fuck about Jesus? I know I'm not the first to make this comment, but it really is, like they want Jesus inside of them, word for word.
Falling into homosexuality again. But that doesn't mean temptation is not there. You know, I don't get tempted as I did before, but even the Bible says Jesus got tempted by the devil. So, like, it's not, temptation is not a sin, but I'm just saying that the deliverance part comes from the Holy Spirit giving me the strength.
Doc, God made, like, bets with the devil and shit, okay? Like, the devil's not even framed as being that evil in the Bible. That's the crazy thing, too, as well. That's what always surprised me. Like, the devil has, like, a kill count of, like, 5 in the Bible. God has a kill count of hundreds of thousands. Like, God committed genocides. The devil was like Loki. Like, the devil was unironically a more redeemable fictional character than Loki in the MCU. He is literally a lower death count than Loki. I'm not even joking. Yeah, and then the devil punishes bad people. Yeah. Lay Reddit atheist. I'm not. Well, yeah, you know, yeah, I am a lay Reddit atheist. I feel like Reddit atheists. I feel like the internet really started to go downhill once people started to shit on Reddit atheists. Okay, I know that, like, a fair amount of the atheist community went down the anti-SJW sphere, but what caused that? What I saw was this trend in, like, edgelord content making fun of atheism. Like, before people started taking the white pill and before people started becoming, like, pro-Christian right-wing content creators, the anti-SJW YouTubers were, like, weirdly against atheism and would make fun of atheism, do, like, anti-Reddit atheism memes a lot. And at the time, I was just like, okay, yeah, maybe Reddit atheists are cringe. But then all of them, like, became, like, Christian nationalists down the road. Or at least most of the people who were supporting it ended up being Christian nationalists. I feel like the internet becoming so hostile to Reddit atheists created the space for militant religiosity to gain a real platform online. Like, the internet used to be one of the least religious, like, pro-religious spaces out there. Like, you couldn't go anywhere online without seeing a super, super offensive joke against, like, Christianity or Judaism or, like, Islam or anything like that. Just generally super hyper-atheist stuff online. And then, like, the last ever since Gamergate, people online are unironically super Christian unironically. That was, I feel like, not much of a thing prior to Gamergate and like the rise of the atheism is cringe meme, you know? I honestly think there's some real truth to this, and I feel like there is. Do you guys not remember, like, the same time as Gamergate was getting big was the same time the atheism is cringe meme became big? And that, I feel like, created a lot of room for, like, hyper-religious content and hyper-religious rhetoric to actually become acceptable on the internet in a way it never would have been in, like, 2010. Could you imagine, like, Sneeko? Or, like, could you imagine, like, the cringe hyper-Christian channels being as big as they are now on YouTube back in 2010? The comments would all be dunking on them. I mean, hell, back in, like, 2011, one of the most popular types of content was just dunking on Christians. The atheism sphere of content was just an entire sphere of content people watched that transformed into the anti-SJW content because dunking on religious stuff wasn't profitable anymore because being seen as atheist or being atheist was being seen as cringe. I really think I have a point here, personally.
It's over that and completely.
There's a
taking
religious
it away from
component, but the psychological component is that then you're repressing a part of your sexuality. It's not gone, it's still there, but you're choosing to not engage
But
with
why
it.
do you
And
call
that's
it
fine.
repressing?
Because
there's a lot of things that we do that what we would consider something that I don't want to do. Like, let's say I love Big Macs, I love going to McDonald's, I love eating, but that's not necessarily good for me. Would you say that I repress my needs?
Okay. Whew. Very, very loud. All right. So, for one, religion is bullshit. We have to kind of get out of that. Like, we kind of have to acknowledge the fact that basing your entire life and, like, what you're allowed to do and what other people are allowed to do on a book that like, the other person doesn't think is real, like, is, like, actually, like, saying anything that's true, is obviously insane. That's literally the definition of forcing your views on others. And then on top of that, we've got to acknowledge, like, I don't even know where to go with this, right? Like, repressing the desire to eat junk food is not the same as repressing your sexuality. Your sexuality is an innate part of you. Like, it's who you're in a relationship is. I mean, if you're Christian especially, you should agree that your sexuality is a pretty significant part of you. Like, a big part of Christianity is, like, you're supposed to get married and have kids, right? So you understand that, like, your sexuality isn't some unimportant, like, nothing thing that people don't care about. It's a pretty big part of who you are. So repressing your sexuality, whether you're straight or gay, is a pretty big deal, right? It's not nothing. Straight or gay repressing your sexuality is a big ask. An ask that has no merit to be made in the first place, for the record. There's no reason to do that repression. These guys are just either insane or very brainwashed. Or grifting and trying to start, like, a right-wing grift career online with the Jubilee video. That's always a possibility.
Why does it have to be negative? Why can't it be something positive? Yeah, like self-control.
Self-control is repression.
Yeah, so I think it's self-control to say no.
But you're saying that this is necessarily negative. I think
agreed.
Ex-gays, I want you to be honest and say, I still have the attraction and I'm choosing to not engage with it, rather than telling people they can actually be healed from their sexuality. That's not true.
There is scientific basis behind being LGBTQ. Let's go, girl.
Oh, boy. None of the ex-gay people are going up there to say there's any scientific basis behind being gay. Nice memes.
So, I mean, I feel like this prompt is very much about someone like me. I think there is scientific basis behind being born in the LGBTQ community. There is, like, so much scientific basis for someone like myself, and we've existed since the beginning of time, but the media never...
Well, I mean, for the starters, like, every single scientific organization in, like, the Western world agrees that, like, sex and gender aren't the same thing, and that trans people are valid, and that they should be, like, treated for their gender dysphoria with gender-affirming care. Like, all of them agree that, like, being gay is not a choice, but it's how you're born, and it should be validated and not, like, demonized or oppressed, that repression is unhealthy. Like, the scientific consensus is that everything that the right-wingers here are saying is wrong, so they're going to probably have to go on there and try to pretend there is no scientific consensus that disagrees with them. And then if someone brings it up, they'll have to say, actually, it's been corrupted by, like, woke thought or something.
platform someone like myself. Like, I can't name one famous intersex person, and I'm an intersex person. I think it's mighty time that like we bring intersex voices forward, because I think not only can it help our community, but it can help the trans community with a lot of the struggles of like people invalidating their identity and like their manhood or their womanhood or just their personhood, you know?
I think psychologically, scientifically, we know that homosexuality occurs throughout nature. This is not a question anymore. And the idea, welcome, the idea, this language of unnatural, which does unfortunately come from the Bible, is just untrue. Scientifically, we know that homosexuality is a naturally occurring phenomenon in many species and in humanity. And so anybody who's trying to claim that it's not an innate part of human beings is not doing.
Yeah, we also see it
I
in
don't
like
think any animals
the
are
animal
asking to be
kingdom.
delivered from their homosexuality. And like, if we're gonna come from a religious standpoint, as someone who was religious for the first 13 years of my life, the common saying, God makes no mistakes, I don't think God made any mistakes.
Amen.
They will make the argument that animals engage in rape as a retort to that, by the way. They will move off of the point being made, because their argument is being gay is unnatural, so you respond, but we see it in the natural world. Then they make a non sequitur response of, we also see rape in the natural world. Because rape's bad, and they're trying to make you defend, if you defend that, then, like, you're bad. And I suppose, and if you, like, do that to defend your, like, there's no reason to defend it, though. They're just trying to get you caught up in a completely different argument. So I imagine they'll try to make the argument that rape happens in nature. Hopefully these folks are smart enough to know it's a trap, and they're trying to get them all, like, they're moving the goalpost. How the hell would they even know if there is consent or not? Nonsense argument. Well, we know for a fact rape happens in the animal kingdom, okay?
And also that any of just like my average transsexual brothers and sisters, non-binary siblings, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that.
DNA cannot predict sexuality. It cannot predict if you're gay. It cannot predict if you're straight. And also, too, with intersex individuals, we cannot use the case of intersexuals to generalize the LGBT community.
But if someone can be born like me, why could someone not be born?
Listen, it's always nothing arguments. We can't use the case of intersex individuals to generalize the LGBT community. That's the most, like, we can't consider intersex people valid for any argument, because I don't want to, with extra steps, thing I've ever heard in my life. What, generalize? What? You're the one generalizing, and they've responded, no, I'm intersex. I'm actually an outlier to this, like, rule you're claiming exists. And they're saying, well, you can't generalize everyone with your existence. It's like, what? That's not what pointing out there are outliers is. When you say there are no outliers.
Born homosexual, bisexual, transsexual.
The psychology is clear, though. There is not a single psychological association in the country that would say that sexuality is something that can be changed. They would say it's an innate reality.
And for gender as well.
Because it used to be, like, they did have psychological terms. Homosexuality was...
They're going to try and argue that the institutions have become woke. They're going to try to argue the reason all the science disagrees with them is because it's been corrupted by the woke left.
Considered to be a disorder.
In the age of Freud, but we've moved on since that.
We've debunked that.
Why have we moved on since that? Was it the gay rights movement?
No, Freud was...
There it is. There it is. The gay rights movement pushed the scientists into becoming woke. Back in, like, the 1940s when they said being gay was a sickness, that's when we had it right. But the woke mob has made them say otherwise. That's why none of the science agrees with them. That's why, actually. That's why we should just trust them, bro.
It's progressive as we get new knowledge. That's how science works.
I believe if you were born with a vagina, you are a woman. If you were born with a penis, you are a man.
What about my
Okay,
two
so
X
you were in war and a grenade went off.
Okay. All right, then. If you were born with a penis, then you're a man. If you're born with a vagina, then you're a woman. What if you're born with both? You have an intersex person sitting right next to you. Is he like walking into the trap on purpose? Like, it's such an easy gotcha against that. Hopefully, the intersex person on the panel gets to speak in response to that person, because they just said the dumbest fucking thing ever, and it's like an easy gotcha.
And you lost your penis. Yeah. What would your gender be?
Still a man.
Okay, but you don't have a
that's
penis.
a stupid fucking argument, because he just said born.
So you have no genitalia.
Yeah, well, that's what God gave me. Whatever God gave you with it, you can cut it off, you can strap it on, whatever.
Let her speak, let her speak, let her speak.
It is. I believe that's still what
So
God
God
made
gave me
God gave her an
non-functioning
intersex
genitalia
condition.
until I
The
had
DNA
reproductive, like,
Wait, I want to ask a question though. What are, like, if I don't want to be,
No, I'm an open book, so ask me anything.
But reproductive organs, like, they don't work. Like, do you have a
So
womb?
for me, no, I was born with literally like almost no internal sex organs and non-fully developed sex organs. So when I was born, I basically had a partially formed phallus, but I did not have testes, did not have ovaries, I didn't have any prostate, anything like that.
Uh-oh.
And so when I started going through puberty, I never got very masculine. I never got like a lot of facial hair, but I did grow breast tissue naturally. So like, what do you say to someone like me who's like walking around with breasts, but you know, I literally was never gonna be able to father or mother a child. There's a lot more to the conversation than just like penis man, vagina female, XX.
They can't allow it to be more complicated than that. That's the thing though. They really heavily rely. So when you're growing up and you're in school, when you're young, they teach you a very simplified version of topics that when you get older and you go to high school, middle school, even college, you're going to learn that these topics get way deeper and way more vast and complicated than you were ever thought in younger grades. There are times, in fact, where you find out that you were outright lied to in younger grades about certain things in math and science because it was just easier to say, listen, you're not getting into the super advanced part of this topic because it's not high school level. You'll get into it in college if you decide to like minor or major in it. And then you get to college and you find out, oh shit, wait, that thing I told never happens in math in high school actually happens. Or, oh shit, that thing I thought never happens in science or physics actually happens. Yeah, very common with science, yeah. Because they don't want to overwhelm you. Like, imagine you're trying to explain meme culture to a boomer who knows nothing about the internet or anything like that. It is so easy to start like rambling about tons of related shit that's like background context where you realize, wow, I'm just overwhelming this person and they have no idea what I'm talking about at this point. It is so easy to do that, especially when teaching math and science to kids. And so growing up, a lot of people learn this extremely watered down version of like, you know, science but with biology, right? And so, yeah, when you're in elementary school, sometimes even middle school, you're usually taught there are men and women. They're male and female. Penis, vagina, XY chromosomes, and XX chromosomes. Usually by high school, I know that actually in high school, it's why a bunch of science classes are being banned in Florida because they, you know, the governor thinks they're woke. But, you know, even in high school, you start to learn the more advanced psychology and biology. But particularly in college, and I mean, frankly, you can just like look up the data and research right now. It's not like this is gatekept by these woke universities. You can just look up the research. If you really think I'm lying, if like you're some conservative watching this right now and you think I'm lying, you know you're on a computer, right? And you have Google, which is like, remember, the internet is literally the entire conglomeration of all human knowledge that has ever existed, forever stored right there at your fingertips. So, yeah, Google it, unironically. My point is that, like, the overwhelming majority of scientific institutions and whatnot agree that these topics are far more complicated. It's not as black and white as we think when it comes to biological sex, when it comes to hormones, when it comes to chromosomes, when it comes to literally every level of what determines a person's sexuality and biological sex. And we also know that the psychology behind gender is also itself extremely complicated, and we've found that as we have more defined ways of understanding the human brain. That's what psychology is all about. You can try to argue psychology has gotten woke or whatever, but it is objectively the most commonly agreed upon thing among scientists and experts in the field that an understanding of the human brain is something that we are desperately lacking in the realm of science, and we are still very much trying to understand it. And psychology is one of the few realms of science where you see constant breakthroughs and revelations and discoveries, because brain science is really complicated, human psychology and human thought is really complicated, and we've only gotten better at it with time. These guys are going to try to claim that the fact that science naturally changes when new information is found, that, like, if you are a scientifically minded person, naturally, when you find new information, you change your mind, you change your view of the world to come into line with the evidence that you find, right? Like, you want to be a empirically based person. You want your opinions and your view of the world to be based on empiricism. That's what that's called, empiricism. The problem is, what people on the right try to claim that is flip-flopping, inconsistency, times changing. They try to make a good thing, a reasonable thing, seem like a hypocritical, inconsistent, bad thing. It's a very dangerous pseudo-intellectual anti-education line of thought. And of course, this also coincides with their demonizing of universities and colleges and higher education, right? They really rely on people thinking penis and vagina, man and woman. It's as simple as that. And anyone who tries to overcomplicate that must be a woke freak, is what they try to claim, right? And so if any of these people admit it's more complicated than male-female, and they ever allow any credence to be given to the existence of intersex people, the entire sandcastle of misinformation and doublethink that they've built comes crumbling down. They have to deny the existence of the person who's standing right in front of them, literally talking to them. They have to deny their existence. And it's not their identity. It's not some ephemeral, non-physical thing. This is someone who is saying, I was born with multiple sets of sex organs due to a complication involving chromosomes. And they are still trying to argue that doesn't matter. Your case shouldn't be considered. Just because it's inconvenient.
This and like I have XX chromosomes, but like
XX, that is male.
XX is female. Yeah. So I have chromosomally female. However, like
he forgot which chromosomes. That's great.
My condition is called De La Chapelle syndrome, but it's also known by some people as XX male syndrome because, like, again, people just associate the penis being there as something to be male. But up to 50% of people with my condition do end up going under some.
He has XX chromosomes and was born with a penis. What is this guy gonna say?
Transition. I'm happy to share my story because I think it's very important. I think it would help a lot of people understand that, like, if I can be born this way, why could someone not be born a trans person? Why could someone not be born a homosexual or bisexual person?
Well, I want to apologize for the Christian community because I think there has been a lack of education between gender and then also sexuality. I look at your case and I'm like, man, that's horrible. That sucks. Like,
okay, so I guess he's lumping gender and sex together here because he's using them interchangeably, it seems.
Attraction, fleshful desires, lust, all these types of things, those are different than gender.
As a believer in the word of God, I believe that God created a man and a woman. So when it comes down to intersex, I don't believe God is the author of confusion. That's why I don't believe if you have a little breast tissue or you have you're not growing facial hair, I can completely switch over to a female or I can completely switch over to a male because I have certain male, or I'm a woman and I have a beard. I still feel like what's between your legs, what God has created, God created man and woman. I don't see any intersex. I don't see any of these things in the biology.
I don't see any. And wait, he's actually just saying I don't see them. He's saying like what? He actually has to pretend the person in front of him doesn't exist. I said before he has to pretend the person in front of him doesn't have to exist. I didn't mean it so literally, but he's actually. What else can I say?
Wow, that is so tremendously dismissive.
The very first being that was created was genderless.
Was Adam. No, Adam was a man.
Adam
They said it was Adam.
Let's just go with that. Let's just go. Adam and Eve are the first, okay? But just because something is the first, it doesn't mean that it's the standard. If you look at Adam and Eve, then you're like, oh, that's what we have to be. They're the blueprint. Well, then that goes down the slippery slope. Because then, what was their hair color? What was their eye color? What was their skin color? And any deviation from that means that you're evil.
I'm also a therapist, and I work with a lot of children who have autism. Seeing families who question like, why was my child born this way? I kind of think of that scenario in my head. Obviously.
Oh my God, she works with kids with autism, and she's comparing autism to being gay, and thinks that being gay is like a thing you have to cure. Dude, this lady needs to be like found, and like she needs to lose her job. Like, this lady's dangerous. I'm glad that her name's published and stuff. I have no doubt that people have found out where she works and gotten her fired. I'm not usually in support of that, but if you work with kids and you're like bragging on the internet about how your ideology is going to hurt kids, particularly like you work with autistic kids, like, I'm sorry. You like, that's one of the few cases where I support, like, I hope people are going out there and they're getting her fired. Absolutely. Yeah.
But you being intersex and coming out here, I think it's a wonderful thing because you guys, your stories are not really heard. I think of the scripture when a man went to Jesus about his son who was born blind, and he said, why was my son born this way? Is it
generational curse?
Yeah, is it a result of my sins? And
okay, so she's like ableist and homophobic, and they tie in together, and she works with disabled children. Okay, very cool. Neat. Very good to know.
Jesus responded and said, so the glory of God could be seen in him. You know, that brings a lot of comfort to me. And when I think of a rare case of I know you're not religious, you don't believe in that, but that's how I see you. You know, I see the glory of God in you.
And I'm so glad you can see the glory of God in part of the queer.
Okay, cool. So basically, when they're lost in an argument, they just start saying, I see the glory in God in you, or something like that. Ugh. Fucking religious people. That's the problem, though. You can't argue with people who've decided that they believe in an alternate reality. Like, they don't... When they base their opinions on unreality, on fiction, and I know I'm being super Reddit atheist here, but I have to be a little meta with this, right? I can't play into the delusion. Like, these are people who base their opinions on fiction, really no different than people who follow Andrew Tate and think that we live in the Matrix, right? Am I supposed to take the fact that Andrew Tate fans think we exist in the Matrix seriously? Am I supposed to, like, bring an Andrew Tate fan on and debate them and argue with them under the assumption we live in the Matrix, under that pretense, so I don't offend their beliefs about our reality? No. We point out the delusion where it is and make fun of it. People who base their beliefs on the Bible, and not only that, but argue that other people are invalid and should not be allowed to live their lives because what the Bible says. I don't think those people deserve to just have their opinions and be left alone. Because it's not just having their opinions and leaving other people alone. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Listen, the atheism arc is going to be strong with me. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. How'd you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I am out of water, though. Which means before I read donos here, because I've got quite a few segments left to do this stream, I am going to run and grab some water. I'm asking right now if Ethan wants to come on to try and resume that topic we were co-commentating the other day when my stream got cut. It's a really good topic, and I would rather not have to, whatchamacallit, I would rather not have to, cut it. He can't. Unfortunately, I think he's currently, doing D&D. I think he's DMing for D&D. Oof. I'm gonna get some water. I'm thirsty. Your jaw? What? What's wrong with my jaw? It pops occasionally. Did I pop it really loud and you, like, don't know how I did that? Yeah, I'm pretty good at popping my jaw. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need some water. Alrighty, I'm back. Got myself some water. Alrighty. Okay, time to read some donos. Let's go. Feels so good to have water back in me. Oh, I am gay for water, chat. I love having water inside of me. Clip it and ship it, boys. Zimmy Dog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, a 3-month for the blow high. Justice for blow high. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $12. That's a 12-monther. Thank you. Thank you. Said, donate for blow high. And for Zan, I guess. JK, your streams are really fun. One of my favorite places on the web, Zan Hart. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. And then Bazooka Horse, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Wow, holy crap. Thank you so much. Is that a 1-monther or a 2-monther? Or sorry, 1-monther or a 3-monther? I'm gonna assume it's a 1-monther for now, but let me know, Bazooka Horse. Thank you so much. That's 20 bucks right there. Hot damn. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is Narful the Garthok. Okay. I will. 1 month? Okay, thank you, Bazooka Horse. I appreciate it. I will do it. Thank you. I will. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna update the dono goal. Oh, did I get any donos from, through Streamlabs? No, okay, just checking. I never like missing ones there, you know? Anyway, as I said before, if you're enjoying the stream so far, consider dropping a like. It's totally free, and those little thumbs up on YouTube really go a long way to help out the channel, so I appreciate every single one of you who does it. And of course, if you haven't already, consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon. It really helps out a lot, and of course, it'll make sure YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, you can also support me through, you know, my website by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub, or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also join my Discord server link down below and buy merch through the Streamlabs link down below as well. I've got cool Xanderhall merch if you want to get it. It's pretty dope. It's pretty awesome. All right. Let's see. I've got 6 topics left here. Christ, that's a whole normal stream's worth. Ugh. I am literally walking straight to my bed and passing out after today's stream. You guys know that, right? That's literally what's happening. Okay. I think I know what I want to cover next.
From the campaign trail to...
Whoa. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, this is certainly something. I honestly didn't know this court case was still going down. I thought the charges had been dropped or dismissed or something, because it just kind of... The story, I haven't heard about it since maybe last year, maybe a couple... by last year, I mean actually 2022. I'm still thinking like it's 2023. But the E. Jean Carroll case is still very much alive, it turns out. And apparently Trump appeared in court today, like 4 hours ago, because of it. This is still very fresh news, like hot off of the presses. I'm covering breaking news for once. And here I have like this ABC News, like YouTube playlist that they've been actively updating with any new coverage they've done with like clips. I don't know if ABC News is like super copyright happy or not. Let me know. But I mean, I don't think I've had problems with them before. If I do, if the stream gets cut out, just know it's like a brief copyright like shutdown. And as long as I stop playing the video, which I will right away, after about like 3 minutes, the stream will come back on its own. So just like stick around if it happens. I will be back, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Maybe if it does happen, I'll push through and just do the segment anyway. Because like you know, this is like the main. Actually, wait, no, this is just a full playlist of coverage from like different sources. This isn't even all ABC News. Okay, dope. This is neat. YouTube is like auto-making playlists to keep you updated on a story. That's actually really interesting. I guess the feature is cool. Let's check it out.
From the campaign trail to a Manhattan trial, the jury...
Oh! Hypers in chat, if you somehow don't know the details of this case, by the way. I believe Trump was accused by E. Jean Carroll of having, like, ambushed her, and it was, like, some kind of department store, and having, like, raped her, right? You don't know, Night Moth? Okay, so some people here don't know. But yeah, it's a full-on accusation of sexual assault or rape, like, in public. So we're gonna see how that goes. A woman's dressing room? Ah, in a department store. Thank you. Well, pretty close. I have approximate knowledge of many things, Frank the Human.
Has been seated in that trial to determine how much money in damages former President Donald Trump must pay E. Jean Carroll for his 2019 defamatory statements about Carroll's sexual assault allegations. Former president was already found liable last year for sexually assaulting Carroll in a department store dressing room in the 90s and for defaming her in 2022 with public statements disparaging her and denying the allegations. Well, Carroll is seeking more than $10 million in damages and is expected to testify in the trial as well. Our legal contributor and defense attorney Brian Buckmeyer joining me for more. So, Brian, let's just kind of break down how jurors were chosen today and what they will undergo.
The thing about cases that involve a jury when it comes to Trump is, how the fuck do you find jurors that don't know who Trump is? Because, like, is it part of having a jury, like, that they don't know you or have any knowledge of the case prior? How do you do that when it's the last president from 4 years ago? How? Like, realistically, half of them are Trump supporters and the other half hate him, you know? Like, at least. There's no way to ensure an unbiased jury here, I feel. How do you get an unbiased jury with a case like this? How is that even possible?
Go during the trial.
Well, Kira, it was interesting. The judge had already told us that he was just going to look at the crowd of jurors and go through it individually, looking to see if anyone knows information about the case, whether or not that information would make them...
They all have to. How do you... They're going to pretend they don't if they want to either A, fuck over Trump, or B, help Trump get off. And trust me, his supporters really want to help him get off.
Bias one way or another. What are their connections to this case, if at all? And it seemed like there were a number of people that said, hey, I've learned too much about this case in the media. I cannot be unbiased. We know that two people themselves said, you know what? I think that Donald Trump is getting a bad rap. I don't think he's being treated fairly in this process. But from the morning till about, I would say, like 1 o'clock or like 2 o'clock this afternoon, we ultimately got 9 jurors, no alternates, who will hear this projected 2 to 3 day trial. And they're going to decide not on the liability of Donald Trump, because as you said, that's already been decided. This is just about damages.
Yeah, but even still, like, someone who supports Trump is going to, like, vie among the jury for lesser damages to be paid on his part, while someone who hates him is going to vie for the highest of high possible damages to be charged possible. Like, it doesn't even matter if it's guilty or not guilty. If they're determining how much Trump has to pay, their bias is still going to play a very big part in the outcome of this case. And there's no way they're not biased. Like, when it comes to, like, a big high-profile case, I can understand maybe some people didn't hear about it and you can get completely unbiased jurors. But we're talking the fucking last president, okay? The last president. The most aired on television and every other source of media there is president of all time. Newspapers, radio, TV, internet, Twitter, everything. Fucking, like, I'm pretty sure... Dude, road signs, fucking, like, planes carrying flags behind them going over beaches in Florida with Trump on them, okay? It's not possible to be an unbiased juror here. There's just no way.
So When you look at the trial that Trump just went through and the trial that he is now in, what stands out for you, to you? Similarities, differences, impact? I mean, it really is hard to keep up. It seems like he's in a different courtroom every other week.
You and me both, ma'am.
Yeah, so in terms of different trials, as we know, he's got federal and state criminal cases. He's also got civil cases. He's got 2 civil cases here in New York. The major difference here with E. Jean Carroll, it is ultimately about the words that came out of his own mouth following E. Jean Carroll's article and op-ed that came out, and then subsequent statements to that, calling her a hoax, a con artist. As you said, we've already found that he is liable here based on a previous civil case with E. Jean Carroll. Here, ultimately, it's about dollars. In the first case, he was found liable for $5 million. He's still appealing that case. In this one, they're seeking $10 million. The main difference, I would say, is this is more focused on the words that he used to discredit E. Jean Carroll. The prior case was more about the sexual abuse, trying to prove that, as well as defamation.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We'll follow the case, of course.
Hi, everyone. George.
Oh. Okay, we paused it. We didn't accidentally click this video. Nice. A rare YouTube W. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So apparently this is a brand new case where it's E. Jean Carroll trying to collect damages off of Trump. Kind of reminds me of the Alex Jones defamation case with the Sandy Hook families.
Fresh.
E. Jean Carroll's legal team. Donald Trump has all but destroyed her life, is this one. Okay, this is a clip from MSNBC. This is apparently a statement from E. Jean Carroll's legal team.
Off his caucus win, Trump flew to New York to appear in court in the second E. Jean Carroll defamation case, where his lawyer said she will call the former president up as a witness.
Yeah, he's already been
over
found
in Washington
guilty.
State. A challenge to Trump's eligibility to be on the ballot there over questions of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Oh, shit. They're trying to remove Trump off the ballot here in my home state. Well, not my home state, technically, but the state I live in, Washington. God damn. Yeah, okay, so apparently they're trying to remove Trump from the ballot here in Washington, too. It is crazy how many, like, to be fair, it's mostly progressive states that are doing it. Like, obviously no Republican states are going to successfully remove Trump from the ballot, but, like, so it won't make the biggest of deals, but, like, the fact that you can't even vote for Trump in some of these states besides writing him in will just be really funny, you know? If any of these stick, right?
Will likely go before a judge later this week. That means there are now 14th Amendment challenges in more than a dozen states across the country, all of which hinge on a decision by the Supreme Court, which did agree to hear the case out of Colorado. Oral arguments in that case will start on February the 8th. The Supreme Court also likely to weigh in on the question of presidential immunity, a defense that Trump is trying to use to dismiss the federal election interference case against him. And there's still the classified documents case, the Georgia racketeering case, the New York hush money cases, which the ex-president will contend in the coming months. All of this bears repeating, because a man likely to be a major political party's candidate for president is one facing multiple indictments who has said he wants to weaponize the justice system and who could be criminally convicted before the first ballots are even cast.
Well, here's the thing, though, about Trump and, like, his entire way of handling this situation, right? Like, you know how in, like, Norse mythology, there's that one time, like, Loki makes a bet for his head and loses, and he gets out of having to get his head chopped off by saying, well, actually, though, I didn't entitle you to any of my neck, so yeah, if you're gonna cut off my head, you better not take off any of my neck with it. So, and that's not possible, so, like, he didn't get his head chopped off. So basically, like, Trump does that type of like, Weasley shit to get out of, yeah, it's my Loki voice. He does that kind of Weasley shit to get out of trouble, you know, whenever he's done something wrong. And Trump's current method, his current strategy, is to argue that the sitting president cannot be criminally charged for anything. This is his strategy for getting around all of the crimes that he's committed while already in office. Then his current goal for the things he's being charged for now, because, you know, he's not in office, he can't make that claim about stuff he's being charged for now. He is now trying to argue that once he becomes president, he becomes immune again. And, you know, if he can delay all these court cases, if he can delay everything until he is president, presumably he thinks he can win, then, you know, he'll be immune, right? And his argument is that in order for any criminal charges to ever be leveraged towards the president, first, before a president can be charged with a crime and go to court and the evidence can be shown and they can be found guilty, before any of that can ever happen, first, the House has to almost unanimously vote to impeach the president. And then after that, the Senate has to almost unanimously vote to impeach the president, thus fully impeaching the president from office. And then, after all of that has been done, which has literally only been done, from what I can tell from chat, twice in the history of ever in America, only then, under Trump's opinion, under what Trump is claiming America should be doing, would he be able to be charged anything criminally, right? He's basically trying to say, I'm actually immune to all crime in law. I'm like immune to it all when I was president and I did crime. And also I'm going to become president again. And then I'm also going to be immune to it all again. And I can just veto my, like, not veto. I just pardon myself. I can just pardon myself. You know, I can just, nah. Yeah, he's like that one. He's the cheater kid when you play in the backyard who says, like, actually, no, you didn't tag me. Nuh-uh. Actually, no, I was wearing imaginary super armor, so your, like, imaginary bullet didn't hit me there. Nuh-uh. No, I parried it. It actually hit you. Nuh-uh.
That's where we start this hour with the former top prosecutor at the Department of Justice, Andrew Weissman. He's back with us. Plus, the former congressman from Florida, David Jolly. With me at the table is the host of Fast Politics podcast and a special correspondent for Vanity Fair, Molly John Fast. And joining us from outside the courthouse, where court has ended for the day in the E. Jean Carroll trial, is MSNBC legal analyst Lisa Rubin. We're going to start with you, Lisa. This is the first day of this part of this trial. It was already a pretty active day starting this morning with jury selection. What has happened?
So, Ali, after the lunch break, which came fairly late, both parties delivered their opening statements. And if you listened to both of them, you would have thought we were talking about two entirely different cases, two entirely different universes. When you listen to E. Jean Carroll's lawyer, according to them, Donald Trump has all but destroyed her life. And that started in June of 2019 when he first called her a liar, denied that he had sexually assaulted her. And
for the record, the judges presiding over most of Trump's cases right now have been, and I've got segments going up about, or a segment going up about this already, if not will be going up. It's hard to tell, like, which videos will go up first when I'm, like, streaming them. Right? Like, I don't know when they're going to go up. But I've got a video going up that is going to be about Trump's case judges getting swatted and death threats, like multiple of them multiple times each, right? That's a whole segment I've already done that will be going up. Like, I absolutely believe that Trump calling E. Jean Carroll a liar and just even talking about her in any negative way whatsoever led to life-ruining levels of harassment, death threats, and other forms of just awfulness her way. I completely believe that. I don't even think that's playing it up for the camera or for the media. I completely believe that, especially knowing what we've read about today with the other cases Trump is in.
Said that she was essentially a political operative or had other ulterior motives for accusing him of sexual assault, a fact that's no longer in dispute thanks to the jury verdict last May. And one of the things that kept being hammered over and over again by Sean Crowley, the lawyer for E. Jean Carroll, who delivered that statement, is that she wanted the jury to consider, when they are thinking about punitive damages, how much will it take to make it stop? Because as recently as this morning, Ms. Crowley noted, Donald Trump...
No amount of money will make it stop. It's about how much money, like, makes up for the pain and suffering, right? Isn't that, like, the legal term for it?
Trump had defamed her client again, no less than 22 times just today. But then Alina Habba got up for former President Trump. And in her version of events, E. Jean Carroll is a woman who is fame hungry, who has always wanted nothing more to be famous. And what her client did was unleash nothing but a few mean tweets. And should Donald Trump really be accountable for all of the mean tweets that E. Jean Carroll has endured? I should point out, Ali, to you and our viewers, some of those mean tweets go far beyond mean to threatening her life, suggesting she should commit suicide, and even threatening her with further rape. So you saw two very wholly different accounts of what happened here. But the thing that—
Yeah, I mean, the rights go to whenever, like, person tweets, like, horrific fucking thing, right? Someone says, hey, they tweeted this horrific thing. The rights response is, you're mad over a tweet? It's like, okay, the getting mad over a tweet thing is dumb when it's a joke, not when it's someone tweeting something that's just horrific to say, no matter what, and it's not a joke, such as rape threats. That's not a mean tweet. That's just a rape threat. It doesn't matter that it was in the form of a tweet. Like, yeah, so already the dismissal from the legal team of Trump, not surprising. Does Trump even have real lawyers? Who's legally representing Trump these days? Wasn't he having, like, a massively hard time finding legal representation?
that keeps sticking in my mind most of all is when Judge Lou Kaplan was instructing the jury about what facts were already given. He said, Mr. Trump sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll by forcibly inserting his fingers into her vagina, a statement I never thought would be said about the winner of either party's Iowa caucuses, Ali.
Yeah, that puts it in stark relief for us. Molly, you know E. Jean Carroll.
I feel like that's a good place to wrap things up here. Obviously, we don't know the results of what's gone down there today yet, as far as I can tell. Donald Trump scowls his jury has picked to decide how much he owes for denying sex. Oh, wait, do we have a result? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Let me scroll. Defamation trial. Victim card.
Shortly after winning the Iowa caucuses, former President Donald Trump will turn his focus to a second defamation trial in New York. Trump could owe more money to writer E. Jean Carroll. She accused Trump of raping her decades ago. Jury selection is now underway. Jurors will determine how much Trump owes.
Okay, yeah. So we still don't know. This is still like such fresh news. We don't know yet. I guess tomorrow's stream, maybe then we'll have word on how much Trump has been ordered to pay. Well, dang, guys. This is fresh off the presses. We're following this story. We're hot on its trail, guys. We're caught up. Damn, it's like being caught up on a TV show or something, you know? It's like I feel empty now. I feel like I've lost purpose. I need to, like, start binging a new TV show or something. Anyway, it's actually starting to become disorienting how many different cases Donald Trump is in right now that I have to follow and cover. That, like, I'm getting familiar with the different judges' names. Like, I read their names when I'm reading an article. I'm like, hey, that name's familiar. Oh, that name's also familiar from that other case. Ah, yeah, I know these people now. Yeah, it's almost like, it kind of does feel like I'm following a reality show almost, which is maybe not the most healthy way to view the future of American democracy, but it is what it is. I feel like that segment came out pretty good. What do you guys think? Good Segi, hell yeah. Okay. All right, everybody. Hey, if you're watching the stream right now and you're enjoying, consider dropping a like on it. Those thumbs up over on my YouTube stream, they really do go a long way. Forces YouTube to push my content out to more people, which, you know, obviously helps a lot. So I appreciate it. And of course, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website. It helps a lot. You know, I did just move, and, you know, affording rent and food is always good. So, you know, maybe you could, you know, toss a coin to your streamer. You can also support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. And you can buy merch and join my Discord through links down below. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, regardless of how you support me. But let's start with the next segment now. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is a little bit of a sad segment because a friend of the channel is going through some rough times as far as the platform we exist on and rely on for our incomes is concerned. You see, YouTube is a fickle bitch. A very fickle bitch. While it is an unprecedented platform when it comes to video sharing and the ability for just any old person to build a career and, you know, make a life for themselves, it is also very buggy and has so many people using it that they require bots and algorithms to manage the moderation of the platform. This means that there are a lot of alarm bells that never go off when they should. As we know, there's a lot of hate speech, misinfo, and otherwise objectionable anti-TOS things that are being fully monetized and going super viral on YouTube. Not only that, but YouTube is pushing as ads, like literal TOS-breaking ads on YouTube. Despite that, though, we also see tons of false positives when it comes to the YouTube automated moderation system. I have gotten so many false strikes on my channel. Some of the funniest false strikes have been claimed to be because of hate speech, and it usually turns out it's because I was covering a large conservative channel that's like very monetized, very unstruck, very popular, but I don't have the level of popularity, sub count, and income that they're making to shield me from the moderator bots, so their content playing in my video gets me striked as if I was the one saying what they're saying, but they don't get in trouble. YouTube has been rampant and rife with that problem, particularly affecting smaller, lefty creators in particular. And unfortunately, one of the most recent, although not really that recent considering he's been dealing with this shit for 2 months now, one of the most recent victims of this here on the online left to deal with this problem is a friend of the channel, Dylan Burns. You see, Dylan has, you know, you might know him because he's done a lot of on-the-ground, like, coverage of what's happening in Ukraine and whatnot. He has had some problems with YouTube in the past, but the fact that he does war coverage and news videos means that YouTube's bots and algorithms are very, very inclined to throw up false flags on him. And just a couple months ago, he was fully demonetized on YouTube because of claims that his content was harmful or hateful. He just put out a tweet today saying that after a review from YouTube he was able to do after 2 months, that they claim that despite patiently waiting the entire 90 days to reapply, our channel faced swift rejection following 3 months, following a full review. The claim of, quote, harmful or hateful, parentheses, not harassment content, prohibits reapplication until April 15th, 2024, seeking clarification and answers from YouTube. This is simply through and through a false positive on YouTube's part. They have just outright made a mistake and continue to double down on it. There's really nothing else I can say. I don't know what else to call it. It's just simply a mistake. YouTube has not fixed it, and Dylan has missed out on months of income from YouTube due to a complete error. He hasn't made a new video to, like, talk about the situation after the rejection for his appeal, but here I have his video from 2 months ago when he was, or 3 months ago, when he originally had his channel demonetized. We're not going to watch the whole thing, obviously, and you better fucking believe I'm dropping the original link in chat for you guys to go drop some support on, though obviously he won't make ad revenue money off of it. But hey, you know, go support him anyway. You know, it's a form. It helps. Okay, it helps. I dropped a like and all that stuff. I'm already subbed, but I dropped a like. Anyway,
let's go.
Apparently, full screening it means I want it to play. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway, I've got the video up here, and I guess we ought to hear Dylan's side of what happened here with YouTube, because, you know, the site be fucked. Do I hear dogs in the background, or are my headphones being weird? There is a dog outside barking, not in my house and not, like, in the background, but, like, there is a dog outside barking.
Let's go through the little bit of information that I do have, and then I'm going to tell you guys our options, because there's not many options left. I've already submitted the appeal, and they've rejected the appeal.
For the record, by the way, guys, I had all right, let me give you guys like a little bit of an an example from my channel, okay? All the way back in 2019, not even joking, in 2019, I got my first ever false strike from YouTube. I was covering a video by Geeks and Gamers where he was obsessed with Brie Larson, like another one of his Brie Larson videos. I was making fun of him. The stream VOD went up, and then a few hours later, the stream VOD got striked for harassment. Or no, it was misinformation or spam is what it claimed. So I requested a review. They immediately came back 5 minutes later. The stream VOD is 2 hours long, by the way. They came back 5 minutes later and said, after careful review, we determined your content did break our community guidelines. Not on spam or misinformation, though. Instead on hate speech. They changed the reason I had gotten striked in their reaffirmation that I was striked to the reason being hate speech. I was making fun of hate speech, but okay, apparently it's hate speech to dunk on neckbeard right-wing chuds, supposedly. At this point, I literally couldn't request any more appeals or anything. So, since that was my first strike, I had fully lost my warning. So when you go to the YouTube Analytics page, normally it just shows you like a nice clean page of your YouTube Analytics. But if you have a strike, there's this big ugly mark on your Analytics page that's just there showing 1 out of 3 or like 0 out of 3 or whatever it is strikes, or 1 warning out of 3 strikes, just like stamped onto your analytics page, and it's like super annoying and in the way, right? It's not fun being there, and it just kind of puts you down to even see it when you click on your analytics page. And I could never get rid of it. Only 3 strikes? Well, you have a warning and then 2 strikes. After 2 strikes, you're literally banned for a month from uploading or streaming. And then if you come back after a month and manage to get a consecutive, technically 4th strike, you're out. But you never get your warning back no matter what ever. Like, no matter how much time passes. So, like, if you've lost your warning and you're, like, back to good standing besides not having your warning, then it's 3 strikes and you're out. But technically 4 strikes and you're out. It's complicated how they do it, but you have more chances than 3. Anyway, this isn't even a strike situation. This is just YouTube demonetizing him, like, and just leaving it at that. But regardless, for multiple years, literally up until late last year, I had this strike, this lost warning on my channel with that permanent ugly stamp on my analytics page, and I could never get rid of it. Eventually, I just got bored, and me and Cherry just started adding YouTube once a week with a pre-written message asking YouTube to take a look at the video and handle it, because that tends to work. And eventually, they responded. Or actually, no, I woke up one morning from, like, a bunch of messages from Cherry in all caps, and Cherry was like, Zan, check YouTube Analytics. YouTube got rid of the strike. YouTube got rid of the strike. I was like, no way. And I went in there, and sure enough, it was gone. I had an email from YouTube confirming the strike was false. I had the reply on Twitter from the most recent tweet out at Team YouTube saying the strike was false, and they fixed it. Even if it takes a couple years, if you keep spamming their helpline, eventually, by sheer luck, like gambling, a real human will actually look at your YouTube channel, see you've done nothing wrong, and fix your problem. It takes constant trying. You have to annoy them and pester them nonstop. Just know that most of the time when you're annoying them and pestering them, it's robots. And the one time you get a human, that's when you've won, is when you finally get a human. That's really my best advice for Dylan here, is to just set up, like, write out a tweet to @Team YouTube and set, like, indefinitely 1 week scheduled tweets on Twitter to go out, adding Team YouTube, explaining the problem and linking everything you need for them to actually do something. Otherwise, if it's not specific enough, they reply asking for more details. You reply with more details. You never get a follow-up reply usually. So, yeah, just make sure you include as many details as you can fit in that, like, pre-written reply. Schedule them to go out every single week, or if you're real crazy, daily, but that might make them block you. I would go weekly, and it will work. Eventually, they will handle it. You just have to include enough details in your one tweet so you don't have to be, like, awake or at your computer to reply to them when they do, with more info, because that's always annoying. When you, like, check your PC 6 hours later and they replied, but you're, like, really late and they never reply back because you took so long. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I would recommend to Dylan, but let's check out his video. And, of course, a big recommendation to you guys is to go send support to Dylan and his Twitter, especially following him on Twitter, so that you guys can, like, help him boost his tweets and get the attention of Team YouTube. Because, frankly, Twitter is the only avenue through which this problem is going to be solved, as much as I hate to admit it.
So, I'll tell you guys what we do know. A few days ago, I think it was like 3 days ago at this point, it should be on my main account. By the way, I get questions about this. Man. Oh, thank you so much, Pure Copia, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. I get messages about this. I don't.
See, this is why I don't have, like, loud, intrusive dono alerts, because they interrupt you when you're making a point. I feel like loud, intrusive dono alerts make a bit of, like, they kind of ruin the watching experience for a lot of people. So even if it means I make a lot less money by not having funny dono alerts that, like, people want to spam, you know, I think it makes the content better in the long run. I don't mind it that much. It's a little thing that I prefer to do. I just, whenever I see a streamer that does have the really intrusive alerts, like Dylan or like Destiny, it's always like, huh, that is a type of streaming I could possibly do, and I probably wouldn't succeed at it because I would get distracted constantly.
Don't manage this account. This account is managed by Danabo, who's my editor/manager. I don't know if I'm going to use the word manager, because there's not many, you know, big top ticket like Piers Morgan appearances that needed to be managed, but mostly editing and social media management, right? He helps. He's the guy that helps. And so sometimes he'll post like some weird stuff on here. He'll post stuff on here that I don't approve of, and I didn't endorse without my permission. Well, I did like this. I did like this post. I didn't endorse this when it went out, but it is funny. I don't endorse this, okay? But okay, here's the original post that we got. We got it 2 days ago. They told us that we're no longer able to earn money because of harassment. We're harassers, guys. We're big bullies. We're like the 4chan. We're like 4chan over here at Dylan Burns TV.
The hacker 4chan.
They didn't tell us anything else outside of the fact that we had violated the harassment policies. And when I say they didn't tell us anything else, they just said that we have violated harassment policies. They didn't give us any examples. They didn't give us any video links. They didn't tell us.
Tequila_sunset has donated $5. Hey. Sorry, YouTube is screwing your channel. Vosh shouted out your Patreon today, so hopefully you at least get a couple new patrons.
That's really helpful, man. That is unironically helpful. The only reason I'm not gonna like immediately go under and have to like become like a 7-Eleven cashier or something, not diminishing the job.
Dizinky got a tier 1 subscription. Asterisk Dizinky asterisk got a asterisk tier 1 asterisk subscription.
The only real reason I'm not going into the illegal arms trade and getting with my boys in Kosovo again, not that I ever have, but the only reason why is because I have the Patreon and that there are people financing that so I can finance myself. But again, this doesn't just affect me. This also.
Okay, well, yeah, go support Dylan Burns' Patreon. Yeah, if you want to support Dylan Burns in these trying times, considering YouTube's fucking him, yeah, go to his Patreon. It seems that seems to be where like a lot of the best way to support him is.
Affects Danabo, who, you know, should be rewarded for his labor on the channel. And if this holds, we might have to negotiate a new contract. We can't do it by percentages anymore, and I'll just have to pay him out of pocket, which obviously is not something I can do in the long term. It's just not sustainable with all these trips and war zones, paying out of pocket for 2 editors, because they already do it for High Progressive. It's just not financially feasible.
Damn.
Xenogene has donated $20. I feel so harassed. Stop being so harassing.
I'll never stop. You know, I was raised by my grandparents. I'm of my grandfather's generation, okay? I still use words like broad. But anyway, Soaring Trumpet, thank you for the tier.
I like that Dylan's taking the situation well. He's able to joke about it, but it's a really seriously fucked up thing that he's going through, to be completely, like, real with you here. Like, this is a dude who's been shelled by Russians in order to, like, cover war crimes being committed by, like, superpowers across the world from where he lives, okay? This is a guy who has, like, risked his life to get information in front of people and to use YouTube and Twitch and his platform on these websites to do good, and YouTube is punishing him for it. It's really shameful to me. I really want you guys to go send support to Dylan. YouTube is fucking garbage when it comes to this. They've claimed that he is no longer eligible for gaining any income through their platform because supposedly he is a harasser. He is not a harasser. None of his content constitutes anything remotely harassment adjacent. And yeah, like I am sending you guys as the cavalry to back up our boy Dylan. Nothing will stop this, or nothing will fix this, I should say, other than relentless harassment of Team YouTube, at Team YouTube on Twitter, to get them to fix this. They will double down over and over again. Doesn't matter. Keep adding them. They are wrong, and eventually they will admit they are wrong and fix it. They always do. They always fucking do. If you know you did nothing wrong to break the TOS, you will eventually get unstruck, and you will know for a fact you were right the whole time. Wording Zan, YouTube might say you're a harasser too. Ooh. No. Trust me, there's no, like, intent behind any of this, by the way. It's just the way that the algorithms are weighted is in such that smaller channels are probably more likely to get striked, simply because smaller channels are more likely to be something that is flying under the radar with some really fucked up shit on it, right? Like, isn't there, like, a massive epidemic of, like, animal torture videos on YouTube that have, like, a few thousand views each, but they're a pretty big population of videos. There's a huge community of this, but they fly under the radar with YouTube because it just doesn't get seen. Same goes for, like, the nude yoga stuff, which is technically a YouTube loophole, but I imagine, you know, it's probably just not getting a lot of attention from YouTube. A lot of this stuff is just the platform's so big, even with thousands of employees, there's not enough people to moderate everything. And so the algorithms are weighted to more heavily penalize smaller channels that make YouTube less money because they're less trustworthy for being less popular in YouTube's eyes. And if they do get falsely strike down or demonetized, we're not losing out on that much money, right? At least that's what YouTube's thinking, which means you basically have to harass them until a real person who gives a fuck happens to be at the computer checking the ats on the Team YouTube account when they, you know, get that notification. The concerns about small Nazi channels during Adpocalypse were not completely unfounded. Oh, of course, yeah, there's tons of small Nazi channels, too. It's just that right now YouTube is currently under new management. The current, like, CEO of YouTube is not Susan Wojcicki or whatever her name was. It's like some NFT-loving crypto bro guy, right? Like, isn't the current YouTube CEO, like, a massive piece of shit? So, yeah, there's also been a change of management at YouTube, which could also play a big part in how shoddily run the moderation has been lately. He's a friend of Elon's. Oh boy, isn't that great news. I know that wasn't much of a political topic or anything like that, but I wanted to send some support over to Dylan because I saw what's been going on with him. I saw that tweet today about how YouTube rejected his appeal, and I was just like, I gotta say something about this because I've been the victim of YouTube's bullshit before too, and I know how fucked it feels. That's not Twitter, that's my website. Thanks for stealing my logo, Elon. You piece of shit. Okay, everyone. Hold on. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. It is time to talk about possibly the most famous woman in the entire world. I don't even need to say her name. You all know. It's Mia Khalifa, of course. Very famous ex-porn star. Obviously, I think her story about how, despite being one of the most viewed porn actresses of all time, in like an extremely short period of time and with like very little work being done in the industry, she like ended up producing like some of the highest viewed content of all time in all of porn, and despite that was paid a pittance. Her story about this has obviously been very viral. She was massively scammed for the amount of money she made, the executives who produced her porn, because she went like mega viral. Like she was very, very famous. And since her retirement from adult film content, she has gotten more into politics, and she's generally pretty left-leaning. Now, for a while, I had heard people claim she was super swerfy, but I really don't think that's the case. From what I heard, she has like an OnlyFans now, and I think she still does sex work, so I don't think she's a swerf. And I've yet to see any solid evidence that she's like an actual like swerf, like in any way derogatory or discriminatory towards sex workers or talks down to them. Maybe she does. I might not have seen it, and there is evidence. You guys can drop it in chat if you have it, but I've yet to see anything of the sort. So generally, I think Mia Khalifa is a pretty, you know, good person as far as her politics go. However, she has gotten pretty big lately on Twitter because she's been quite critical of Israel and their constant killing of civilians. In fact, I believe I saw a stat. Now, granted, this was on Twitter, so take it with a grain of salt. This could be complete bullshit for all I know. That's why I'm clarifying. But I saw a stat on Twitter that seemed pretty legit, which is the only reason I'm saying it now, that said about 1% of the... I think exactly, well, now it's more than, but at least 1% of the children in Palestine when the war started, or when like the conflict started, whatever you want to call it, are dead. Primarily due to Israeli strikes. %1 of a country's children dying is a pretty fucking grim statistic. Like, that's a lot. Like, 1%'s not a lot for a lot of things, but when it's what percentage of a country's children are dead, it's a lot. 1%'s a lot in that case. So Mia Khalifa's been pretty critical of this, and because of that, the Zionist crowd on Twitter has become quite enraged with her. And earlier today, Mia Khalifa was at some kind of public transit area. I'm guessing this is an airport, considering these people are holding luggage bags. It could be like a bus station or a train station. Probably an airport, though, I would guess. And she posted this video of what happened there. But it's captioned the following. The Zionists are losing the plot. She followed me through the lobby, calling me slurs, and didn't... Oh, maybe a hotel. And didn't stop the entire time she was waiting for her Uber pool at the antique jewelry fair. She's a vendor, something she made abundantly clear, so I guess this is what her business stands for. Oh, she's a jewelry vendor. Interesting. Well, I can imagine that the Mia Khalifa fans will have hunted this lady's identity down quite quickly and gotten her fired from her job if she does have a job, or blacklisted from whatever industry she is presiding over. Anyway, this is the video that came out. This Karen here is a Zionist, and this is her son. And I just want you to know, okay, what do you think the chances are that this young man doesn't recognize Mia Khalifa? I feel like this is, like, we have to acknowledge this before going into this clip. There is a 0% chance this kid doesn't know who Mia Khalifa is, because if you've watched internet porn, you've seen her in internet porn ads on the side. So he at least recognizes her from the porn ads, right? And she's the most viewed porn actress that's ever lived, so yeah, he knows. Yeah, he knows who she is. We can guess his reactions here. Yeah, he knows who she is, and this is his mom. He has to pretend like he doesn't know who she is. And Mia Khalifa knows he knows who she is. It makes this entire interaction amazing, dude. Let's watch. This is possibly my favorite video on the entire internet.
That's right.
Yeah. You proud of your mom?
Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. You see that?
You waiting for the bus? Because I'm waiting for my valet.
Sheesh.
Oh,
got
he
real
totally
quiet now.
knows. He totally... Wait, did he tell her who she is? Is he getting out his phone to, like, show her who she is? Or is he getting out his phone to record or take a picture like, oh shit, is he, like, taking a photo because, like, he met Mia Khalifa? Is he standing up for her? I don't know. It's not in English, so I can't tell. Does anybody know what he said? I wonder if there's someone who's translated in the comments.
I'm Israel Chai.
Get away from me. Your breath smells
I'm
awful.
Israel
Oh my
Chai.
god. You smell like knockoff falafel.
Hi, I'm Israel Chai. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, the whole, like, Zionist victim complex thing is basically like, yes, I'm a very big victim. Also, I'm going to harass people in public because Does the mom recognize Mia Khalifa? Because I'm operating here under the assumption the mom doesn't. And the mom saw someone she assumed was pro-Palestinian because, of appearances. And then started harassing her with, like, Zionist shit. That's what I'm assuming happened here. I don't really feel like Mia Khalifa was, like, demonstrating some sort of pro-Palestinian thing in, like, an airport or a hotel lobby. And I don't think this mom recognized Mia Khalifa, except maybe, like, she's some Zionist Twitter poster, maybe? I think she was just harassing a woman in public and didn't realize she was harassing someone who's famous. The look on the son's face is amazing. Because he knows who she is. He knows who she is. I need to read the comments, dude. She's Persian. She told her son to film, and he was like, what, why? Lamau, he's so embarrassed. Oh, so apparently the interaction... Someone translated in the comments, the interaction between them is her telling him to film what's happening because she was filming. And he's like, what, why? And, like, trying to talk her down. Dude. Oh, that's amazing. That is... Not only was Mia Khalifa's response great, but, like, I feel bad for the kid getting embarrassed, but everyone's reaction to the video is the same. It's like, aw, poor kid. He has to pretend like he doesn't know who that is. Aw, yeah, he can't... Like, his mom's totally gonna lose her shit if he explains that he knows who she is and who she is, you know? Like, It's so fucking dumb. You know what's crazy? I have been watching Twitter decline into this, like, hellhole of racism posting. And it's just wild seeing a post that's about how Jews are controlling the world and they're evil, followed up directly with an equally boosted post about how, like, Zionism is the only way and, like, Israel is the Holy Land and they're the true people and yada yada yada. Like, seeing Nazi propaganda and then hyper-Zionist propaganda right next to each other. I know they're not that far from each other politically, let's be real. I mean, didn't Netanyahu say that Hitler only got the idea to kill the Jews in the Holocaust from, like, Palestinians, and that originally Hitler was only going to deport them? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Netanyahu who said that. So, like, there's not much difference between, like, super Zionism and, like Nazism to begin with, but to see them so clearly juxtaposed together on your timeline, unwanted, of course, both posts, because nothing that you like or engage with on Twitter is anything like that, but Twitter still feeds it down your throat anyway. Just seeing those things together is particularly jarring for me. I don't know. I agree, YouTube wouldn't identify that incident as harassment. Yeah, ironic, we were just talking about the Dylan Burns getting demonetized for harassment thing. YouTube wouldn't clarify what this lady did as harassment because, I mean, like how many times have you seen like Zionist channels on YouTube engaging in harassment towards like frankly just people who do like the you know the videos where it's like guy on the street or on a college campus shoves his mic into someone's face and like demands like answers out of them for some political thing, like the people who do that whenever there's like a protest for Palestinians, like the Zionist types that go there and like harass random protesters and demand they answer for being against the deaths of children. It's YouTube doesn't care, obviously, but yeah, this is harassment what this lady engaged in. I really do hope people find out her identity and get whatever business she's got going, selling jewelry, I guess, a jewelry vendor, shut down. Hopefully she's not like some self-employed type that can just do this kind of stuff and get away with it. She's acting like she's the kind of person who could do that sort of thing and get away with it. Maybe she'll get the Karen treatment, though. Let's hope she does. Like, fucking with such a famous and beloved celebrity is generally not a effective way to go through life and not have the internet come down on you like thunder. I feel like that topic's funny as fuck. What do you guys think? You guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Ooh. Damn, Boo Boo Bennett. I haven't heard of Caitlyn Bennett in a while. Does she still upload? Maybe tomorrow we'll cover like whatever the last Caitlyn Bennett video was, like whether she's still around anymore or if she's like left YouTube. We'll cover her last video and find out what's going on there. No one's covered her. We could make it like Remember Poo Poo Pants Bennett or whatever. Remember Liberty Hangout? Could be like a nostalgia throwback. Yeah, that channel just evaporated, huh? Damn, we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 topics today. Hot damn. 9 topics today. Sheesh. And I still have 3 more. 3 more left to do. Today has been a big stream, but still less than 6 hours. Less than 5 hours so far. Great segment, Zan. Thank you. Her son's like, no, Mom, I watch her every night. Stop embarrassing me. What the hell did I walk into? I go to the bathroom for a couple minutes, and this is what I come back to? Good. We're having a good time. All right. All right. Hey, guys. Hey. Hey, guys. Are you enjoying the stream? Oh, that's not good, Heavy Gretel. That's cringe. I hope people aren't, like, getting mad at me in the comments of that video. Like, actually, me and Khalifa said that, and then, like, getting mad at me for saying things positive about her. Because I don't agree with that, that's for sure. Hamas are not freedom fighters. Anyway, if you're enjoying the stream so far, please consider dropping a like. Those little thumbs up on YouTube really do go a long way, so I appreciate it. Every single one of you who goes the extra mile to do that. And of course, God, my nose will not stop itching. And of course, to everybody who wants to go the even further extra mile to support me financially, you can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. It helps me to afford, eating and rent and furniture after such a big move I had. And of course, you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. And you can join my Discord server and buy merch, all linked down below in the description of all my videos and all my streams. So consider doing that. It's always very helpful. But no matter how you support me, I appreciate you all watching so far. Oh, God, it won't stop bitching. I think I need to shave again. I think that's a sign I need to get the electric shaver and shave down the stubble. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. This is partially good news. There's bad news and there's good news. I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is we are teetering on the edge of the possibility of another government shutdown. Isn't it crazy how these things seem to be happening like every few years now, ever since like 2008? The good news is, though, that Congress moved forward preventing government shutdown this weekend. At least for now. It's been waylaid, but we're still kind of in the danger zone. But we're much less in the danger zone now, so there's actually some good news to talk about here. The next spending deadlines will be here sooner than they look, as lawmakers don't have many working days scheduled before early March. Congress took the first step Tuesday to prevent a government shutdown at the end of the week, but lawmakers may already be facing another fast-approaching funding deadline. The legislation that Senate Majority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat from New York, advanced Tuesday would extend expiration dates for federal finances, moving the deadlines from January 19th and February 2nd to March 1st and 8th. So, for those that don't know, basically what ends up happening is Republicans don't want to pass a spending bill unless they can tie in a bunch of policies and bills that they are like super partisan and they support only. And so they say, okay, well, Democrats, if you don't vote to support our bill, then the bill that you guys want, the spending bill to keep the government funded, well, that just doesn't go through. That has to go through eventually. We know that you'll cave and you'll agree to pass the bill. So we're just going to wait. We'll just shut down the government and wait until you agree to pass the spending bill with our tied-in partisan policies. Yep, sorry. That's basically how they do it. And so right now it's basically the Democrats. Well, right now it's running out of time because the Republicans did that and there was this like holding the bill hostage situation. Now it's a matter of, is there time to even get the bill passed, the spending bill passed before the deadline hits and we hit a government shutdown. Ooh. My legs are nice and sore from sitting on them. But that's less of an extension than it seems. The House and Senate are in session together for only 6 days between Friday and March 1st, and for 10 days between Friday and March 8th. In those windows, lawmakers need to pass a series of more complicated longer-term bills to fund the government for the rest of the 2024 fiscal year, which ends on September 30th. The budget talks are shaping up to culminate with a dramatic conclusion. President Biden is set to give his State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress on March 7th, a day before the government would shut down, unless lawmakers act to pass funding bills or extend the deadline again. Quote, "We have very little time and the House and Senate calendars don't necessarily match," Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, a Republican from Florida, an Appropriations Committee leader, told the Washington Post on Tuesday. Having said that, the bottom line is the appropriators will get the job done if we're just given enough time and an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, let's hope this goes through fast enough because government shutdowns are never fun. You guys want to know how my first government shutdown went? I remember it vividly, okay? I remember there was a day I was on my way to school, I was sitting in the back of the car, my mom was listening to the radio, and the radio started talking about how the government was shutting down. And I was like, oh, that's a joke, right? Like, they're joking. This is some sort of, like, radio drama or some shit like that. Huh? All right? Like, you know, they're memeing around. They're playing and they're doing a bit. I was, like, 9, you know? And my mom was like, no, the government's shutting down. And I was like, what? The government's shutting down? And you're taking me to school. And then you're going to go to work. And the government's shutting down. I'm sorry. Is the world not over? Like, is America not done? Or, like, is it not over? Like, because, like, I don't know. Like, I was, like, 9. I thought that, like, zombies might be real, dude. Like, I was 9 years old, okay? I was like, is it the apocalypse? Is it happening? Is it real now? Is it going down? And my mom, like, explained to me, no, the government shutdowns, it's stupid government funding thing. Realistically, it won't really impact you. You won't notice, but it's actually kind of bad. And I was like, okay. I was really confused and freaked out the first time I heard about a government shutdown and that it was happening. Because no one explained it to me prior. I didn't know what a government shutdown was before. I just suddenly heard the government was shutting down and I was a kid and I was like, oh, it's all over. Okay, rip. The expected vote Tuesday in the Senate should keep lawmakers on track to prevent a shutdown this weekend, though the House will probably have to rely on Democratic votes to pass short-term spending legislation after the Senate adopts it, but the longer-term spending measures will pose problems in both chambers. Congress in November averted a government shutdown with a measure that staggered federal funding on 2 deadlines. Money for roughly 20% of the government, including the Transportation Department, some veterans' assistance, and food and drug safety programs, runs out on the end of the day Friday, just after midnight. Oh, that's not good. Oh. The Transportation Department, Veterans Assistance, and Food and Drug Safety Programs. Guys, food and drug safety programs is not a small thing to lose funding. That's fucking scary. Maybe stock up on food. Because, like, I wouldn't trust the peanut butter that comes in, whenever, like, the FDA is underfunded. Let's see, what else? The Transportation Department, maybe save up for an Uber. The buses might not be working for a bit. What else? And then veterans assistance. I know I've got a few veterans that watch me, and that's fucking wild to me, the idea that people who've seen, like, actual combat watch my dumbass YouTube videos and streams. You know, unironically, thank you for your service. But, like, I'm sorry if you're a veteran. Apparently America doesn't fucking care about you. That's pretty much been the case since Vietnam. So, I'm sorry. Anyway, ooh, that's a bit of a bummer. Schumer and House Speaker Mike Johnson reached a $1.66. I'm sorry, the way the line cut off there made it look like it was a $1.66 deal. Okay, like bill. Reached a $1.66 or what? I did it again. I'm so sorry. Am I high? Well, I am. I'm not high enough. Is the actual problem? Hold on. Not high enough, chat. By the way, guys, this is a Microbar Lemonheads is what I'm vaping right now. Oh, that's a big hit right there. Oh, it's just still coming out, huh? It's just still going. Yeah, that's still a little more. There we go. Yeah, I hit the fuck out of the vape, dude. My lungs are crazy. Anyway, my somehow undamaged by COVID lungs aside, Schumer and House Speaker Mike Johnson reached a $1.66 trillion 2024 funding deal earlier in January, but to enact it, Congress must pass 12 annual spending or appropriations bills covering different parts of the federal government. That process could, in theory, move fast in the House, where leaders can exert more control over the floor and ram legislation through rapidly. But far-right members of the GOP conference, furious with Johnson's deal with Schumer, could throw obstacles in the way, slowing the path to passage and jamming the government up against yet another potential shutdown. Quote, even now, the hard right, amazingly, is demanding that the Speaker walk away from the agreement that congressional leaders made on appropriations top lines, Schumer said on the Senate floor Tuesday. Quote, that's simply ridiculous, as even many Republicans recognize, and it goes to show you how unserious, how incapable the hard right is at doing the hard work of governing. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They just care about winning, dude. Like, the right... Republicans have always been the ones responsible. Has there ever been a government shutdown that Democrats could be tied to being responsible for? I'm really curious. Has there ever been a single one in recent memory that Democrats, you could realistically claim, caused? Republicans use government shutdowns as a tool. They scare the Democrats into, like, doing what they want with the threat of a government shutdown. Yeah, we won't vote to pass this spending bill if you don't do this and that, or if you don't include this or that. It's a tool for them. They hold the government hostage. The Senate, under its normal procedures, regularly takes at least a week to pass a bill. Leaders in the upper chamber would need cooperation from all 100 senators to hasten the process and pass each measure before the deadline, or bundle several of the appropriations together into one piece of legislation instead. That method, though, could cause its own problems in the House, where many Republican legislators are passionate about single-subject bills. Quote, stopgap funding bills create inefficiencies within government that only serve to waste American taxpayer dollars and sow uncertainty in the economy, Senator Jean Shaheen. I like that name, it rhymes. An Appropriations Subcommittee chair said in a statement, quote, I sincerely hope this is the last continuing resolution for this fiscal year, so we can provide all Americans with the confidence that their government will remain open and functioning. This round of budget haggling wasn't supposed to be this complicated. Biden and then Speaker Kevin McCarthy agreed to a broad government funding deal in the spring of 2023 as part of negotiations to suspend the U.S. debt limit. That was intended to prevent Congress from needing stopgap funding legislation, called a Continuing Resolution, or CR, to keep the government open when the fiscal year ended in September. But far-right House Republicans rejected that agreement, then ousted McCarthy from the speakership when he leaned on the Democrats to pass a CR in late September that did not cut spending. Oh, so basically the Republicans just, like, have turned on McCarthy because he's not going with their holding the government hostage plan. Obviously, yeah, McCarthy resigned from Congress at the end of 2023, so he's not around. Johnson, just weeks into his speakership, pushed through another CR. The law that is about to expire on November 15th. Now he's facing conservative backlash similar to that which McCarthy faced in September and October. He'll probably have to rely on Democrats to pass all of the upcoming spending bills, as members of the ARC Conservative House Freedom Caucus, holy shit, the ARC Conservative House Freedom Caucus. I almost said something that I don't think you're allowed to say. It's just very cringe. It's a LARPy-ass name, and I wanted to say something mean to make fun of them, but I realized that I don't think you're allowed to say something that mean about the ARC Conservative House Freedom Caucus. Quote, this is what surrender looks like, the group said in a statement about the advancing CR. That stance has generated friction within the raucous Republican conference. Diaz-Balart said that the group of lawmakers blocking legislation, quote, may call themselves what they like, but they're not conservatives, unquote. Paradoxically, as a result of the Freedom Caucus's hurdles, Republican leaders have had to agree to spending terms more favorable to Democrats, because neither McCarthy nor Johnson could rely on his own party for support. Quote, what they end up doing is making the House go further left, Diaz-Balart said. Quote, it's ironic that it's folks who are self-proclaimed conservatives who force the most conservative speaker in the history of this country to look for Democratic votes. Well, yeah, because, like, they're holding the government hostage. These Trumpites don't give a fuck about, like, playing by the rules. They care about winning. and bending the rules, like the rules are an obstacle to winning for them. So they have to learn creative ways to bend and break the rules and get away with it. That's all Republicans do. And the Democrats play frustratingly by the rules. They are they take the high road an infuriating amount of times, more often than not. It's why they do this, right? And hey, haven't you noticed that most of these government shutdowns generally happen under Democrat presidents too? They're caused by Republicans during Democrat presidencies. Almost like the panic that is caused and the harm that is going to be caused by the shutdown that the American people are going to experience is supposed to reflect on Biden, despite Biden having nothing to do with it and having no way of preventing it. Almost like how right now Biden is presiding over the strongest economy since like the 1950s or whatever, and yet Biden's approval ratings are at a record low. He has lost the young people vote due to like U.S. support for Israel. Will that result in those people voting for Trump? Probably not. But it could result in enough Biden supporters simply not voting for Biden in 2024 that Trump wins. Simply because there's not enough motivation to vote for Biden. It really sucks, but Biden has hardcore lost the young people vote due to U.S. support for Israel. It's rough, but yeah. And on top of that, a lot of Americans, like a ridiculous percentage of Americans, delusionally believe that the American economy is bad right now, when it's objectively not. Like, it's objectively not bad right now. It's capitalism, so people's lives still suck. That's just kind of how it works. But if we're using the Republican argument of a good, healthy economy means good president, which is what they tried to argue with Trump, because they literally could never point to policies that they agreed with that Trump did that made America better. They just say, look at how good the economy is. Then Biden's economy is really good. So, yeah. And then even lefties are falling for the bullshit argument that Biden's presiding over a bad economy. So, yeah, maybe they're just relying on, like, digging up more ill will for Biden in the year before the election, you know? All right. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I know it wasn't a super long one, but I feel like a potential government shutdown is definitely worth covering, right? Good segment. I'm glad you guys think so. Hell yeah. Make sure to drop a like if you're enjoying the stream. I really appreciate it. Subscribing also helps. Gifting a sub also helps. Donating helps too on my website. You can also do so on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. You can join my fan Discord, link down below in the description, or even support me on like Patreon. I think I already said Patreon. You can also buy my merch, sorry. Link down below in the description. And yeah, just being here really helps too. I'm still stun locked on Mia Khalifa though, lol. Listen, I'm still thinking about Mia Khalifa too, Heavy Griddle. Don't you're not you and me both, okay? Get it? Cause boobs. The joke is funny cause boobs, okay? That's the joke. The joke is that boobs are funny. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Hot damn. Those sneezes hit me like a freight train. God damn. Okay. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Another player has dropped out of the race. A lot happened today. A lot happened today in the world of the Republican primaries that I need to talk about. You see, today was the big Iowa caucus, and as you can imagine, Donald Trump won by a, fairly substantial amount. However, I will say, he didn't get as high of a percentage of the vote as I think he or many other people expected. However, someone who lost this so hard that he's literally suspended his campaign because of it is none other than Vivek Ramaswamy. That's right, he's out. Vivek Ramaswamy suspends his 2024 Republican presidential bid and endorses rival Donald Trump. He's hoping to get some pick in Donald Trump's potential future cabinet. He's given up. Honestly surprised he lasted this long. Literally a couple months ago when I was covering the debates, the dude was pretty popular. He was getting cheers. He was getting claps. Vivek had a whole ass fan base online. He was this election's, he filled the spot that I feel like Yang filled in the Democratic primary last time, this time around for Republicans. He was like this random dude who came out of nowhere, not crazy policy for a Republican, but pretty out there policy, pretty radical, a really weird fan base of people that are outside of the typical supporters of the party. It kind of reminds me of that. Like how Yang had this weird fan base of people who hyper supported him because he was this outsider. Vivek's fan base gave me the same vibe. He's a brown guy running on the Republican ticket that's like a black guy trying to become Grand Wizard. Yeah, I think we all knew he wasn't going to get that far considering, you kind of have to be white to get anywhere, as a presidential candidate when you're trying to get Republicans to vote for you. Not every Republican is racist, but all the racists are Republican. You can't, are you delusional? I get the Republicans say Republicans aren't racist, but you have to admit all the racists vote Republican. So, you have to know your audience. Anyway. There's no denying the racists vote Republican. Biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his bid for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination on Monday and endorsed former President Donald Trump after finishing a distant 4th in Iowa's leadoff caucuses. Ramaswamy said he made the decision after determining there was no path forward for him in the race, quote, absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. The 38... He hinted at insurrection. The 38-year-old political novice, who sought to replicate Trump's rise as a bombastic, wealthy outsider... Yeah, see, that's exactly what I said. Said he called the former president early Monday evening to congratulate him on his victory in Iowa. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in second, not surprising, with former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley just behind in third. I have no doubt that the recent comment she made about how the Civil War wasn't about slavery, it was about states' rights, probably helped her there. Ramaswamy told supporters gathered at a Des Moines hotel that Trump, quote, will have my full endorsement for the presidency. He added, quote, and I think we're going to do the right thing for this country. And so I'm going to ask you to follow me in taking our America First movement to the next level. Oh yeah, I forgot. Vivek's a full-on groiper. Trump, in his victory speech a few minutes earlier, said Ramaswamy did a hell of a job in the campaign. Ramaswamy said he would likely appear with Trump in New Hampshire Tuesday night and suggested DeSantis and Haley should, quote, follow suit in withdrawing from the race. During the campaign, I do think he's right here, by the way. It's over. Don't push it on anymore. There's no point to cover this nothing race anymore. Donald Trump is practically, engraved in stone going to be the Republican nominee. You know what's really funny, though? Only 14% of registered Republicans in Iowa came out to vote. That's right. Now, granted, there was some fucky weather, but come on. That is still a astronomically low voter turnout for Republican voters in Iowa. If that same low, now it is also a primary where like the Trump supporters kind of know like, okay, well, we know who's winning, and like it doesn't really matter, right? At least to a lot of these people, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe a lot of Trump supporters just think it's in the bag and they didn't go. But does this not say a lot about conservative voter turnout? Don't we feel like this could actually be some pretty decent news? The weather was insane. Yeah, it was pretty bad from what I heard, but like 14% is still so low. Especially when mail-in ballots exist, right? Obviously, Republicans don't use them often, but yeah. That's a good sign, I think. During the campaign, Ramaswamy needled most of his opponents, but praised Trump as, quote, the best president of the 21st century. He argued, though, that Republicans should opt for fresh legs while still supporting the America First agenda. The approach, including his call for revolution, vaulted Ramaswamy into the mix of candidates vying to overtake Trump, or at least become a viable alternative. His decision to drop out, though, becomes the latest confirmation that the former president, even at 77 years old, by the way, he is not that much younger than Biden, like barely younger than Biden, and under multiple criminal indictments, still dominates Republican politics and remains the overwhelming favorite to win the GOP nomination for the third consecutive time. Well, of course, they love a criminal. Ramaswamy's failure also affirms how difficult it is for any Republican other than Trump to push the bounds of party orthodoxy, as the first-time candidate found little political reward for positions such as his opposition to aid for Israel and Ukraine. Ramaswamy said he would be open to vice presidential consideration. He would be open to vice presidential consideration. Quote, I'm not somebody who's going to be able to speak anyone's convictions but my own, he said. Quote, so if that's a role that I can perform from the vice presidency or any other one, I'm going to evaluate whatever is best for the future of this country. But my number one commitment is to truth, I'm sure. If you have to emphasize how much you care about the truth, then you must clearly really be into the truth. The son of Indian immigrants, Ramaswamy entered politics at the highest level after making hundreds of millions of dollars at the intersection of hedge funds and pharmaceutical research. Oh, what a great guy. A career he charted and built while graduating from Harvard University and then Yale Law School. Well, hey, guess what? It doesn't matter anymore. Who gives a fuck about this guy? He's not even running anymore. I don't give a shit. I'm not reading this guy's backstory. We do have the video of him announcing that he's no longer running anymore. Do you guys want to see him all sad, suspending his campaign? Let's watch this. It's gonna be funny as fuck. What is this song? Okay, I guarantee you he didn't get permission to use this song. It is really common that bands sue political candidates who like use their songs, their popular songs, like in their press announcements and stuff. It is not uncommon that those bands sue them for not getting the rights to play them. Dog. I'm muting it until he starts talking. I'm muting it till he starts talking. Okay, here we go.
As of this moment, we are going to suspend this presidential campaign. And this is going to have to be...
Oh my God, is she crying? That's awesome.
There is no path for me to be the next president absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. As I've said since the beginning, there are two America...
What the thing he's saying there, the absent the things we don't want to see happen in this country, is insurrection. The thing that Trump did, by the way. The guy he's about to endorse, that guy? Yeah, he was referencing the thing that the guy he's about to endorse did. So I don't think he's against it.
First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulated him on his victory. And now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country.
Christ. Well, I don't imagine that Vivek's supporters going to Trump is really going to matter all that much. I imagine most of Vivek's supporters are going to default to Trump as their second pick, but I don't think it's going to matter much. Vivek wasn't really pulling big numbers to begin with, and voter turnout for Republicans is already going by those Iowa numbers, and I know the weather was bad, but Republican voter turnout in Iowa was not good. We'll have to see if that same pattern or something similar follows for other states, especially ones that are more right-leaning states, but that is some astronomically low voter turnout. It might be record-breaking low voter turnout, but I might be wrong. Alrighty. I know that was a short little segment, but I feel like it was worth covering a candidate dropping out of the Republican primary. Nice, nice. Pog, I've got one more topic left. Yay. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, guys. I'm so eepy. I'm so eepy weepy. God, that's so many segment recordings in my recordings folder. God damn. I want to do a okay, chat, hear me out. I want to do a whole nother stream just like this one tomorrow, but start at noon. That's my goal for tomorrow, is to do a whole nother stream just like this, but to start at noon. If you want to help me with this, something you can do is find anything, a video, a topic, an article, anything you think would be good for me to cover, that you want me to cover, that you think would be entertaining, politics, or anything tangentially related to politics, and go into my Discord server and go to the Stream Suggestions Discord channel. It's in the primary chat channel section, and just drop it there. Do not do any like off-topic chatting there or anything. I will not tolerate it. It's just for dropping topics, please. Yeah, please drop your stuff there because it really helps me gather stuff for covering on stream. It really, really does. And I want to do a big fucking stream tomorrow again, too. I got one more topic for today. Zan, I have a cold. I don't get out of bed until 2. Well, I have an Avalon of Babylon. That's why you should get some kind of laptop or like tablet or phone or like a smart TV hooked up to YouTube, and you just like throw on my streams or something else, and then whenever it comes on, you can watch it. Unless by get out of bed you mean wake up. And by noon, I mean noon PST. You might be East Coast, and you know, that'll be like 3 p.m. for you. So you'd be up for an hour. It's funny to me that when super far-right conservatives get sued for using music from progressive artists, yeah, it's really funny. Oh, you live in Oregon? Oh. That's rough. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, all right. Hey, drop a like if you're enjoying the stream. It really does help. Please. You know, it really does help. Consider doing that. Please. You know, do it. Do it. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3. Oh, you live in Southern Washington. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. So, I actually tried to do this segment on stream last time, and I was co-commentating it with Ethan, who sadly can't join me for this right now, which is goddamn tragic because I really wanted to show him this story, and I feel like we would have had some good stuff to say bouncing off each other on this topic, but we'll have to settle for me doing it solo, tragically. My headset died like a 10th of the way through this topic last time that we did it, so I'm going to go ahead and just start right from the top on this one, and we're going to go straight through it, okay? Now, a little while ago, by that I mean 3 years ago, a very anticipated game was announced called The Day Before. It was basically meant to be a AAA quality, polished DayZ replacement. If you've ever heard of DayZ, D-A-Y-Z, DayZ, I guess is a way of pronouncing it if you're not American, by the way. It's a zombie game, open world, customize a character, go out into the world, you find clothing, you have to survive because there's heavy survival mechanics, you have to kill zombies, there are players out there, there's in-game chat, that kind of thing. Really cool game concept. DayZ standalone has been very poor evolution, or poor execution in most people's opinions. It's gotten better, still really buggy. I bought the game in 2013. I still don't feel like the game I paid money for has been made yet. So, with that in mind, the idea of the day before was very exciting, right? Like, the idea of this game that would be what DayZ was always supposed to be was very alluring. So naturally, when the trailer came out for it, it very quickly blew up on Steam and became the most wish-listed game on all of Steam. However, as time started to pass, people noticed some pretty fishy stuff about this game and the trailers. For one, people started to realize this game might not be real. For one, every single trailer was pretty weird, for lack of a better term. It came off as at least very heavily scripted, possibly heavily pre-rendered. On top of that, the studio that was putting this game out had no history of good, high-budget, large-scale games like this. All of their previous games had been massive failures, and all of them much, much smaller scale. But then again, there were some other things that made the game seem a little bit plausible, such as the fact that they were being published by an actual, studio, and like an actual publisher that's well known, and the fact that they were being endorsed by Nvidia, which is pretty well reputable at the time, before this whole situation. Sure enough, the day before came out, and it ended up being a massive scam, a asset flip, a just soulless cash grab, and within 4 days of the game's launch, the studio shut down, the game got pulled off Steam, and everyone has been refunded. The day before has been wiped from the internet. The studio has shut down, renamed themselves, I believe, which relates to what I'm going to talk about here, and the day before has gone down in gaming history as one of the biggest embarrassments and lessons learned for gamers that fell for it of all time. The thing is, though, it's happening again. A new day before has entered the arena. I had this video sent to me, and after watching a small amount of it, I realized quite quickly that I should cover it on stream. It's only 9 days old, and this channel is relatively small for how high quality and great of a video this is. It's by a YouTuber named Bob Vids. Of course, there'll be a link down below in the description. So make sure to check out the video, comment on it, drop a like, all that good stuff. I'm dropping a link in chat now. But he made a video called I Uncovered This Dev's Secret. Now he wants to sue me. The truth about Supernormal. You might have heard of this game. It's called Supernormal. It's an upcoming horror game, and it is made by a Nazi, transphobic scammer, plagiarist dev. It goes a lot deeper, and it's a lot more fucked up than that, but that's my best way of summarizing it. Let's jump right into it, okay?
Hey, before we get started, I just wanted to make it clear that I do not condone the harassment of any individuals that appear in this video. Don't do that, please. Thanks. So it's no secret that I've been working on a massive new video on Bloober Team's game, The Medium, for years at this point, because time is a flat circle and life is hell. Subscribe for that video now if you want to be the first to complain about how long it ends up being. Well, during this time, I've uncovered interesting information regarding The Medium's development, as well as Bloober Team's history, and in early 2023, I discovered that one of the developers who worked on The Medium and subsequently left Bloober under suspicious circumstances had liked transphobic and racist tweets, heavily implying they potentially harbored transphobic and racist views. I told my Discord about the situation in June.
I think he's actively being threatened with legal action, and that's why he's being so anal about the, allegedly for legal purposes thing.
And a regular there named Red Rum Dum Dum brought the issue up with the dev directly. This started a chain reaction where the dev began deleting their problematic likes, so I made a call-out post on my twitter.com letting everyone know the kind of person you'd be supporting if you bought the dev's upcoming game. That developer was Artur Wączowski, and that upcoming—
This is the guy. Artur Polish bullshit, as I say. Whenever I encounter some Polish bullshit last name like this, I just say first name Polish bullshit. It works.
And that upcoming game was Stray Souls.
Not like I'm gonna get any sleep.
So, this guy, Artur, is the Nazi scammer dev in question. And this was his first, big solo game. I don't know if it was solo, but like his first game under his solo studio publisher he put out that like was really hyped up. People were excited for it. Came out and it was a complete embarrassment. Here's a clip from it. The monster design's not that bad, to be fair. It's just...
So yeah,
wow.
It turns out one of the worst games of 2023 was made by an alleged racist transphobe. Shocking, I know. I'm sure the people on my...
By the way, I know I kind of didn't allow the tweets in question to stay on screen for long, but they're pretty fucked up. They're basically him saying, like, being trans is a mental illness. One of them is saying that white people need to get as more uncivilized than black people in reference to like engaging in political violence. Like he's an actual Nazi. He like wants to engage in like a violent race war by the implication of that tweet. He liked multiple tweets that were like really transphobic too. So yeah. And of course, whenever you make a post pointing something like that out about someone, you always get posts from people like this that are like, oh, based, I'll subscribe then. Based, I'll grab a copy then. And you always know it's someone who already knew about this person and was a fan, and they're just bullshitting to troll. But, like, it's just like, it's annoying that those people exist, you know? They take joy in the fact that they're bad people. And that's what's really frustrating, is that there's people out there that know they're bad people, and they take joy in the fact that people are upset that they are bad people. Get it?
Call-out tweet who said they were going to buy the game specifically to support the devs. Alleged! Dogshit views had a fantastic time and don't feel ripped off at all. Anyway, why am I talking about this old news? Well, 2 reasons. First, documentation. After Stray Souls bombed immediately upon release, Artur released an apology for liking those racist and transphobic tweets, both via his Jukai Studios account, the company he released the game under, and his personal Twitter account.
So yeah. I read this apology whenever we did the first version of this. This version's really blurry and unreadable, but he did link a readable version down below in the description, and I read it. It's a pretty, like, chat GPT written apology. It comes off as really sincere a few years ago. Now knowing that AI exists, it really comes off as written by AI. Especially when you know that one of the big accusations, well, one of the big reveals about this guy that he got exposed for is that he uses AI for like a ridiculous amount of his game development and lies about it. But yeah, this was his old studio name that he released Stray Souls under, though we'll be getting to his new studio name momentarily, because all of this basically disgraced him, and now he's hiding, and he's trying to rebrand, and that's what we're going to be getting into in a moment.
Account, the company he released the game under, and his personal Twitter account. Here it is. What's that? It's too blurry? Oh, yeah, let me find a higher quality version. Oh, wait, I can't because he fucking deleted it. He deleted his apology. Nothing says I'm sorry better than deleting the time that you said I'm sorry. But
that's why I don't really care to reread the apology here for you guys, because, like, even if it was genuine, it wasn't, because, like, yeah.
Maybe it was for the best. After all, Artur was clearly possibly lying at multiple points in his apology, one of which was preserved by Sissel the Cat on Twitter when she said, a more immature version of myself. Dude, the likes were from May. Shut the fuck up and eat your...
I always love that whenever someone like gets canceled for something they said and they use the, I was less mature back then, and it's like, it was earlier this year. You know, like... There's got to have been at least a year ago when you say you were immature back then. It can't be from, like, months ago. Like, you can't say you've developed over the last few months and you're different now, unless you, like, really, really clearly are. But, like, yeah, I'm sorry. That excuse just doesn't fly unless a lot of time has passed, in my opinion.
Your terrible game. Speaking of potential lies, at multiple points during the lead up to Stray Souls' release, Artur stated over and over again that he never liked those tweets that I called him out for. Despite photo and video evidence that he liked those tweets, he never liked those tweets. He said in interviews,
I've never liked any kind of transphobic or racist tweets, simply because I am not that kind of person. I have nothing but respect for all kind of people. I work with people that are identifying as a LGBTQ plus and are different skin color than mine.
At one point, he even accused me of fabricating this whole situation, that I was the one who was lying. So it was kind of a relief when he fessed up. But the evidence that he did is now a goddamn blurry mess, because at the end of the day, it appears that Artur is possibly banking on no one paying attention. And about a month after Stray Souls released, he deleted his entire Twitter account. So yeah, that's part of the reason I'm making this video, to archive this whole stupid situation and hold up.
So the main meat of this entire drama already happened. It all already happened. This Artur guy got exposed. He apologized. He deleted the apology. The game got exposed as like plagiarism, asset flipped models, AI, all that good stuff. And he's disappeared from the internet. Here's where the real news story starts.
Artur accountable. So if he ever decides to make a video game in the future, you, the consumer, can make an educated decision on how you spend your money. Which brings me to the second reason for making this video. Artur is making a new game called Supernormal.
Yep.
I was tipped off to this.
The crazy thing about this whole thing is there's something about this story that when I found it out, I had to stop watching and save the rest of the video for watching on stream, because there is a thing about this story that makes me surprisingly emotionally connected to it and makes me extra mad about all of this, okay?
A few weeks ago by an anonymous source on Twitter who was close to the situation. Looking into the game, it has all the telltale signs of Artur, namely that it's not original at all. Stray Souls was a Silent Hill knockoff right down to involving Akira Yamaoka, who I'm sure is very happy with how things turned out. Stray Souls also heavily ripped off PT, from the kid in Silent Hill's concept trailer to basing the story on PT's radio broadcast. Plus, it's got the mark of quality for modern games. AI art. Isn't it beautiful? This is also probably a good time to mention that Artur first made a name for himself in the indie horror scene and possibly even scored his job at Bloober Team for his recreation of Hideo Kojima's PT for PC. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Just that he charged people money to play it by exclusively hosting it on his Patreon. Oh, also he added himself to the ending of PT in addition to a plug for his Patreon. And
so scummy, dude. Oh, it's so fucking scummy. I'll get into it in a moment when he gets to the point that I really want to talk about, because it's going to be a long stun lock, and I want to let the video play for a minute.
Anyway, where Supernormal innovates is how it obfuscates its unoriginality by not being a spiritual successor to PT, but rather being a spiritual successor to Allison Road. See, that's technically better, because Allison Road billed itself as a spiritual successor to PT back when it...
So, here it is. Now, when I was 14, that is when PT came out on the PlayStation 4. PT was the playable teaser for Silent Hills, a now defunct new Silent Hills reboot game that would be made by Hideo Kojima, starring Norman Reedus, and co-directed by Guillermo del Toro. It was gonna be the tits, dude. It was gonna be the mega tits. Right? The problem was Konami is evil, and that all didn't go through. It fell through, right? But what ended up happening was the world got exposed to an extremely high-budget, first-person, really graphically realistic, slow-paced, psychological horror game. PT is to this day, go and watch a Let's Play of it. PT is to this day really fucking scary, dude. It's really fucked up that you can't play it anymore except for like subpar recreations of it on PC, right? It is so goddamn good. Now, I was really upset when PT got canceled, as you can imagine. And because of that, me and many other gamers were left with this deep hunger, much like with DayZ, how it left a lot of people with like a deep hunger for a game that like fulfills what it was supposed to be. PT never, I guess Silent Hills never existing, led to a lot of people having this like hunger for a game like that that's like an actual full game. And so PT ended up inspiring a whole genre of video games. Now, eventually we would get games like Resident Evil 7 and 8, which like basically take the idea of what the PT demo was and make it into like a proper game. I really do feel like if you liked PT and you wish it became a full proper game, Resident Evil 7 and 8 are going to be exactly what you want. However, before we ever got those, or they were ever announced, or even knew they were going to come out, there were a lot of indie devs making game demos and posting them on YouTube for to-be-announced release date games that would basically be spiritual successors to PT, right? The idea was that they would not necessarily be a spiritual successor of Silent Hills, but the demo for it. The whole hyper-realistic graphics, zoomed-in, low FOV, like, camera, the, like, very slow-paced psychological horror, that kind of thing. One of my favorite of these games that got announced, that was being developed by an indie developer, is Allison Road. And the crazy thing is, at the time that, like, it was still in development and I was, like, eagerly following the updates about the game's development, I was in vacation staying in Connecticut in this house that looked astonishingly similar to the house in this teaser. So, like, I don't know. I felt like a very strong emotional connection to my excitement and hype for this horror game that then ended up getting canceled. So, you know, I didn't really end up getting that desire for a game like that fulfilled until Resident Evil 7 and 8 came out. It is what it is, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I'll resume the video here. Yep, New England is all over spooky video games. It is indeed. I really like Connecticut. It's pretty.
Allison Road. See, that's technically better because Allison Road billed itself as a spiritual successor to PT back when it was revealed in July of 2015. So Supernormal is really a spiritual successor to a spiritual successor, and whoops, words have lost all meaning. Supernormal is an official spiritual successor though, because Artur got permission to make the game from the original creator of Allison Road, Christian Kessler, on Facebook. This fact is being used to promote the game, so I reached out to Christian with some questions, and despite his very busy schedule—
This fact makes me so upset that this guy's a scammer piece of shit. Because this guy was making, if this guy wasn't a piece of shit and was doing some, like, ethically doing this, I'd be so on board with what he's making. But what we're about to find out very quickly, you know, obviously what we already know means that we wouldn't want to support this game, but this detail really just ruins it.
He kindly replied to me almost instantly and confirmed that the dev of the game is indeed Artur Wączowski. He also seemed confused about Artur blatantly ripping off—
By the way, yeah, the guy, rebranded his studio and claims that the studio has nothing to do with him. The studio claims they have nothing to do with him. This guy confirms that it is Artur. And on top of that, it gets crazier.
His antagonist from Allison Road. Quote, I didn't quite realize inspired by means he's just going to recreate the character, lol. So that's basically the situation as it seems.
His spiritual successor game to Allison Road, the game that got, like, canceled, that was being developed, is literally a ripoff of it. This is the monster from the game's Supernormal, I think it's called, Supernormal. And this is the monster ghost girl from Allison Road here.
Being a spiritual successor to Allison Road. See, that's technically better because Allison Road billed itself as a
it's the same
spiritual successor to PT.
Even the dev is like, wow, I didn't realize this meant just straight up ripping the character. Okay.
And despite his very busy schedule, he kindly replied to me almost instantly and confirmed that the dev of the game is indeed Artur Wączowski. He also seemed confused about Artur blatantly ripping off his antagonist from Allison Road. Quote, I didn't quite realize—
Artur is just a full-on plagiarist. He rips everything in his games from other popular stuff and tries to ride the coattails of popular genres with half-assed asset flip, AI-filled garbage nothing games that perform horribly when they release, constantly rebranding whenever he gets called out for it, also being a Nazi piece of shit. Isn't it weird how all these internet scams always lead back to conservatives? Interesting how that keeps happening.
Inspired by means he's just going to recreate the character, lol. So that's basically the situation as it stands right now. Artur Wączowski pulled a fantastic and is now actively running away from his mistake.
Even he's comparing it to the day before.
Attempting to hide behind a new project and hoping no one finds out. A few weeks ago, Artur released a statement on his Jukai Studio account announcing its closure and vaguely threatening to sue someone, some cyber persecutor whose terrible crime seems to be sending people unwanted messages and emails. Ah, well, that explains why Stray Souls turned out to be hot garbage, doesn't it? All those goddamn emails. You know, part of me wants to end this video on a hopeful note. Like, some gullible section of my brain wants to plead with Artur to just stop running away, to undelete his Twitter and repost the apologies so he might actually learn something from this whole ordeal and become a better, more honest person eventually. To realize the pain he's putting out into the world by boosting racist and transphobic hate. But another part of me hopes he leaves the game dev space and never comes back, and that's the part of me that knows about Artur's first original game, Cold World. See,
So, we've talked about Supernormal. Supernormal is going to be an AI-filled, plagiarist asset flip, and it's no doubt going to be hot garbage as far as actual game. Do not buy Supernormal. Do not support this guy's games. That is the public statement I'm making here, the public service announcement I'm making. Now we're doing the deep dive into this guy's past, and we're about to learn about the really fucked up shit this guy did.
Rum has been helping me with research on this video. Thank you very much for your help, by the way, Red. At one point during the creation of this video, Redrum decided to reach out to a former coworker of Artur's who goes by Shadow's Fate. Shadow's Fate proved to be a wealth of knowledge about how Artur operated specifically with regard to his 2018 title Cold World, a game about a rookie cop investigating a crime scene. Think Resident Evil without zombies and really bad jump scares.
Police, come out now.
Okay. Yep.
Anyway, Shadow's Fate was the voice actor for the game's main character, though he says he helped out with the plot too, but Artur threw out most of his contributions. Watching a playthrough of the game on YouTube, I was taken aback by one scene in particular. By the way, I've censored this scene myself. The original is fully uncensored. Can't spell Artur without art, I guess. So when Shadow's Fate said I might be shocked by something in the game, I initially thought he was talking about this hacky schlock. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Warning, the following content is serious and deals with sexual assault. Skip to the timecode on your screen now to avoid hearing about the specifics.
Okay.
About 6 minutes into Cold World, your character overhears a phone call. In it, a woman is heard talking to a 911 operator about a man attempting to break into her bedroom. Within the context of the game, this is meant to be the victim of the killer your rookie cop is chasing. The call lasts about a minute and a half and ends with the man breaking into the woman's room while she screams. You may have noticed that I'm specifically choosing not to play this clip, and that's because it is a real 911 call of a woman being sexually assaulted.
Yeah. That is the level of lazy game development this guy is engaging in. So little originality. He found actual police audio of a woman being sexually assaulted and put it in his game for atmosphere dressing, set dressing, whatever the term is for it. Yeah. That is how much of a piece of shit this guy is. Do not support his games. Do not support his studio. Please.
I had to listen to bits and pieces of this call a few times to cross-reference them with a book from 2002 that included an official transcript of it. And honestly, it's going to be a while before I forget this woman, Sharon from Ohio, pleading with her attacker while her baby is in the room. It goes without saying, this is absolutely fucked. Shadow's Fate even went out of his way to find voice actors to record their own dramatized version of the 911 call. But Artur had to include a real person's desperate, haunting screams.
One, because he's a lazy hack, and two, because it's the easier thing to do, and they're just trying to throw together a piece of shit game for people to waste money on and regret, hopefully, after the 2-hour mark for returns on Steam.
For his stupid, awful video game. I don't even have words for this, honestly. It takes a special kind of callousness to not see a problem with including a real 911 call in your project that's primarily focused on being entertainment. I won't belabor the point because I'm confident that you get it. So yeah, that's all I have to say about the Artur Wączowski situation. I'll be reaching out to him on Supernormal's Discord, and if he responds...
I think that's probably enough, but like, please go check out BobVid's video on this. It's really, really good. He does good content. I subbed to him because of this, and I've been watching more of his content since I found out about this video, and it's been a couple days now. Good content. Really like it. So go send some support. Go comment on the video, which is linked down below in the description that I sent you. Do not support this Artur Polish bullshit last name guy's content or his work. He's no doubt going to rebrand after this game fails and he's called out for who he is again, and people find out that he's the guy behind it. So we as gamers TM have a responsibility to look out for ourselves and our own wallets. These scammers, with AI, the advances made with Unreal Engine, notably, and the amount of plagiarism they can do via asset flipping from the Unreal Asset Store, means that random dudes in a basement somewhere can put together a trailer for for your dream game, and nothing even approximating a demo for that game exists. No actual playable form of anything exists for the game, and they can put together a fully polished, beautiful looking, highly appealing gameplay trailer for your dream game. That is the era of scam games we're entering here. Where no longer do they have to promise things. They can show us the things we want to see, and it's all fake. It's what the day before is. It's what this guy's game is. They just asset flip. They can get really good looking graphics with the Unreal Engine basic settings. It's really easy now to get like AAA next gen beautiful. Oh, they must have put effort into this game looking graphics. And you can just flip assets from other games, recreate models that are slightly familiar to something maybe you've seen before, so it just evokes a certain familiar feeling in you that you can't quite place. It's beyond shovelware. We've hit bedrock. Yeah, exactly, Livy. A shovel can't break this bedrock. It's a really shameful type of content, and I feel like there's a certain aesthetic that these scam games like the day before and Stray Souls and whatnot have. Let me see if I can show you a screenshot of... Here's a good image. Oh, can I get it on screen? See this? This right here. Notice how this guy, if you've played or seen any screenshots of the day before, notice how this guy looks like a day before character? Notice how this looks exactly like something you'd see in the day before because it's AI. This is the kind of shit you're going to have to learn to spot when characters look like this. And I know it's hard to tell. There's just a certain uncanny valley about this guy where it's just like, this isn't a dude who exists. Oh yeah, his fingers are all fucked up too. Yeah. Yeah, look at the hands. They're all fucked up. Yeah, Jesus. Didn't even notice that. I don't really pay attention to hands, but yeah, Jesus, I didn't even notice that at first. I just noticed, like, look at the face. This is AI art, clearly. The face is what gave it away for me. The face and the hair. Like, this just isn't a real person. Like, they're kind of cartoony, you know? Yeah, the hands usually are a good giveaway if nothing else tells you. Anyway, I feel like looking for the AI art is usually a pretty good giveaway, and looking for obvious asset flips and ripped off things is another. Like, something you'll notice about both these games is that they all rely on riding the coattails of nostalgia for other games. The day before constantly evoked the aesthetics of The Division and particularly The Last of Us, right? They really rode the coattails of The Last of Us aesthetically. They wanted people to feel like this is like The Last of Us, is what they literally got exposed for saying in their meetings with their employees. They want people to think it's like The Last of Us. The same thing is here. They're recreating things that are just really, really similar, but not quite the same as games like PT, Allison Road, and trying to recapture that same magic with basically plagiarism. It's really shameless, but if you know where to look for the similarities, for the outright plagiarism, that's another really good place to look for red flags with new games you might be hyped for as to whether or not they might just be a scam. Remember when you were showing me the day before and I literally said part of the trailer looked like part of the Division trailer? Yeah, not only that, Balth, but they outright ripped several frames, recreated shot for shot from a Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies trailer. It really is that shameless. You got to be on the lookout for it, though, because this and the day before are just the beginning of a whole new trend of scams in gaming. I have a feeling we're going to see this become a big big problem as Unreal Engine becomes more user-friendly and just anyone can throw together fake game trailer renders, gameplays to throw up on YouTube and say, hey, this is our game that we're making, donate to our Patreon. It's going to be a big problem. Well, everybody, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. I feel like it came out pretty good. What do you guys think? Great segment. Thank you, guys. Well, there it is. That was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 topics, 12 segments, 12 YouTube videos recorded for this stream. God damn. And you know what, chat? I plan to do the exact same thing tomorrow. Which means if you want to help me out with that, and you want to ensure that we get a big, meaty stream for tomorrow as well, if you see anything, any videos, any topics, any articles, anything like that that you think I should cover that would make a good topic, a good stream segment, please drop it in the stream suggestions channel in my Discord server. It is open and available now. Please go check it out. It's basically the best. It is the best place to go to recommend content for me to cover, so please go do that because I want to do another big 12+ segment stream tomorrow. I'm really trying to get ahead on triple uploads each day, and me and Ethan are building a big old backlog. Ethan's editing for me now, by the way. Me and Ethan are teaming up for YouTube stuff. So yeah, me and Cherry still work together for editing, but now Ethan's in the fold too. So yeah, we're gonna be grinding like a motherfucker. So we're gathering as many topics as we can. We're getting them all together. We're just making a big backlog, and then we're putting them all out 3 videos a day. Can I cover something on the Myanmar genocide? Well, drop it in my stream chat, like a good article on it, and I'll read it and I'll cover it. Anyway, guys, I really don't have much else to say because I'm pretty tired. I want to eat something, get my segments uploaded and set and everything, and get sat down. I might be awake enough to watch like a movie or something with my mom because she's still visiting. But yeah, I'm just a sleepy boy. Today's stream was exhausting. I'm surprised it didn't go all the way to 6 hours, but you know, it's still 5.5 hours is pretty damn good. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. It's been so nice having you here. But with all that said, I hope you all have a good one. Have a good night, Heavy Gretel. I hope you're all having a nice time. I hope to see you all here tomorrow. And as always, have a good one, everybody. I love you all very much. Doo-doo fart.